Chapter 587, Perhaps Him Alone in 10,000 Years. Chapter 587, Perhaps Him Alone in 10,000 Years. 2 months, and Lin Ming still hadn't come out. As the time passed 61 days, the news rapidly spread throughout Skysplit Tower. The time that Lin Ming had been in the king's cage had already surpassed the 8 Fall War Emperor's record. This was the creation of a new legend, the only one to do so in 10,000 years. Soon, not only did the martial artists of the 3rd level know, but even those of the 2nd floor and 1st floor. Although these people didn't know what it meant to stay in the king's cage for 2 months, what they did know was that Lin Ming was the first to do so in the last recorded 10,000 years. Even the mortals in Skysplit Tower were awed by this. The first in 10,000 years. I never thought this could happen. Ever. In a simple tea house, Mook Gu was sampling tea, listening to the surrounding martial artists speak. He had been on the 2nd floor for the last several days visiting his sister, and now that he learned this, he felt it a bit incredible himself. Maybe after a few dozen more years, the Holy Demon Continent will have another 8 Fall War Emperor. In front of Mook Gu, Mook Sheen was eating cake. She thought for a moment and said, "It's been a year and a half since I first saw him. I never thought that he'd turn out so fierce. Senior apprentice brother, do you think that we can win him over?" Win him over? With what? We are just an ordinary 5th grade sect. We don't even know what sort of background Lin Ming has. It's impossible for a talent of this degree to just come out of nowhere. He might have some top powerhouse as his master. Mook Gu shook his head and continued to stir his tea. He took another sip and said, "A character like this, it's impossible for us to draw him in. It's already fortunate enough if we can remain on good terms with him, although the first time we met was relatively bad. Afterwards, I think I eliminated any problems. I could consider us as having a bit of friendship." Within the Holy Demon Continent, humans had been in a miserably position or a long time. Mook Gu was glad to see a top human powerhouse be born in front of his eyes. Of course, if he could remain on good terms with Lin Ming, then that would also be a great benefit to his sect. Time passed slowly. Soon, it had been 70 days. On the 3rd floor, the news had already passed on. Rumors were spreading crazily. Every day, there would be a massive amount of martial artists rushing towards the special practice area, wanting to see if Lin Ming would come out. He had actually stayed in the king's cage for 10 days longer than the 8 Fall War Emperor. Just what sort of monstrous talent was this? 70 days. Fengshen quietly watched the door of light leading to the king's cage, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Before now, he never thought that Lin Ming would be able to reach this degree. Fengshen had once been immeasurably proud of his talent, but now he had been far surpassed by Lin Ming. Fengshen, this is the first time seeing such an expression on your face. A voice suddenly sounded out. Fengshen turned to see Kai Yang. Kai Yang rubbed his chin, smiling as he looked towards the door of light leading to the king's cage, a look of indifference on his face. "Fengshen, this isn't like you at all. Aren't you usually so high and mighty? Since when did you have such a startled appearance?" Fengshen frowned. With his prideful attitude, he usually never interacted with anyone. He simply disdained speaking to these people. In Fengshen's eyes, Kai Yang was nothing but a dog that worked for resources. Such a person could make a bit of progress, but their will and mind were not strong. It was impossible for someone like this to soar into the sky. Without a word, Fengshen turned and left. Seeing Fengshen's response, Kai Yang was a bit displeased. He coldly snorted and said, "Do you think Lin Ming is still practicing inside? Do you really believe he has the talent to surpass the 8 Fall War Emperor? Maybe he's already died inside." In the king's cage, there was always the risk of death. Before the creation of the escape talismans, there was an extremely high chance that a martial artist would perish within the king's cage. A great number of martial artists believed that they could withstand the pressure from the heavenly demon force field. In order to squeeze out all their potential and improve even more, they would break through a cage, getting more and more until finally the pressure from the heavenly demon force field grew too much. At that time, as attacking became more and more difficult, they would finally be unable to break through the cage, resulting in their death within. After the escape talismans were created, the death rate greatly decreased, but there were still those who died inside. It was like a mortal that didn't sleep for several days while doing high-intensity work. This too could cause sudden death. For a martial artist, if they stayed under the massive pressure of the heavenly demon force field, their heart, dantian, and soul all came under enormous burden. If this accumulated for a long enough time, then it was possible they could suddenly die. The heart stopped beating, collapse of the spiritual sea, or even the dantian might explode. In this case, one would die before they had the chance to use the escape talisman. Die inside. Feng Shen chuckled. How could a true dragon-level talent die inside the king's cage? F***CK. What is so great about this Feng Shen? Just because his background is good and his talent is high, he doesn't keep us in his eyes. If he came from the same background as I did, then I wouldn't need to be so humble in front of him. Shit, I'll wait and see whether or not you can still say Lin Ming will create a miracle once he's been inside for 100 days, 120 days. True dragon-level talent. F***CK that. Kai Yang muttered to himself, blatantly envious of Lin Ming. Hee, I wonder what sort of expression you'll have once you know that Lin Ming died inside the king's cage. A pinnacle emperor-level talent actually died in a practice area. Haha, too ironic, too funny, too interesting. Thinking of this, Kai Yang viciously smiled, his heart feeling much better. He wanted time to pass faster, so that when 100 days passed, he could see whether or not these martial artists were still clamoring for Lin Ming. 75 days, 80 days, 85 days. Time passed a day at a time. When the 80th day arrived, some people already suspected that Lin Ming might have died within the king's cage. But this suspicion was not held by the vast majority. After all, he was a peak emperor-level talent. If he died in the king's cage, then wouldn't that be the greatest joke of the world? However, this rumor began to slowly spread. On the 85th day, more and more people believed that Lin Ming had died. What a joke! A title de jure whose name is carved into the king tablet has actually died inside the king's cage. Who would believe this if it got out? In a restaurant on the 3rd floor, some people were discussing Lin Ming. These days, Lin Ming was the topic of every conversation. He was being talked about in every restaurant and tea house nearby. Even if I don't want to believe, this is the reality. Maybe Lin Ming was too confident in himself and overestimated his bodily limits, finally doing something stupid. Lin Ming's most likely dead. Otherwise, 85 days is almost 3 months. That will almost be a month over the 8-fall war emperor. Isn't that just too exaggerated? How could that be possible? Ha ha! I'm dying from laughter here. It's too funny. Too funny. A giant demon martial artist said as he struck the table. These past days, those human clowns on the 3rd floor have been far too arrogant. They are so proud and happy about someone from their own race having such a great accomplishment. And look, the result is that Lin Ming actually died in the king's cage. I've never seen something so ridiculously stupid before. His head is damaged. To think that he would die even with an escape talisman. You can't even make this up, but he's even a title de jure. I can't stop laughing. This is the funniest joke of the last 1,000 years. The giant demons were mortal enemies with humanity. When Lin Ming was at the height of his power, these giant demon martial artists naturally didn't utter a word. But now that Lin Ming had died, all of the envy and hate they had piled up suddenly exploded out at once. A human genius was also their competition. If he died, then they were all indescribably happy. Mukgu was also in this restaurant. As he heard this conversation, his complexion turned very, very ugly. He mindlessly took another drink of his wine, and then stood to leave. "Hey, isn't that the guy? What's his name?" The giant demon martial artist who was speaking saw Mook-Gu. On the third floor, Mook-Gu's strength was at the very bottom. So many people didn't know what his name was. "I think he's called Mook-Gu," a nearby imp reminded. "Oh, Mook-Gu. I remember now. Ha! Mook-Gu, come and drink some wine with us. Regale us with the glorious stories of Lin Ming, your human race's top talent." The giant demon wantonly smiled. After being pressed down by these humans for the last several weeks, he was finally able to release all the stress. Mook-Gu suppressed the simmering anger in his heart and coldly said, "It's only been 85 days, and you're already so sure that Lin Ming can't withstand it anymore? Just because you cannot understand his limits does not mean they exist." "I can't understand his limits? Ha ha! Your words remind me of when I was a child. There was always this other kid that would be beaten up by me. Every time that I knocked his teeth out, he would always say that he would go home and get his father to come out and punch me. How hilarious!" The giant demon martial artist slammed the table as he spoke, ruthlessly taunting Mook-Gu. Mook-Gu's complexion became increasingly ugly, but there wasn't any reason in retorting. In fact, even his own heart was wavering. Did Lin Ming really die? "Lin Ming! Lin Ming! I'm asking you to hurry. An existence like you is already destined to reach the highest level of this continent in the future. How could you possibly die in the king's cage?" Mook-Gu sighed. Was humanity's destiny really so lacking? Were they truly unable to give birth to such a glorious and peerless powerhouse? In the king's cage, the ground was snow-white and covered by boundless dark clouds. These dark clouds were very thick and sticky, to the point that one could cut them with a saber. These dark clouds seemed as if they were made of the blackest ink. The dark clouds quietly undulated. At this time, there was a muffled sound as a small piece of the dark clouds opened, a flash of golden light quickly passing through. Then, silence. There was nothing again but inky dark clouds. After another incense stick of time, another golden light flashed. This time, it stayed for a longer time before disappearing again. The time since the last disappearance was much longer, as if the golden light was condensing in strength. Around an hour later, there was a sound like a dragon crying as a beam of light, as thick as a thigh, burst through the dark clouds. It was like the sword of a god, directly piercing into the horizon. In the moment that the dark clouds broke apart, a person's figure rushed out of the hole created by this beam of light. This figure tumbled onto the floor like a thunderclap. I finally came out. Lin Ming lay sprawled on the ground without even the strength to move his fingers. He had been stuck in the chaos prison for nearly an entire month. This was truly a horrifying and painful experience. The chaos prison was incomparably thick. Even though Lin Ming used his full force to advance, his speed was still as slow as a crawling turtle. He had no choice but to use attacks to break open the chaos cage, taking advantage of the moment that the chaos was ripped open to take a few steps forward. Like this, his speed was quick, but he consumed true essence like he was pouring water away. It had to be said that even if Lin Ming used his killer move Penetrating Rainbow, he was only able to open a channel a few dozen feet long. But how big was this chaos cage? Lin Ming simply didn't know. Chapter 588, King's Cage, 100 Days. Chapter 588, King's Cage, 100 Days. For an entire month, Lin Ming was trapped in complete darkness. Even breath had become incomparably difficult. All of his organs were under pressure, and every small step he took required a tremendous amount of energy. That sort of aching fatigue made one prefer the bliss of death. After arriving at the extremes of exhaustion, it became even more unbearable than the pain. Once the pain reached the limit, one could numb themselves to it after a long time. But if one was exhausted, then it was impossible to rid oneself of that feeling. Not just that, but Lin Ming also had to bear utter loneliness in the void of space. After all, humans were social creatures. Martial artists could withstand loneliness if they went into closed-door cultivation, but that was also in a relatively comfortable environment of their design. Unlike this land that made one fall into madness, there was no sound, no light, endless walking, endless traveling, and a never-ending fatigue that led to madness. And what was most despairing of all was that one completely couldn't see an end. They had no idea where to go. They didn't even know if the method they were using to break out of the chaos prison was correct. Even though Lin Ming's will was firm like iron, he too was close to collapsing after over 20 days. In the final several days, Lin Ming couldn't even tell if he was dead or alive. Reality and illusion were no different to him. All of his movements were completely mechanical and instinctive as he took that last breath and finally broke out of the chaos prison. During this period, Lin Ming didn't know how many times he had broken through the limits of his body. It had to be known that Lin Ming's endurance was comparable to a life-destruction Supreme Elder. Even so, he had been pushed to this degree. This chaos prison was simply not for a human to live in. Fingers shivering, Lin Ming took a top recovery pill out of his spatial ring and swallowed it. He immediately went into meditation and adjusted his breathing. At this time, the tremendous role of the gate of healing manifested. Even though he had only traced the gate of healing's threshold, the benefits were massive. A whirlpool of origin energy formed between Lin Ming's clavicles, continuously supplementing him with origin energy, revitalizing his dried-up meridians. After recovering his physical strength, Lin Ming took several dozen high-grade blood demon crystals out, sucking in all of their inherent origin energy and blood vitality in a single breath. Thus, color finally returned to Lin Ming's face. An hour later, Lin Ming was finally restored to his usual condition. As he looked at his dantian, Lin Ming was surprised. In just a month, he had already reached the peak of the late Xiantian realm. He was just a bit away from extreme Xiantian. He had only broken through to the late Xiantian realm a mere several months ago. There wasn't that great of a distance between late Xiantian and extreme Xiantian, but for him to cross such a distance in so little time, the effects of the chaos prison were simply terrifying. Thinking about it, this was also normal. By constantly keeping his body at the very limit and suppressing his potential to the greatest degree, with the added function of the heavenly demon force field, every cell in his body was painstakingly tempered. However, this sort of inhuman experience was unendurable for the average person. Even Lin Ming didn't want to experience the pressure of the chaos prison again, at least not for the time being. Standing up, Lin Ming suddenly discovered something. After adapting himself to the chaos prison and burdening the heavenly demon force field, although he still felt heavy, he wasn't as uncomfortable as he was before. Just from this alone, Lin Ming could see that his progress in the last month was great. It could be said that there was no way that Lin Ming's current foundation could be any more solid. There was no need to mention the essence gathering system. The true essence cyclone in his dantian had condensed to the point of turning into essence, and even his marrow seemed to be rejuvenated. His body transformation system was extremely solid. I wonder who created this king's cage. That person was absolutely a great character. It seemed that on Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent, there must have been something great that happened so many tens of thousands of years ago. Many peerless talents and heroes were born. But for some reason, in this era, everything including the history from 100,000 years ago have already been lost. Lin Ming was feeling happy for his progress just now, when suddenly a massive pressure came smashing down on him. His blood tumbled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is... Lin Ming fell to his knees, supporting himself with the purple comet spear. This sudden great pressure caused his meridians to rupture in multiple locations. "It's too strong." Lin Ming almost couldn't help but curse out. The king's cage didn't even give you a chance to breathe. The person who designed this had probably expected that a martial artist who broke through the king's cage would make great progress in their strength. Thus, when the heavenly demon force field appeared, the pressure would ramp up to another level yet again. Ka ka ka. Around Lin Ming, the power of space seemed to warp. Then, in front of Lin Ming's eyes, space began collapsing around him. This rupturing of space created vast amounts of space fragments, blocking him in every direction. And in this confined space, there were ominous space cracks everywhere. There were some that Lin Ming could see, and some that he couldn't see, his perception not even noticing them. They were like the jaws of a giant beast, waiting for their prey to arrive. This is also a cage. Lin Ming sucked in a deep, cold breath. He was finally experiencing the true horror of the king's cage. It had been just over 3 months. If he continued, then what else would he encounter here? The senior supreme elder who designed this cage was what kind of genius? Not only was he terrifyingly powerful, but his creativity and imagination was unrestrained, wild with ambition. The 12th cage, dimensional fragments. Would you like to try passing it? The strange, voiceless consciousness appeared in Lin Ming's spiritual sea again. As it appeared, a shimmering transmission array also appeared in the cage. After the chaos prison are dimensional fragments. I wonder what's next. Lin Ming did not hesitate in his decision. With his decision, the transmission array disappeared. Soon after, in the enclosed space, the space fragments began to twist. The space cracks began to move up and down like spiritual snakes, causing Lin Ming to be alarmed. Without a doubt, the dimensional fragments could easily take his life. If he was cut in half by a sliver of these space cracks, it would be too late to activate any kind of escape talisman. With these space fragments as the boundary of this cage, and for the cage to also have space cracks that constantly morphed and move, just what kind of test was this? Just thinking of this cage made one aghast. At this time, outside of the king's cage, 95 days had passed. 95 days. Even Mukgu began to feel a rising sense of despair in his heart, although he didn't wish to believe it. All logical reasoning told him that Lin Ming had most likely perished inside the king's cage. The longer one stayed in the king's cage, the more difficult it would become. The 8 Fall War Emperor had only lasted in there for 60 days, but Lin Ming had already been inside for 95 days. Was this even possible? In the special practice area, Feng Shun was looking at the door of light leading to the king's cage deeply. He let out a protracted sigh. Unimaginable. Feng Shun shook his head and then turned to leave. He only felt sorrow and regret that Lin Ming had fallen here. Although he admitted that his talent was inferior to Lin Ming's, Feng Shun actually felt no envy towards Lin Ming. He knew that some top talents might consider it a misfortune to be born in the same era as someone like Lin Ming, but Feng Shun never thought so. To him, this was actually a goal for him to pursue, a dream that he could drink from to enhance his own cultivation. If one never saw a higher peak, then they would never know how high the mountains were. This would inevitably affect their vision and also the degree of their accomplishments. But now Lin Ming had died here, and that goal along with him. In Sky Split Tower, Feng Shun had the unbearable feeling of standing at the top. Chapter 589. Crisis. Chapter 589. Crisis. In the dimensional fragment cage, Lin Ming closed his eyes, moving with golden rock, shattering the void. Under the tremendous pressure, his steps didn't have any of the usual fleeting vibrancy. Instead, it was like they were made of lead. In this cage of space, his eyes were useless. The space cracks simply couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Even his perception was limited. What Lin Ming could depend on was his understanding towards the law of space and his mastery over the power of space only. Whenever a space crack quietly approached, Lin Ming could feel the fluctuations emitting from space. The fluctuations were like ripples in the water, appearing out of nowhere. Every time, Lin Ming would move in advance in order to dodge the space cracks that could cut him open. With Lin Ming's strength, even if he had completed tempering marrow and his body was comparable to a treasure, or no matter how thick his protective true essence was, in front of these space cracks, it was nothing more than brittle paper. Whoosh! A purple gold spear light flashed through like a meteor, smashing into the barriers of the space cage. Kacha! Spear light erupted. The space barrier trembled just a bit before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. These past days, Lin Ming had been constantly attacking the space barrier. Although he hadn't been able to shake it, Lin Ming, through this non-stop barrage of attacks, was unconsciously deepening his comprehension into the power of space. But at this moment, Lin Ming's body trembled. On his shoulder, blood erupted into a crimson rain. The blood was quickly twisted into a red mist by an invisible power before vanishing into an invisible whirlpool. Lin Ming was shocked. He immediately drew back. His right shoulder had been completely torn open. That was too close. Lin Ming's forehead dripped with a cold sweat. A moment ago, as he was distracted with his attacks, a small space crack the size of a slip of paper had quietly crept towards him. Such a small space crack created extremely small ripples in the void. With Lin Ming's attention being diverted, his perception wasn't as sensitive, so he hadn't been able to sense it. Such a small space crack, yet such a terrifying destructive power. Luckily, it was just my shoulder. A chill crept up Lin Ming's back. When he had entered the ancient ruins of the demon god Imperial Palace, the space cracks there hadn't been so horrifying. At that time, when a second stage life destruction Supreme Elder or those stronger flew into the broken world, they didn't fear those space cracks at all. Lin Ming felt that although his current strength wasn't comparable to those old life destruction fellows, it shouldn't have been that far away. But yet, a small space crack the size of a tiny slip of paper had completely torn his shoulder apart. This showed that in this different world, the power of space cracks was completely different. In the demon god Imperial Palace, the broken world that held it was already approaching collapse. The power of space there was too weak. On the other hand, the world of the king's cage was very stable. The more stable a space was, the stronger the power of space was. After space disintegrated and formed space cracks, the dimensional fragments were correspondingly more terrifying. Who else dared to say that the concept of space's striking power was weak? If one could truly and completely grasp the concept of space, touching upon the source of all space, then with a casual strike they could tear apart space itself. Who could defend against an attack like this? If he could soar into the realm of the gods, twist the space there, and use that incomparably stable space as his weapon, then how powerful would such an ability be? Although this possibility was fascinating, Lin Ming didn't have any more time for distractions. He noticed that in the space around him, he found that there were more and more tiny space fragments and space cracks appearing. The space cracks that had once been 10 feet long had become 3 to 4 feet long, and now they were only the size of a slip of paper. If such a space crack pierced his arm or leg, then with Lin Ming's exceedingly abnormal regenerative ability, he would still be able to live on. But if it pierced his heart, then Lin Ming suspected that even the heretical god seed or the magic cube wouldn't be able to save him. There are more and more fragments. These should be because my attacks shattered them. The stable space had been torn apart by that strange force field. Now, with Lin Ming's attacks added on, more and more tiny space fragments started to appear. The heavenly demon force field's pressure has increased again. This time, the heavenly demon force field strengthened yet again. This was undoubtedly one stroke of bad luck after another. Not only did his body slow down, but his perception was dulled. Lin Ming found it difficult to detect those tiny space fluctuations. This was like a martial artist being under a rain of arrows and having their vision suddenly blur. This is bad. Cold sweat rolled down Lin Ming's back. He had completely lost control of the situation. Once his time in the king's cage surpassed 100 days, Lin Ming was beginning to finally find it hard to persist. The dimension fragment cage couldn't be broken, and the tiny space fragments were nearly impossible to detect or defend against. Under this massive pressure, he was even finding it hard to maintain his speed for a long time. Lin Ming gripped the escape talisman in his hand, hesitating. In his life, he would only be able to enter the king's cage once. During his 3 months here, he had harvested a great deal. If he left like this, then it would be a bit dismaying. But in this situation, if he wasn't careful then, he might possibly die inside here. A title de jure, perishing in the king's cage. Wouldn't it be just too big of a joke? However, when 4 or 5 space fragments continuously disappeared from Lin Ming's perception, his complexion finally changed. He crumpled the escape talisman. Lin Ming was resolutely determined to leave the king's cage. Ho! A transmission array suddenly appeared underneath Lin Ming's feet. With a flash of light, Lin Ming was covered in the golden light of the escape talisman, his figure blurring. Lin Ming's expression changed. He could clearly feel that he had passed through the space channel and arrived in Skysplit Tower, but the surrounding space had been blocked off. The transmission channel had been sealed. He had no way to leave. What's going on? Pung! In Lin Ming's hand, the escape talisman suddenly exploded into dust. The light vanished, and Lin Ming found himself in the space cage once more. If the space in Skysplit Tower was blocked, then that was the same as eliminating the exit. Could it be? Lin Ming's mind raced. He wasn't an idiot. If someone could do this, then there was only one possibility. It was a high-level figure of Skysplit Tower, a space-blocking array formation. Skysplit Tower also seems to have some capable individuals. This sort of array formation is considered complex, even among ancient array formations. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of a realm of the gods array master, so he had a great deal of understanding into this sort of array formation. But to lay it out so that it would forcibly block a transmission array wasn't an easy task. You want me to die in here? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, killing intent blazing in them. Full. Within the space cage, the space fragments flew around. Lin Ming could even hear some of the space fragments colliding with each other, and the sound of space breaking filled the air. These sounds were clear, but they were actually the sounds of death. What should I do? The normally calm Lin Ming was now panicking. Although he had a good deal of understanding into this sort of space-blocking array formation, wanting to break it open was another matter altogether. It would not be easy. Not mention that Lin Ming couldn't break it, but even if he believed he could, there was one condition required. This was that he needed a transmission array leading to the center of that block space. To Lin Ming, this was obviously impossible. Chapter 590, Betting It All. Chapter 590, Betting It All. The transmission array would only appear once the space cage was broken, and it would only appear for a short period of time. If Lin Ming wanted to break open the space locking array during that brief period of time, then that was simply unrealistic. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt his back go cold. The tiny space fragments were hidden around him, appearing and disappearing. He simply couldn't evade them all. If this continued, then he would die without a doubt. Chi. With a light din, Lin Ming felt a cool touch upon his ear. A space fragment had scraped his ear as it flew by. Caught up in a space vortex, blood shot out from his ear. He had been completely unaware of this small fragment. Fortunately, It had brushed past his ear, with only a bit of the power of space spreading out. If it had shot into his eyes, then the consequences would have been disastrous. What can I do? Lin Ming's mind went into overdrive as he went on full alert, as he noticed several more tiny space fragments disappear from the field of his perception. A flash of inspiration went off in Lin Ming's mind. The cosmic melting furnace. That was it. The cosmic melting furnace had its own world within. He could enter it. The top treasure of the demon god imperial palace was invaluable. It was at least a heaven-step treasure. Lin Ming could only open the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace, but that was enough. Lin Ming summoned the cosmic melting furnace with the quickest speed possible. He opened the lid and directly rushed in. Now, this furnace was all he could depend on. Kacha! With a snapping sound, the cosmic melting furnace gently quivered. A space fragment struck the side of the cosmic melting furnace, breaking into smaller pieces, but the cosmic melting furnace only vibrated. Not a single mark left on it. This could be called an artifact treasure. It was naturally not something that a space fragment could break. Lin Ming let out a cold breath of relief. He was now hidden within the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. With the lid closed, this was a completely enclosed and separate space. Originally, Lin Ming had also absorbed the Nirvana Dragon Root here. Although I can't use this cosmic melting furnace to attack, it can actually be used to defend in this way. Until now, Lin Ming truly hadn't used the cosmic melting furnace. He didn't think that it would have uses like this. The heavenly demon force field's pressure has also weakened a bit. Although Lin Ming was currently within the cosmic melting furnace, he could still clearly feel the pressure from the heavenly demon force field, though a majority of it had been isolated. This pressure was truly pervasive. Thinking of it, the 12 sky-split towers, blood slaughter steps, and eternal demon abyss were a much more terrible relic of the past than the demon god imperial palace. Otherwise, 12 emperor-level powerhouses wouldn't have instantly died here. The six-fingered Sinfei, who had obtained the title of 12-winged heavenly demon and became the greatest powerhouse of the holy demon continent, had come here on his own volition after experiencing a bottleneck in his 6,000 years of cultivation. He had come to the eternal demon abyss to seek his own lucky chances, but had also died inside like everyone else without even his corpse left. On the other hand, the demon god imperial palace was much calmer. If a life destruction powerhouse went in, then they had a 90% chance of leaving alive. After all, in the past, when the demon emperor had founded the demon god imperial palace, he still hadn't soared up into the realm of the gods. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be more formidable than the mystical force that existed in the eternal demon abyss. From Dagu's description, a massive earth-shattering claw had risen up and instantly killed 12 emperor-level powerhouses, one of them who was a legendary hallowed lord. Just thinking about this was horrifying. Feeling the space fragments strike the cosmic melting furnace, Lin Ming's eyebrows wrinkled together. Although he could hide in the cosmic melting furnace for now, he couldn't do so forever. If he couldn't break apart the dimensional fragment cage, then he couldn't return. Not just that, but the force field pressure in the cosmic melting furnace would also be constantly rising. If he retreated into this furnace and wasted his time here, then that was the same as drinking poison to slake his thirst. When the pressure became stronger, it would be even more difficult to break through the space cage. What could he do? Lin Ming was silent for a moment, and then he clenched his teeth. He pulled out a black glass bead from his spatial ring. This was the demon god bone. According to Dagu, these were the remnants of emperor-level powerhouses. When an emperor-level supreme elder died within the eternal demon abyss, the energy within their body would condense into this essence. Like pine sap that became amber after being buried in the ground for hundreds of thousands of years, the rich energies in the eternal demon abyss condensed into substantive energy. After an immeasurably long period of time, this energy would naturally crystallize. This sort of crystal, if he melted it into his life source and used it to nourish the fires of his life, let alone raising his strength, it was even enough for a demon king powerhouse to break through to become a demon emperor. This was a heavenly treasure that a demon king level martial artist would go crazy over. Of course, he could also use it to temper his body, but this was an extremely wasteful method. Even a giant demon martial artist wouldn't use it in such an extravagant way. Tempering the body. Lin Ming muttered to himself. He had some understandings about the usage of the demon god bone from Dagu, as well as gaining some insights from Maha. This was to integrate the energy of the demon god bone into his own life source. To a human martial artist, this so-called life source was the Dantian. To a giant demon martial artist, the life source was their demon crystal. Lin Ming cultivated humanity's essence gathering system. Logically, if he absorbed the demon god bone, then he should absorb it into his Dantian. But Lin Ming didn't want to do this. He was preparing to use the demon god bone to temper his body. This was also called the most wasteful method. He wanted to take the incomparably rich energy within the demon god bone and fuse it into the gate of healing, using this to break through the final boundary of the 8 inner hidden gates. This was the fastest way Lin Ming could think of to make a breakthrough in his strength. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to swallow the demon god bone. Lin Ming also had some understandings towards the demon god bone. Since the heavenly demon 7 stars could use them, he shouldn't have a problem either. Of course, swallowing the demon god bone was not a problem, but whether he could borrow its power to open the 8 inner hidden gates, he was completely unsure. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, that was equal to a large increase in realms. There was a gap in the middle of these two that was nearly insurmountable. From all the brutal requirements Lin Ming needed to complete tempering marrow in the past, one could see just how difficult it would be to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Although he had just barely traced upon the threshold, it was at most equal to being a half step into the 8 inner hidden gates. It was the same as being a half-step Xiantian, or half-step revolving core. Even though it was just that minor bit, the difference from truly being at the Xiantian realm or revolving core realm was huge. Success or defeat, all would be bet on this. With teeth clenched, Lin Ming poured his true essence into the demon god bone. As true essence flowed into it, the demon god bone gradually softened. It turned into a squishy oblong sphere, and then completely turned into liquid. This black liquid was like ink, but also carried a glassy sheen. Lin Ming flicked his finger and divided the black liquid in half. Half was swallowed by him, and the other half was placed in the center of his clavicles where the gate of healing resided. When the liquid black demon god bone first entered, it was icy cold. But as it entered into his belly, it turned into a blazing fire. The liquid black demon god bone that Lin Ming had placed between his clavicles also felt as if it had caught one fire. With a chi-chi sound, this black mercurial liquid quickly seeped into his body. It quickly permeated through his pores and deep into his clavicles where the gate of healing was. The demon god bone was originally a supremely tyrannical medicine. With Xing Tian's strength, he simply wasn't able to use it. Lin Ming's strength naturally far surpassed Xing Tian's at this moment. By reason, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it. However, what actually happened was beyond Lin Ming's expectations. He was still under the heavenly demon force field, and every cell in his body was resisting this force field. It was impossible for his condition to be at its peak. While resisting the heavenly demon force field, the maddening power of the demon god bone manically flowed into his body. These two forces came from the same source. When the demon god bone's energy merged into Lin Ming's body, it actually fused together with the force field into one whole. Instantly, Lin Ming felt as if his throat was smoking and there was a demonic fire combusting within his body. Lin Ming's cells were originally under a heavy pressure. Now, with the sudden increase in force, some of Lin Ming's cells directly burst open. Puff. Lin Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was blood that was coming from his body bursting apart at the seams. Damn it. To use the demon god bone to open the 8 inner hidden gates was originally a sudden inspiration idea that Lin Ming had. But what would really happen after he swallowed the demon god bone was simply unpredictable. He never thought that the demon god bone would actually work so well together with the heavenly demon force field. Both of these stemmed from the eternal demon abyss. There simply wasn't any problem in them fusing together, creating a force that wildly rampaged through Lin Ming's body. This was the same as Lin Ming's body having to withstand double the energy pressure. Too hot. This was Lin Ming's greatest thought. It was like his body had caught on fire. His meridians, dantian, organs, everything surged with an agonizing heat. It felt like magma was flowing through his body. Lin Ming wanted to use the chaotic virtues combat meridians to forcefully suppress this feeling and absorb this manic energy, but he had already consumed over 50% of his true essence, and now he was powerless to do any of this. Puff. A fog of blood burst out from Lin Ming's arm. After his blood left the protection of his true essence, it was instantly scorched to ash. Lin Ming's insides had become a stove. The energy grew hotter and hotter like a growing inferno. On the other hand, Lin Ming was quickly consuming true essence. Soon, everything would go completely out of control. When this happened, it was possibly that Lin Ming's body would be completely burnt down by this berserk energy. Chi, chi, chi. That was the sound of the periphery of his meridians being burnt. Too hot, too thirsty. Clutching his throat, he felt like his clavicles had been incinerated, and this heat had already spread to his throat. With great effort, he fumbled around his spatial ring, hoping to take out some water. But when he reached in, he actually touched something cold. Lin Ming took out this object and was startled to see it was a jade box. Around this jade box, there was a faint chill in the air, and a layer of frost was condensing around it. Opening the jade box, there was a cocoon of electricity, and in this cocoon was the nameless divine pill refined from the Nirvana dragon root. When Lin Ming had first attempted to open the 8 inner hidden gates, he had melted a small part of this nameless divine pill's efficacy and swallowed it. He took what was left over and sealed it away in this jade box. The smaller nameless divine pill was covered with a blue layer of ice-cold frost. Even placed in the jade box, one could feel an implicit, terrifying ice-cold energy. This ancient air that emitted from it seemed to have experienced tens of thousands of years, making one feel suffocated. Lin Ming could clearly recall that when he had placed this pill into the solar origin spring water, the spring water had directly turned into a lump of ice. An absolute cold. The piercing cold in that water seemed as if it could freeze his soul. When he approached it before, his muscles had begun to shiver, and when he touched it, his body was frozen and almost shattered. Extreme cold, extreme heat, 2 polar extremes. Lin Ming suddenly grit his teeth, raised the nameless divine pill, and prepared to swallow it. Chapter 591. Break through the 8 inner hidden gates. Chapter 591. Break through the 8 inner hidden gates. The nameless divine pill used a Nirvana dragon root as a main ingredient, and by combining all sorts of other rare and precious materials, it became a medicine even more brutally tyrannical than the demon god bone. When Lin Ming absorbed the nameless divine pill, he had done so by melting its medicinal efficacy into a barrel of solar origin water, and even then he had only dared to absorb less than half of it. Even so, Lin Ming's hands had been frozen old, the pain piercing as his skin and muscles cracked open. But now Lin Ming had chosen to directly swallow the pill. His current strength was much greater than in the past, but the problem was that his condition was much worse. Swallowing the nameless divine pill at this time was an act of suicide. But Lin Ming didn't have any other method. His true essence would sooner or later deplete, and when that happened, all of his meridians and muscles would inevitably be burnt to cinders by the demon god Bone's crazy energy. To use the extreme cold of the nameless divine pill to counter the scorching hot energy of the demon god Bone. At this critical moment, Lin Ming had chosen this crazy strategy. He was betting his life on this last, desperate gamble. Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit. With a fierce clench of his teeth, he swallowed the nameless divine pill. In that instant, Lin Ming didn't feel as if he had swallowed a pill, but a 10,000-year-old chunk of absolute zero ice. From his mouth to his stomach, a cold energy spread out. His throat instantly lost all feeling, and the cells in his body began to freeze and crack apart. His blood started to ice over as cold energy invaded his meridians and blood vessels, recklessly spreading throughout. Soon, this cold energy ran into the boiling hot energy of the demon god Bone. The spreading cold energy met the blazing hot flames. A fierce collision began. Originally, just the demon god Bone's soul strength was not a match for the nameless divine pill. However, the demon god Bone and the heavenly demon force field stemmed from the same source. Both of these fused together, creating a force equal to that of the nameless divine pill. On the other hand, the nameless divine pill's energy and the heavenly demon force field were incompatible with each other. As both of these forces met, they recklessly struck at each other, each wanting to annihilate the other. Lin Ming's body had become a battlefield, although because the interweaving hot and cold energy made it so that Lin Ming's meridians weren't charred or frozen anymore. The collision of the two intense types of energies released an immense amount of force that directly tore apart Lin Ming's meridians and blood vessels instead. Lin Ming fell to his knees. His insides felt like they were twisted together inside of him. This sort of feeling was a pain worse than death. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's nose, eyes, and ears all began to ooze blood. As blood streamed down his nose, it froze into crimson ice. But as blood bled from his ears, it had scorch marks upon it. If this sort of violent, destructive damage occurred to a normal martial artist, they would have died long ago. But in these past years, Lin Ming's body had condensed many types of incomparably powerful blood vitalities and life energies. Reverse-scale blood, blood of the ancient phoenix, numerous kinds of heavenly materials. And in addition to this, there was also the azure true essence that endlessly grew, continuously invigorating him. All of these factors had made it so that Lin Ming's resilience and recovery ability far surpassed even an emperor-level powerhouse. It was impossible for him to control any of these two different energies. He could only bite his teeth and revolve the last dregs of his true essence with the chaotic virtues combat meridians, forcing this battlefield towards the gate of healing. As the red and blue energies mixed together, it was like a hysterical flood dragon, madly crashing into the gate of healing. Pung! Between Lin Ming's clavicles, a burst of blood sprayed out. The muscles and skin were completely torn open. Even the bones underneath were broken. Lin Ming felt his vision turn black for a moment and his body weaken. He didn't even have the strength to kneel and instead toppled onto the floor. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound along Lin Ming's clavicles. Along the fractured bones, one could even see a faint golden marrow. Energy surged. Along the gate of healing, an earth-shattering change was occurring. However, Lin Ming no longer had any true essence to control these two violent energies. Now, he could only let them freely rampage through his body. Quickly, a pool of blood formed around him, and Lin Ming felt his head become leaden and his vision blur as he gradually lost consciousness. After an unknown length of time, Lin Ming finally woke up. His eyes popped open, a gentle shimmer reflected in them. There was not a part in his body that didn't hurt, especially the area between his two clavicles. It both hurt and itched. His true essence had been finally depleted. He didn't even have the strength to crawl on his belly or move his fingers. Lin Ming strained to gather a bit of his perception. As he examined his body, he was surprised to find that the energies of the demon god bone and nameless divine pill had already disappeared from within his body. Between his clavicles, where the gate of healing was located, the broken bones were already mending. The gate of healing opened. As Lin Ming realized this, he paused for a while, an unreal feeling passing over him. Opening the gate of healing had been far more difficult than completing 100% of tempering marrow. Lin Ming had used the Nirvana Dragon root to complete tempering marrow, but when trying to open the gate of healing, he had only touched upon the threshold of it, even though he had absorbed part of the nameless divine pill that was refined from the Nirvana Dragon root. Lin Ming, using the demon god bone to temper his body and open the gate of healing, had only been an attempt. He never imagined that once the power of the demon god bone and heavenly demon force field combined together, it would clash with the nameless divine pill. The struggle of ice and fire. This tyrannical energy had finally gathered towards Lin Ming's gate of healing, and in an intense confrontation, the outbreak of energies had managed to break through the shackles of the gate of healing in a single go. This also meant that Lin Ming had finally entered into the 8 inner Hidden Gates body transformation realm. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed yet, Lin Ming could already see heaven and earth origin energy flooding towards his clavicles. It was like a leak had opened within the gate of healing, causing a massive whirlpool of true essence. Not just that, but the gate of healing could also independently filter heaven and earth origin energy, making it even purer. Once the gate of healing was opened, a martial artist's body would gain the ability to constantly and autonomously absorb heaven and earth origin energy. The advantages towards cultivation were obvious. During a battle, it was possible to restore true essence at an extremely quick pace. This was equivalent to Lin Ming constantly eating medicines. Not just that, but the energy that the gate of healing provided was incomparably pure. It wouldn't have toxins like pills would. Lin Ming could clearly feel the heaven and earth origin energy converging onto his body, revitalizing his dried-up meridians. His bodily strength was also being restored at an astonishing pace. From the point of not being able to move a finger, only a mere incense stick of time passed before Lin Ming could feel his strength returning. The smaller wounds on his body regenerated at a visible speed. Even the torn muscles and broken bones began to itch, signs that they were growing back. After a quarter hour, his true essence had already been restored to a reasonable degree. The small injuries on his body had completely vanished, and the severe wound next to the gate of healing had recovered by half. 1 hour later, the severe wound next to the gate of healing was almost fully repaired and as good as new. Lin Ming's true essence was also regenerated to its peak condition. In the past, when Lin Ming had such heavy injuries, even when he sat in meditation and also took recovery pills, he wouldn't have healed so fast. A vast and pure true essence poured into his dantian. Lin Ming felt his dantian suddenly shake, as if something inside were fiercely contracting. When he examined his body, he was surprised to find that he had reached the extreme Xiantian realm. Extreme Xiantian was only a step away from revolving core. Many martial artists were stuck at this step for their entire lives, but to Lin Ming, this was no problem at all. His foundation was already as solid and stable as it could be. Crossing this last step would be smooth without a gruelingly fatal bottleneck. In this way, Lin Ming became even closer to the revolving core realm. His rising cultivation speed had ever exceeded his own expectations. Going from the late Xiantian realm to the extreme Xiantian realm didn't have too much of an effect on Lin Ming's strength, but It was different from extreme sciention to revolving core. The true essence in Lin Ming's dantian was already incomparably thick. Once he formed his own revolving core, his strength would shoot into the sky. It had to be known that, as of now, Lin Ming was only 19 years old. He had great hopes of reaching the revolving core realm before he was 21. When Mu Qianyu was 22 years old, her great talent had let her enter the Xiantian realm. Up until the point that Lin Ming had been forced to leave, she still hadn't managed to step into the revolving core realm. Lin Ming's cultivation speed could simply be called terrifyingly monstrous. The sooner one broke through to the revolving core realm, the more potential they would have in their future. 21 years old, 22 years old. Even for mortals that only lived for dozens of years, this was still the best time of their lives. Lin Ming took a deep breath and gripped his fists in excitement. This disaster had actually been a blessing in disguise. As for how far his strength had increased, even he didn't know. If he didn't fight, then he wouldn't know. Right now, I should be able to break through this dimensional fragment cage. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he suddenly jumped out from the cosmic melting furnace. He felt his entire body brimming with strength. All those people that had tried to kill him, there would be no mercy for them. Outside of the cosmic melting furnace, the heavenly demon force field pressure naturally increased. There was even more than before. But as it enveloped Lin Ming, it actually felt much lighter than before. The heavenly demon force field was no longer an obstacle he couldn't withstand. Now that the force field suppression on his soul force was reduced, Lin Ming's perception was sharper. He could clearly feel and capture the locations of all the tiny space fragments. In his field of perception, it was like he was surrounded by a field of shimmering stars. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stepped forwards. His steps, after integrating the concept of space that he was increasingly skilled at, seemed as if he were drifting erratically about like ghosts and demons. Even though it was obviously impossible to pass through the narrow gap between two space cracks, Lin Ming still stepped forwards. At this time, there seemed to be a strange distortion in space before he suddenly slipped through. A spear thrust forth. The heretical god force completely opened. The blood of the ancient phoenix burned, and a vast, true essence erupted like an unforgiving volcano. Bang! The space barrier violently shook. Because the heavenly demon force field's suppression effect on Lin Ming had reduced, his striking power had naturally risen by a great degree. After making a breakthrough in my strength, my strike without fused concepts is already no worse than my past strikes with fused concepts. If I add in concepts now, just what would that be like? Lin Ming's eyes burned with a fighting spirit. The power of thunder and fire merged into the purple comet spear. Thick arcs of electricity violently sparkled, waves of brilliant flames combusting. Lin Ming poured his complete will and potential into the purple comet spear. True essence erupted from his body. Penetrating rainbow. A spear shot forth. It tore through the void, even ripping apart any space fragments that approached it. This spear's strike smashed into the dimensional fragment barrier. Bang! With a loud explosion, the space cage rattled, countless fragments flying out. Atop the space barrier, visible cracks appeared. These fissures appeared for a moment before instantly disappearing, as if they were never there to begin with. However, even though these fissures only appeared for a brief period of time, it heralded the fact that it was only a matter of time until Lin Ming broke through this dimensional fragment barrier. Chapter 592, Breaking Through the Last Cage. Chapter 592, Breaking Through the Last Cage. Bang, bang, bang. Spear after spear. Lin Ming's relentless onslaught of attacks didn't falter. At the beginning, the space barrier would tremble, cracks would appear, and then instantly disappear. Then, these cracks appeared for several breaths of time, and finally, before the old cracks disappeared, new cracks were already forming. The cracks were becoming increasingly dense. During such a barrage, Lin Ming's understandings towards the concept of space were becoming increasingly profound. When the cracks in the space barrier reached a tipping point, there was finally a ringing explosion as the barrier shattered apart like a pane of glass. Under Lin Ming's attacks, the space cage had finally collapsed. As the space barrier collapsed, a massive amount of chaotic space power surged out. The broken space fragments didn't disappear. Instead, they were swept up into the turbulent flow of space, forming a huge storm containing massive space fragments. When Lin Ming encountered space storms in the past, they had simply been formations purely made from the power of space. Although it was violent and fierce, if one was strong enough and also had a deep understanding of the concept of space, they could live within the space storm. But now, with the space fragments twisted into the space storm, its destructive power could be imagined. And not just that, but Lin Ming also felt that there was a faint distortion in time within this space storm. If he wasn't able to adapt to the power of time and took a single wrong step, he wouldn't even have a skeleton remaining. Facing such a space storm, Lin Ming's expression turned solemn, but his eyes actually shined with excitement. If Lin Ming hadn't opened the 8 inner hidden gates, then he wouldn't have dared to brave this space storm. That would be the same as suicide. But now that he had unlocked entry into the 8 inner hidden gates and also broken through to the extreme Xiantian realm, his mind blazed with fighting spirit. Breaking through that space cage just now hadn't felt good enough. After controlling the changing time, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force without hesitation. He grasped the purple comet spear and rushed into the space storm. This was a space storm that contained the law of time. It was obviously a new cage. If he couldn't break through it, then there was no possibility of leaving the king's cage. After entering the space storm, Lin Ming felt a terrifying tearing force, as if his entire body was about to be ripped apart. This space storm was the most violent one that he had met up until now. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 space fragments shot out. Lin Ming's footsteps moved, and his body seemed to twist in an incredible manner, passing through a narrow half-foot wide gap between the 2 space fragments. Kacha! The 2 space fragments smashed into each other, exploding and creating even more smaller fragments. As Lin Ming saw this, his mind went cold. In this space storm, the space fragments would continuously crash into each other. Like this, the fragments would become smaller and smaller as their numbers increased. When that happened, no matter how great Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of space was, or whether he could capture each space fragment in his senses, he wouldn't have the ability to completely dodge all of them. He had to leave this cage as soon as possible before he ran out of time. Lin Ming didn't dare to delay a moment further. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, as he rushed into the very depths of this space storm. Although this space storm was crazy and brutal, it wasn't like a barrier that would block Lin Ming from moving forward. Lin Ming could use his comprehension of the concept of space to slither his way through this terrifying storm which contained space fragments that could pierce through the hardest defenses. To him, this space storm was a great impediment, but Lin Ming was still fast. In just an incense stick of time, he had ran several miles. It's like... Lin Ming's heart suddenly chilled. He felt that something was wrong, but he just couldn't place his finger on it. He put down these doubts that clouded his heart and continued to move forwards. After another incense stick of time, that sense of unease only grew. He found out that he had been moving in circles. The space storm all around him was the same. The only way that Lin Ming could judge he was running in circles was purely through his intuition. From the start until now, he hadn't even taken a half step out of here. Was this spatial warping? If space was linear, then a distortion could force it into a closed circle. Although he thought that he would always travel in a straight line, the truth was that he was always revolving around a circle, finally returning to the beginning. But now, Lin Ming had a very high understanding into the concept of space. He could feel that although the power of space surrounding him was violent, there actually wasn't any sign of distortion. This just what was going on. Could this be? Lin Ming was suddenly surprised. Could this be time? When he entered the space storm, he had felt that something was wrong with the flow of time. After adjusting to it a bit, he thought that he had adapted himself to the twisting time within the space storm. But could it have really been so easy? This cage was ahead of the dimensional fragment cage. Without a doubt, it should be much more difficult to break. Could the concept of time here really be so simple? As Lin Ming thought about it, he could feel a chill crawl up his back. Time was even stranger than space. This sort of strange and unknown phenomenon had always caused people to feel fear. Even Lin Ming was no exception. For years, Lin Ming's understandings towards the concept of space had been constantly deepening, but the concept of time had always lagged behind this. So it turns out that this cage is not a space storm, but rather a time cage. The space storm is merely an illusion. The real killer is the time trap inside. What is going on? Why do I feel that I've already adapted to the time, but yet something so strange is happening? It's as if Lin Ming's mind moved. He continued to move forwards in this vortex of space, but every time he did, so he would return back to where he started. A light went off in Lin Ming's mind. He turned around and looked at all the space fragments floating around him. These space fragments were constantly smashing into each other and breaking, but even after such a long time, these space fragments were still at the same size. None of these space fragments had broken. Was this? Time was returning to the start. It wasn't a distortion of space, but rather that time was returning to a 0 point. How weird! My thoughts haven't come under the influence of this rewinding time, but it's just that my position is returning back to the start. Lin Ming felt like his thoughts were in a mess. Without a doubt, he was in a cage where space and time mixed together. Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of space was enough, but it was his understandings towards the concept of time that was lacking. He no longer moved, completely calming and focusing his mind to perceive the intangible time cage around him. Time was much more abstract compared to time. One could sense space, but time was completely insubstantial. Regardless of his eyes or his perception, it was impossible to sense. As Lin Ming was calming his heart and feeling the flow around him, he was also dodging the space fragments. Like this, a day passed. At the start, Lin Ming had to use movement techniques to avoid the space fragments, but afterwards, he was almost completely fused into the space itself. A space fragment shot towards him like a knife. Lin Ming's body was like a wisp of flame in the wind, easily avoiding this space fragment, as if he wasn't consciously dodging, but instead using the power of space to push these fragments away. Lin Ming had already fully fused with the power of space. Chaotic images constantly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Time was only the change of all things, an illusion of thoughts and consciousness. When the flow of time changed, that was only changing the conscious perception of the change in all things. It wasn't that I was in a different dimension of time constantly returning to the start, but rather my own mind falling into a maze of time, making me unable to realize what direction I was going in. I thought that I was going forwards, but the truth was that all my efforts were only an illusion. So no matter how I ran, I was only running in the same place. Time could flow backwards, it could be confusing, but it could not alter the heart of a martial artist. Ward my heart of martial arts to break this maze of time. In that moment, Lin Ming seemed to touch upon the source of time itself. Although it was only for the briefest of moments, it had still been there. Lin Ming opened his eyes, no more confusion clouding them. He still hadn't moved, and the space storm was twisting around him still, the flow of time in disorder. Time was originally a conscious illusion of all things towards change. In order to break this maze of time, Lin Ming didn't need to move a single step. What he needed to do was to remove the illusion and demons in his heart, revolving the samsara martial intent. Lin Ming's spiritual sea became bright and clear. At that moment, as he stood in the chaotic maze of time, he saw the correct path out. Without any hesitation, Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and quickly advanced forwards. In the space storm, as the space fragments danced in the air, Lin Ming rapidly and smoothly passed over them. He was as flexible as a fish, as if all of these fatal dangers in his path were only there to contrast his vibrant grace and splendor. Lin Ming's footsteps grew faster and faster, and his mind became more and more clear. After a time, he saw the world brighten with light as the space storm opened up before him. In the next moment, he was suddenly in a pure and tranquil white world. This time, the space around him was normal. As the cage of time and space collapsed, the space fragments flew back into the space cracks, patching them up in perfect order. Like that, all of the space cracks and space fragments vanished, everything returning to serenity. Lin Ming helplessly watched this scene unfold, horrified to the extreme. The power of space could actually be used to such a ridiculous level and in such an ingenious way. What sort of understanding towards the concept of space did one have to achieve in order to reach this level? It was hard to imagine. At this time, a voice entered into Lin Ming's mind. "I congratulate you for breaking through the final cage, the cage of space and time. Thus, you have succeeded in breaking past the 13 cages. There is only one path remaining, the Road of Emperor." Lin Ming was surprised to hear this. Was the Road of Emperor a part of the king's cage? Whoosh! A door of light appeared out of thin air, shimmering like mercury. This is the conclusion to the king's cage. The time of your trial was 108 days. You do not yet have the ability to pass the Road of Emperor. Now, I grant you your reward for successfully passing the king's cage. Reward? Lin Ming was shocked. There was also a reward. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the surrounding heavenly demon force field collapse around him, flushing into his body like a tide. This sort of feeling was like his body was about to suddenly burst. Lin Ming stuffily coughed, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 593, Azura of the Heavenly Demon Martial Intent. Chapter 593, Azura of the Heavenly Demon Martial Intent. Pung! The purple comet spear struck the ground. Lin Ming was only barely propping himself up with the spear shaft. His entire body groaned, and it felt like he was about to burst apart at the seams. His meridians were nearly to the point of exploding. With the entire heavenly demon force field entering into his body, the pressure could be imagined. Luckily, he was strong enough. If an ordinary martial artist were to suddenly bear such a great pressure, their entire body would splatter. But then again, could an ordinary martial artist break through 13 space cages and arrive at this stage? Once the heavenly demon martial intent from the entire area completely entered Lin Ming's body, it then took his body as the epicenter and radiated outwards. The pressure in space suddenly reduced. Lin Ming checked his body and only found that his true essence was swelling forth like a surging tide, much more formidable than it was before. These past days, Lin Ming had constantly been under the heavy pressure of the heavenly demon martial intent. Although he gradually adapted to it, it was true that his soul, true essence, and body were all being greatly suppressed. He had to expend an abundance of energy in order to resist the pressure. Now that the pressure suddenly vanished, he felt his entire body filled with strength, his body as light as a feather and his true essence vast, and flooding forth like it would pour out of him. My strength has been suppressed for so many days now. It's only now after it's been freed that I realize I've grown formidable to this degree. Lin Ming clenched his fists in happiness. What he wanted the most now was to find a well-matched opponent and have a magnificent match, using every ounce of his strength. This feeling was amazing. But there was also the heavenly demon force field. Lin Ming could feel that the heavenly demon force field that had been within this space had engraved itself into his soul, although the range and power of this force field was much weaker than it had been in the king's cage. The foundation of it was laid down, and the heavenly demon force field's seed had been planted. As long as he grew stronger, the heavenly demon force field would grow with him too. This is the heavenly demon martial intent. Lin Ming asked, "This is the first form of the heavenly demon martial intent. Azura. Now it has been given to you." Azura? Lin Ming paused, confounded. According to this meaning, the Azura martial intent was just a single form of many. The heavenly demon martial intent is not just a single martial intent, but the fusion of 3 secondary martial intents. Just obtaining one of these martial intents will show limited effects. If you can obtain all 3 martial intents and fuse them together, then you'll be able to recreate the heavenly demon martial intent. With this martial intent alone, you can instantly kill the so-called emperor powerhouses of your world. What? Lin Ming was stunned. With just a martial intent alone, he would be able to instantly kill an emperor-level powerhouse. From the sound of his voice, it was filled with nothing but disdain to the emperor powerhouses of the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent. Truly, there was some alarming and terrifying force hidden under the polar sky split towers. A mere claw wiped out 12 emperor powerhouses. That was definitely the qualifications to look down at the world with contempt. Even so, Lin Ming found it hard to accept using just a martial intent to slay emperor-level powerhouses. This was just too strong. If I fuse 3 kinds of martial intents now, can I kill an emperor-level powerhouse? Lin Ming thought this was a fantasy. If this heavenly demon martial intent was so powerful, then weren't the ethereal martial intent and samsara martial intent he perceived before nothing but jokes? It's impossible for you to fuse the complete heavenly demon martial intent. The voice flatly denied Lin Ming. Your strength is far from enough, not mentioning fusing 3 kinds of martial intents, but it's impossible for you to even collect them all. After Lin Ming heard this, he couldn't help but ask, after the king's cage, I can obtain the first form of the heavenly demon martial intent, Azura. If I condense a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, what form of the heavenly demon martial intent will I receive then? The voice said, if you can condense a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then you will be able to receive the second form of the heavenly demon martial intent, Death God. Death God? As Lin Ming heard this, his heart chilled. Forming a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo truly required unending slaughter. Although the number of people he needed to kill wasn't too many, none of these people were the average commoner, but the most outstanding young, heroic youths of their time. Among these, there were some people that would step foot into the life-destruction realm if they didn't die. Perhaps they even had hopes of becoming a peerless emperor. It could be said that in order to complete the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, the road he walked over involved stepping over the corpses of 100 potential life-destruction powerhouses, or even emperor-level powerhouses. Currently, Lin Ming was only a peak 6-winged heavenly demon. Any of those geniuses that had died by his hands could be a peerless young leader of a 5th-grade sect. Besides the Death God martial intent, what is the 3rd martial intent? How can I obtain it? The 3rd martial intent is the Prime Emperor. Through the Road of Emperor, you can obtain the 3rd form of the heavenly demon martial intent. Then, whether or not you can fuse the 3 martial intents together will all depend on your own perception and lucky chances. Road of Emperor. Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath. He had heard that those who could pass through the entire Road of Emperor would already be equivalent to Emperor-level powerhouses. If an Emperor-level powerhouse fused Azura, Death God, and Prime Emperor, all three forms of martial intents into one, then couldn't they kill another emperor powerhouse on the same level with just a thought? Would it be that easy? Even jumping ranks to kill others wouldn't be difficult. It seemed that what this voice described wasn't exaggerated, but rather a conservative estimate. Are you a temple spirit? Lin Ming suddenly asked. When he entered the divine phoenix mystic realm, he had also met a temple spirit there. The temple spirit had originated from the so-called spirit race. All things had spiritual powers, whether it was the mountains, plants, earth, rivers, or streams. The mysterious temple spirit of the divine phoenix mystic realm was a spirit bred from a rock that had passed through countless years. Its lifespan was like a rock, too, and could sleep for long periods of time. These spirits were often used to guard trial sites and other appropriate places. The voice was silent for a moment before saying, "Yes, I am from the stone spirit race." So it was true? Lin Ming was dumbfounded. If so, then this fellow could have lived for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then tentatively asked, "Senior Temple Spirit, I was wondering whether or not you could tell me what happened in the eternal demon abyss tens of thousands of years ago. Currently, what else is inside of the eternal demon abyss? Who created the 12 sky-split towers? How were they created? And for what purpose?" "I apologize. I am unable to tell you," the temple spirit refused to say. Lin Ming secretly thought this a pity, but he also expected an answer like this. The eternal demon abyss most likely involved some massive secret related to the ancient times. It was truly rude for him to ask such questions. "I'm sorry, Senior. I was rude. This experience, I would like to thank Senior Temple Spirit for watching over me." "You do not need to thank me. I was only doing what I needed to do. Leave now. I wish to sleep," the temple spirit said before directly disappearing. Now, there was only Lin Ming left in the empty space of the king's cage. Lin Ming turned his head to see a transmission light door. Without a doubt, the space at the other end of this door of light was blocked. Space blocking array? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a devilish smile. He didn't ask the temple spirit to help him in breaking apart this space blocking array, because he had confidence he could do it himself. As long as he had a transmission array leading to the area of the space blocking array, breaking it was not hard at all. Sky Split Tower, 3rd floor, Special Practice Area. In the Great Hall of the Special Practice Area, there was a massive array laid out. This array formation had been prepared 2 days ago, and it formed a shining, hazy light barrier. It isolated all investigation from the outside, so it was near impossible to find out just what was in there. Every day, there would be martial artists that passed in and out of the special practice area. They would naturally see this curtain of light and be curious of what was happening within. "I heard that there is a problem with the king's cage. The 12 high lords have requested for someone to come repair it. A while ago, I saw this weird little old imp enter into the light barrier and stay there for several days. I think that old imp might be an array master." Outside of the light barrier, for martial artists were gathered together. Among them, a giant demon martial artist was casually speaking. "Repair the king's cage? How is that possible?" Another martial artist curled his lips in disgust. "These are ancient relics of the past, let alone repair them. It's impossible for us to even destroy them. People like us were already lucky enough that we can obtain some fortune and lucky chances from the king's cage. Study it? Repair it? What a joke!" "But that old man is definitely an array master. Not just that, but he is also a famous one. His abilities are not minor at all. If he isn't here to repair the array formation, then why would he stay around the king's cage for so long? What is he messing with in there?" "Who cares what he's messing with? What I want to know is when the king's cage will open again. Ever since Lin Ming went in, the king's cage hasn't let anyone else enter. It's been nearly 4 months now, and Lin Ming has been dead for such a long time. Yet the king's cage is still out of use. Just how long will it be sealed for? I agree. Our high-quality practice resources were sad to begin with, and most of them were given to the heavenly demon 7 stars that pledged loyalty to the High Lords. Now that another one has been sealed off, it means we have one less practice resource. I think there are idiots who still believe Lin Ming is alive. That Lin Ming was just too arrogant and conceited. What an idiot. With his cultivation and strength, he had the ability to enter the top 10 ranks of the 3rd floor. But now he actually died in the king's cage. How pathetic. Too much time had passed. Slowly, the martial artists of the 3rd floor had tired of talking about Lin Ming. After 85 days or so, most everyone thought Lin Ming had died, but there were still some stragglers holding out on some faint hopes that he was still alive. At that time, those that thought Lin Ming had died naturally tossed out all sorts of insults and taunts. As for those that thought Lin Ming hadn't died yet, they were mostly human. Their heated arguments continued, and soon it had been 100 days. At this time, even those that were convinced that Lin Ming could create a miracle were forced to shut up. The proud and giddy giant demons and imps naturally had to humiliate the humans. All sorts of nasty words were spat out. These days, the faces of the humans here were just swollen. Every day was filled with bullying. There were many human martial artists that were thinking of leaving Skysplit Tower. For instance, Mook Gu, he was already packing up his bags. This wasn't because their faces were beaten, but because the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower already exceeded the limits of most of the humans' potential. They could barely linger on here in pitiful shape. If they continued to stay here, then there was a high chance they would die too. As the topic of being able to bash the humans' faces was raised, these 4 giant demon and imp martial arts began to laugh. This sort of funny event naturally generated a burst of excited discussion. As the 4 of them were talking, the barrier of light behind them gently quivered for a brief moment. What's going on? A giant demon martial artist turned around to look at the light barrier. The light barrier trembled from time to time, the movements becoming increasingly intense, as if something were happening to it. Is the king's cage finally opening again? An imp said, his heart happy. Chapter 594. Return with a blood sacrifice to this spear. Chapter 594. Return with a blood sacrifice to this spear. The light barrier array formation within the special practice area was only there to deceive the eyes and ears of others. These days, an old imp man was actually within the light barrier. He was a Ray master that High Lord Heian had personally invited over. Suok Gu was familiar with ancient array formations. This great space locking array was naturally of his own making. The great space locking array formation could only last for 4 months, but just in case, in order to prepare for all possibilities, High Lord Heian had invited Suok Gu to come and reinforce the array formation before it expired. For the first arrangement, and then the following reinforcement, High Lord Heian had given Suok Gu 6,000 high-grade blood demon crystals. This was 6 large chests brimming with crystals. It was absolutely a great wealth. Thinking of this, Suok Gu grew excited. An array master was a profitable career, but at the same time it was also a career where one feverishly burnt through money. All of those precious array discs, array flags, materials, ancient array formations, jade slips, which one of them wasn't sold only at astronomical prices. Because Suok Gu was wounded during his youth, his cultivation wasn't too high. This was also the reason that it wasn't easy for him to earn blood demon crystals. With this wealth, he had enough to keep himself well supplied and happy for a long period of time. As Suok Gu thought of this, he chucked his wrinkled face scrunching together like a scrunched-up pile of black pigskins. His actions became more and more lively. Array symbols flew from Suok these hands like golden leaves, floating into the air. High Lord Heian is really taking this Lin Ming boy seriously. He isn't relaxed that my array formation already lasts 4 months, but even wants it to last for 8 months. Although High Lord Heian hadn't clearly stated the reason why he wanted this great space blocking array here, Suo Go was not an idiot, nor was he deaf. He naturally heard the martial artists of the 3rd floor talking about Lin Ming, and he was able to instantly understand the situation. The reason that High Lord Heian had asked him to come and set up this array was in order to seal Lin Ming within the king's cage. This was a truly incredible and serious act. A High Lord had personally handed down this order, and had also used such a roundabout method to accomplish it. Obviously, this Lin Ming was not ordinary at all. As soon as this caught Suo Ji's attention, he learned that Lin Ming was actually a title de jure. This was only the 4th title de jure in 10,000 years. This was truly in existence from legends. Boy, don't blame me. My array formations are based upon the ancient principles, for you to die under them, and also have High Lord Heian care so much about you that he is willing to part with 6,000 high-grade blood demon crystals. This should be enough to have you die in peace. All I can do is make the coffin ure in a bit more refined. Suo Go licked his lips. In his life, he had been able to use his array formations to kill a title de jure, a person who in the future would become a top human emperor, a proud son of heaven amongst his generation. Just thinking of this filled Suo Go with a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps he might be recorded down in the history of the imps and array masters. Because of injuries, he hadn't been able to break through to higher martial arts realms. But if he could still leave behind such an infamous reputation to go along with his Tao of array formations, then that was enough for him to be proud of. Filled with satisfaction, he began to draw up the next golden array symbol. As he was about to complete this array symbol, the array formation suddenly trembled. This was followed by the sudden, inexplicable collapse of an array symbol. Pung. Suo Go was surprised. If this array symbol shattered here, then there would be problems. This meant that there would be a giant hole in this part of the array formation. What happened? Suo Go twisted his eyebrows together. Was it possible that there was some problem with the king's cage? If some violent space turbulence broke out from the king's cage, then it wouldn't be surprising if it affected this space blocking array. Suo Go shook his head. He raised his head, about to draw up another array symbol to replace the broken one. But just as he was about to finish, sudden ringing sounds filled the air. Pung, pung, pung. 3 array symbols continuously disintegrated. Suo Go stood there, dumbfounded. It seemed that this violent space turbulence was not minor. He was about to redraw the broken array symbols when suddenly, pung, 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 pung. The sound was like raindrops hitting a bucket. The array symbols in the formation began to burst one after another. Soon, this entire section of array symbols would completely collapse. Unlucky! Suo Go cursed. He had spent most of the day drawing up this group of array symbols. Should he redraw it? This required more materials, as well as a massive amount of energy. As he was growing angry about this matter, he heard a loud series of explosions. Nearby, a second section of array symbols was also breaking apart. Then, as the sound of explosions still lingered in the air, in just a few breaths of time, Suo Ji's entire great array completely broke apart. The power of space here that was sealed soon returned to normal. The entire space blocking array had failed. Suo Go paused. The large array had failed. What the hell? Was this really caused by chaotic space flows? Suo Go didn't know why, but an ice-cold feeling filled him. From the soles of his feet to his thighs to his waist, and straight into his spirit, he felt a terrifying and unexplainable chill. It had been just shy of 4 months. Even if the large array failed, that Lin Ming should still have died. Suo Gu was frightened. He hesitated for a moment about whether he should immediately report this matter to High Lord Heian, when a sudden portal of blazing blue light shimmered into being within the empty void. Transmission gate. In that moment, beads of sweat dripped down Suo Ji's forehead. Could it be? Calm down, calm down. He might not be able to deal with me. As Suo Gu thought this, he turned around to run away. He wanted to run out of the special practice area and inform High Lord Heian of this crazy change of events. But at this moment, he felt like his own speed had slowed down by an infinite amount. He was obviously running forwards with full-throttle desperation, but he couldn't even manage to move a tiny step forwards. This strange feeling horrified Suo Gu. Suo Gu felt his knees weaken. He felt like a mortal standing in front of a tiger cage. And now, that cage had been opened. Bastard. Suo Ji's eyes turned red. He turned around and suddenly waved his arms. An array disc came shooting out from him, heading straight towards the shining door of light. However, before the array disc could even close in, there was an echoing kacha as the array disc was shattered apart, turning into powder. Right after, a radiant spear light shot out from the door of light, thrusting straight towards Suo Gu. Ah! Suo Gu roared and extracted a keen sword from a spatial ring, wanting to cut that spear light in half. But he was too slow. He had fallen into a whirlpool of time. It was impossible for him to break free. In that instant, Suo Gu fell into despair. He had just lifted the sword in his hand when the spear light reached him, shooting straight between his eyebrows. Ah! In front of Suo Ji's horrified eyes, the spear light easily pierced through his bodily true essence. It shot through between his eyebrows, smashing apart his spiritual sea and crushing his brain before exiting right through the other side, carrying with it a rain of blood and brain fluids as it directly impacted the light barrier array formation. Chila. The light barrier was almost torn in half. Suo Ji's eyes had glazed over, becoming completely empty. In the last moments of his life, he had seen a young man, wearing ripped-up blue robes with long hair hanging down to his waist, stepping out of the transmission gate. His eyes were as sharp as the thunder of the highest heavens. His aura was as chilling as the 9 silent layers of the endless abyss. Seeing this youth, Suo Ji's soul froze, like he was a mortal lying naked in a snowstorm, feeling nothing but a bone-freezing cold. This was also Suo Ji's last thought. Ha! The king's cage has finally opened. It should be time for this father to go. Heh, just look and see how awesome this invincible father's might is. I will stay inside for 20 to 30 days in a single breath. Outside of the light barrier array formation, the 4 giant demon and imp martial artists were happily talking about past events of Lin Ming and the King's Cage, making fun of the humans of Skysplit Tower as if they were nothing but worthless clowns. They didn't know what was happening in this array formation. This light barrier array formation was purposely arranged to isolate the senses of others so that they couldn't see or hear what was happening inside. Naturally, a High Lord of Skysplit Tower wouldn't want it known that he was deliberately killing the outstanding, heroic youths. Now, as these 4 giant demon and imp martial artists saw a large chunk of the light barrier ripped apart, they thought that the King's Cage was finally being opened for use again. It's finally over. F***CK. We've waited such a long time. What bad luck. The King's Cage can only be entered once in a lifetime. The average person can only go in for several days. And even that abnormal freak Feng Shen only lasted 28 days before he was forced out. But that idiot Lin Ming actually died as soon as he went it. I don't care if he died, but it actually delayed us for so long. F***CK. I've never seen someone so dumb before. It's truly a work of art. How stupid he was. An imp martial artist cursed out loud. Another martial artist smiled and laughed. Ha! He was really stupid to the extreme. But hey, at least he also gave us a lot of fun. As he spoke here, his next words caught in his throat. He looked numb at the torn light barrier in front of him. First, his face twisted like he had seen a ghost. Then, surprise, disbelief, confusion, fear. All of these emotions flashed plain on his face. He stared blankly on as a young man with shredded blue robes and waist-long hair stepped out from the torn light barrier array formation, taking one calm step at a time. The ruined light barrier was pushed aside by him as easily as if it were a spider's web. The imp martial artist's expression instantly twisted. Lin Ming! In an instant, all four martial artists stood dumbfounded, scared stiff on the spot, as if they were all statues. How is this possible? Almost 4 months, 108 days, and Lin Ming was still alive. Heavens! The 8-Fall War Emperor had stayed in the king's cage for 60 days, and that was already the record for the last several thousand years. How could anyone actually stay inside for more than 100 days? As Lin Ming glanced at these four martial artists, he casually put out a hand. Atop his palm, blood-drinking seals wildly danced in the air. Tides of killing intent recklessly gushed out. What do you want to do? The imp martial artist who spoke was unnerved. Don't be afraid. This is a fighting-restricted area. He wouldn't dare to do anything to us here. The giant demon who seemed to be the leader of the group said, according to the rules of Sky Split Tower, fighting was prohibited within the special practice area. Violation of this rule would lead to the enforcement team coming to kill you. Lin Ming didn't speak. As he neared one step at a time, his Azura martial intent unconsciously spread out. Heavenly demon martial intent. Azura form. Its most powerful aspect lay in the pressure of its force field. The four martial artists felt as if a mountain range had come crashing down on them. All of the true essence in their bodies was suddenly stifled. What are you doing? If you do anything to us, then the High Lords will sentence you to death. The giant demon martial artist's words were brave, but he was actually close to fainting in his heart. High Lord! Lin Ming's lips curved up. In this smile, there was a somewhat fierce and wicked flavor to it. Are you defying the High Lords, the martial artist spoke to hear when a sudden zooming sound filled the air. A bloody light flashed, blood-drinking seals shooting out. Ugh! The giant demon stunned. Cries stopped in his throat. He felt dizzy, and then saw the ground getting nearer and nearer even as his body went further away. His head was like a rubber ball as it rolled onto the ground. Chapter 595, Sacrifice to My Saber. Chapter 595, Sacrifice to My Saber. Here, a fountain of blood erupted 20 feet into the air. The giant demon's eyes were as large as brass bells. He stared at Lin Ming, his eyes and mouth twisted, his last expression pained, and unable to die in peace. Lin Ming. All the other martial artists were scared silly. Lin Ming had killed someone, and in an area that prohibited fighting, everyone split up and run. Wait for the enforcement team to come. A martial artist suddenly shouted. After all, he was someone who had experienced countless slaughters on the edge of life and death. Although he was afraid, he could still stay calm. An imp martial artist ran away quickly as he pulled out a sound-transmitting talisman, readying to send a sound transmission to the High Lord responsible for the enforcement team. However, as he was preparing to light his sound-transmitting talisman, he suddenly felt his speed slow down, everyone lagging around him. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't run quickly. This sort of feeling made him go crazy. As he pinched the sound-transmitting talisman with one hand, he didn't even have time to use it before he felt something ice-cold behind him. He watched helplessly as something shot out from his chest, right over the position of his heart, causing a spray of blood to follow behind it. This terrifying speed formed a sharp contrast to the slow movements he was mired in. His body softly plopped to the floor. A pool of blood quickly formed around him. The three escaping martial artists were instantly killed by Lin Ming. Even from the time that he had killed the giant demon martial artist, killing these four had only taken several breaths. Lin Ming, you killed me. You will die too. The imp martial artist hadn't died yet, still on his last breath. His heart was completely broken, and blood welled up from his body. He clenched his teeth as he spat out this final threat, but he didn't find any trace of panic on Lin Ming's face, only finding a cruel sneer and ridicule there. Pung! A foot crushed his throat, and the imp martial artist stopped breathing. Of these 5 people that had died, 4 of them were challengers, and all of them were strong seniors. After they died, the infernal energy on their bodies began to dissipate, forming fierce heavenly demon phantoms that rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly humphed. The heavenly demon force field erupted. 4 heavenly demon phantoms were directly crushed to smithereens by the force field, turning into pure infernal energy that flowed into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming was a peak 6-winged heavenly demon. Since these 4 challengers were all characters that could enter this special practice area, the amount of infernal energy they had was no less than Lin Ming's. 4 forces fused into one and instantly rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. It rushed forwards with a menacing aura, vowing to swallow Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming coldly snorted. The samsara martial intent revolved, twisting this tempestuous energy into shreds. The infernal energy finally scattered completely and began to slowly be absorbed by Lin Ming. The heavenly demon tattoo on his arm rapidly formed a 4th pair of wings. The blurred outline of the wings became increasingly distinct. Finally, it reached the early 8 wings before ceasing to grow. An early 8 wings was almost at the standard of the heavenly demon 7 stars. Taking a long breath, Lin Ming shook his head, his heart brimming with an irrepressible killing intent that was impossible to satiate. Although Lin Ming had the samsara martial intent and was able to defend his heart and mindset after all these long years of killing and death battles, it had formed an incorrigible bloodlust that was hard to alleviate. Not just that, but he had also been stuck within the king's cage for an entire 108 days, constantly having to withstand the massive pressure of the heavenly demon force field. His spiritual and mental concentration had been highly tense the entire time, and all of this was thanks to the plotting of the 12 High Lords. If he didn't just happen to have the nameless divine pill and the demon god bone, both with energies that were polar opposites of each other, and having the lucky coincidence that they would battle each other and open the 8 inner hidden gates, then Lin Ming would have likely died in the king's cage. This grudge, hostility, and killing intent had all been suppressed for a long time. Now it had instantly erupted, affecting Lin Ming's mindset for a brief period. Lin Ming took the spatial rings from the 4 dead martial artists and also used their blood essence to form new blood-drinking seals. Then he tossed a ball of fire at them, burning their corpses to ashes. Stepping out of this room, Lin Ming opened the heavy stone doors and came into the great hall of the special practice area. The hall was very broad, shaped like a square that was 1,000 feet wide and long. The one-armed deacon, Bai, was busily attending to a few people. In that brief battle just now, because it had been too short and there hadn't been any loud earth-shattering sounds, these factors coupled with the spells that covered the stone door made it so that the martial artists outside hadn't noticed anything. As the stone door rumbled open, Deacon Bai looked in surprise towards the direction of the stone gate. He saw a single young man with tattered blue robes, waist-long hair, and an expressionless face stepping out. Then, Deacon Bai turned completely stunned. With him, the few other martial artists in the room also fell into a stupefied daze. Lin Ming, after fusing with the heavenly demon martial intent, Lin Ming's body was constantly releasing a pressuring aura, whether he was doing it intentionally or not. This made it so that when someone looked at him, they felt their hearts gripped and found it difficult to breathe. At this point, this pressure had unknowingly enveloped the entire hall. The few people in there suddenly fell silent. Lin Ming hadn't died yet. He had stayed in the king's cage for almost 4 whole months. He was still alive. News of Lin Ming's return spread through the entire Sky-Split Tower like a twister. Everyone, whether they were human, giant, demon, fae, or any other race, were all completely shocked. This was beyond all results in history, beyond all results that would be in the future. This was completely unprecedented from ancient times until now. The 8 Fall War Emperor had only been able to stay in the king's cage for 2 months. The Netherworld Azura, a month and a half. Of these 2 people, the Netherworld Azura went missing afterwards, and his achievements became unknown. But the 8 Fall War Emperor had become an Emperor-level Supreme Elder, even as he had the qualifications to look down on all other Emperor-level powerhouses at his level. It had to be known that each and every person that reached the boundary of an Emperor was a peerless, heroic youth of their era, each of them undefeatable Emperor-level talents. Not just that, but there were even great disparities among those at Emperor level. Wanting to jump ranks to fight was difficult, far too difficult. Even in this case, the 8 Fall War Emperor could instantly kill an Emperor on the same level as him. And compared to someone that was a small realm or 2 small realms above him, he could still fight on equal footing with them. Such capability made one tremble with fear. Without exaggeration, in the distant future, the 8 Fall War Emperor had hope of becoming the Holy Demon Continent's #1 powerhouse. And now, the time that Lin Ming had stayed within the king's cage was actually double that of the 8 Fall War Emperor. In particular, the king's cage was more difficult the further one went. This meant that Lin Ming's talent was far higher than 2 times the 8 Fall War Emperor's. This had already surpassed the scope of imaginations for these martial artists. I can't believe this. Mook Gu, who was already planning on leaving Sky-Split Tower, began to mutter to himself. He thought that he had fallen into a dream. 1 month ago, he had still hoped every day that Lin Ming would come out, but he had always been disappointed every day. But now Lin Ming had finally come out. This had left him bewildered. That Lin Ming had actually stayed within the king's cage for 108 days in a single go. Was he even human? Sky-Split Tower, 4th floor, Road of Emperor. Ka. A stone door opened, and a black-robed imp stepped forwards from the Road of Emperor. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of black fog. His eyes were bright, and his face had a restrained ferocity and look of rapture to it. Yan Qi, how was it? Did you make a breakthrough? Yan Qi laughed. Yes, I've already discerned the profound and esoteric principles of the Road of Emperor. I can't wait to fight Fengshen now. I want to see whether or not he's still my match. Ha ha ha. Yan Qi cackled with confidence, his wild laughter filling the entire room like thunderclaps. Several months ago, he had obtained approval to enter the Road of Emperor. Although it was said that the heavenly demon 7 stars who had pledged their allegiance to Sky-Split Tower would be able to enjoy massive amounts of practice resources. As for the true core Road of Emperor, one couldn't enter it as they wished. They needed to complete tasks for the High Lords in order to be rewarded with small amounts of time to enter. Even Fengshen, who had a deep background, couldn't obtain the qualifications to enter the Road of Emperor. Entering the Road of Emperor was not minor in helping a martial artist grow stronger. The 12 High Lords feared that their servant strength would be too great, and they would then be unable to control them. Thus they placed all sorts of limits on entry. But this time, because of the events with Lin Ming, Sky-Split Tower's High Lords believed that it was necessary to enhance the strength of their subordinates in order to cultivate a powerful enough heavenly demon 7 star that could solve their problems. Maha, who was standing near Yan Qi, smiled and said, It's rare for us to enter the road of Emperor. It's true that you made a breakthrough, but my harvest might not be any worse than yours. Oh, really? No need to hurry. Wait for me to defeat Fengshen, and then I'll spar with you again. This time, I have 60 to 70% assurance that I can defeat Fengshen. Ha ha! Since you say that, then this little brother is also extremely looking forwards to it. The heavenly demon 7 stars, Kai Yang, laughed as he spoke. Yan Qi and Maha were originally 2 of the top ranked 3 within the heavenly demon 7 stars, but Kai Yang was one of the weaker ones. Although he too had gained enormous harvests within the road of Emperor, he didn't show off his abilities, instead wisely choosing to flatter the 2. However, this didn't mean that he wasn't confident in himself. What he was doing was patiently waiting until that one moment when he could amaze the world with a glorious moment so that he could obtain more respect from the High Lords as well as more resources. Perhaps I am weaker than you 2 are now, but not by much. If I can obtain another demon god bone, then I'm confident I can surpass you. When that time comes, then this father will also be ranked in Skysplit Tower's top 3. Kai Yang was happily creating his own plans, but at this moment, a sound-transmitting talisman lit up in the Great Hall, a beautiful flame flashing for a brief moment. This sound-transmitting talisman was for the 3 of them at the same time. As they heard this voice, all of them froze in place. What? Lin Ming is still alive. The 3 of them had all entered the king's cage before, and the one in there, the longest, was Yan Qi with 20-some days. They naturally knew what it meant to stay in the king's cage for nearly 4 months. How is that possible? Kai Yang mumbled to himself. This was completely unbelievable. Was the king's cage that Lin Ming entered different from the one they had entered? Was the difficulty much lower? He couldn't help but think this. The 8 Fall War Emperor had stayed in for only 2 months. Lin Ming, no matter how much of a monstrous genius he was, it was simply impossible for him to persist inside for 4 whole months. Perhaps after 2 months in the king's cage, the difficulty would begin to level out. Otherwise, Kai Yang found it hard to imagine to just what difficulty the king's cage would be after 4 months. The only one who could explain this was Lin Ming. Nobody in history had ever stayed longer than 2 months. Maha thought for a moment and then suddenly laughed, his laughs growing louder and more manic. No matter what he experienced in the king's cage, what I learned within the road of Emperor was far better. This is great. Since I've made a breakthrough in my strength, I've been looking for a good match to see just what boundary my strength has risen to. This Lin Ming has just about the right qualifications to do so. I will take him as a sacrifice to my saber. Chapter 596, to use fingers as a spear. Chapter 596, to use fingers as a spear. After Maha's words, Kai Yang also recovered from his shock. Although Lin Ming's talent was high, it wasn't enough for him to dread. For a martial artist's improvement, the king's cage fell far short of the road of Emperor. Lin Ming had undoubtedly grown stronger within the king's cage, but they hadn't been lazing around either. They had entered the road of Emperor during these past months. They were completely different levels of practice areas. How could their gains be any worse than Lin Ming's? Good. Then before my fight with Fengshen, I will fight Lin Ming as a warm-up. Yan Qi licked his lips, his eyes shining with veracity. He too was thinking of fighting with Lin Ming. Yan Qi had absolute belief in the increase of his strength. Much less they had originally been stronger than Lin Ming to begin with. Whether it was him or Maha, both of them were ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly demon 7 stars. When Lin Ming had easily killed Hong Zhong, then killed Yan, and proceeded to force Ming's son to admit defeat, the evaluation of Lin Ming's strength had steadily risen into the top 10 of the 3rd floor. This evaluation had also included, to a degree, Lin Ming's hidden strengths. easily killing Hong Zhong and Yan, who was something that even Kai Yang could achieve without revealing his true strength. Within Sky Split Tower, the difference in strength between the heavenly demon 7 stars and other martial artists was enormous. Conscious of these things, Kai Yang's mind also moved. Now that Lin Ming returned, he would be at the height of his fame and power. If he could defeat Lin Ming at this time, then he would be able to greatly enhance his own reputation. He could obtain more attention and respect from the 12 High Lords, and even obtain more resources. Speaking of which, Lin Ming had been in the king's cage for 4 months. That meant that he owed 2 matches. Kai Yang grew increasingly excited. Lin Ming had just come out of the king's cage and broke every record for the last 10,000 years. He would absolutely be brimming with confidence at this moment. But Lin Ming wouldn't know that he had entered the road of emperor, and his own strength had risen so dramatically. If he could fight Lin Ming and mercilessly beat him up, stepping on this once-in-10,000-year top talent, so that he would never be able to stand up again, then this would make his thoughts incomparably happy and smooth. Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor, Dark Day Restaurant. Lin Ming sat in an airy, open hall. He had ordered a dish of high-grade vicious beast meat, steamed fish, and a pot of millennium-aged wine. A piece of meat, a cup of wine. He was eating it all at a brisk pace. During his 108 days within the king's cage, Lin Ming had eaten nothing but dried meats and fasting pills. Although it was able to fill his stomach, it was bland, the same as chewing wax. Outside of this Dark Day restaurant, the streets were already packed full with people. A great deal of people hadn't believed that Lin Ming had come out alive and wanted to see him with their own eyes. As they saw Lin Ming calmly sitting in the restaurant, he had already changed into a new set of light blue clothes. He unexpectedly looked somewhat like a refined and elegant scholar. However, there was a strange energy field emitting from his entire body, reminding everyone here just how fearful this youth in front of them was. This aura is... A top 50 ranked martial artist of the 3rd floor looked at Lin Ming, his eyelids jumping. Lin Ming had obviously restrained all the true essence in his body, but he was still sending out a vast aura. Whether intentional or not, it was still shocking. As Lin Ming sat there, he was like a peerless divine spear, impossibly sharp. Where is this aura coming from? A martial artist's aura sounded as if it were an illusion, but it did in fact exist. In truth, this so-called aura was an energy field. Heaven and earth origin energy was a kind of energy itself. When it was gathered together, it would naturally produce an energy field. When a normal martial artist fought, their entire body would erupt with true essence, and their aura would do the same. But Lin Ming had obviously curbed his true essence, yet his aura was actually powerful to this degree. Just what was this? All the martial artists on the 3rd floor had outstanding eyesight. They also discovered this phenomenon occurring on Lin Ming's body, causing them to be startled. Lin Ming, he must have grown much stronger these past 4 months. He is truly worthy of being called someone with talent greater than the 8 Fall War emperors. How terrifying. I'm afraid that even the lower-ranked heavenly demon 7 stars might not be his match anymore. The surrounding martial artists were all talking. Those that had formerly flaunted Lin Ming's death and cracked jokes about him had all shut up. Originally, they had all firmly promised everyone that Lin Ming had most assuredly died after 80 days. But now, 108 days after entering, Lin Ming had calmly and safely come out. This was a slap in the face to all of these martial artists. At this moment, a giant demon martial artist grimaced as he said, "Lin Ming is truly fierce, but it's too much to say that he can defeat one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. The heavenly demon 7 star strength is much higher than that of all other martial artists on the 3rd floor, and I heard that Yan Qi and them also entered the road of emperor after they came out. Their strength would inevitably have risen by a large degree. I think that not even Feng Shen could be Yan Qi's match. When one reached the very end of the road of emperor, they would become an emperor-level powerhouse. This was not an exaggeration. Of course, there hadn't been anyone that had actually reached the end. Even so, the king's cage was far from comparable with the road of emperor. As Yan Qi's name was brought up, the martial artists present were somewhat scared. Yan Qi's infamy was too heavy now. He was only inferior to Feng Shen. Also, Yan Qi had pledged his utter loyalty to Sky Split Tower, so he definitely obtained more resources than Feng Shen. At this moment, there was suddenly the brusque sound of rushing footsteps. A group of armored martial artists rushed towards the front of the restaurant, pushing away the crowd. These martial artists all had the same unified armor set, and they all had a small tower embroidered over their right chest. Seeing the enforcement team suddenly appear, the martial artists were confused as to what was going on. The members of Sky Split Tower's enforcement team weren't any great talents when compared to the challengers of the third floor, but even though their talent was ordinary, all of them were on the older side. Thus, their members' true strength was equal to the upper levels of the third floor. Lin Ming quietly continued drinking, not even bothering to toss them a glance. "You are Lin Ming." The captain of the enforcement team stared at Lin Ming, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "At the entrance to the king's cage at the special practice area, after you left, one Shu Lin Feng and 2 other martial artists went missing. In addition to this, Master Suo Go was found with a hole pierced between his eyebrows. Were these 5 people killed by you?" Lin Ming put down his cup of wine and stood up. He impassively said, "That's right. He didn't plan to hide this matter to begin with, nor could he have." "Good. You openly fought in a prohibited zone, and you openly killed in a prohibited zone. It seems you have no idea of death or danger. Brothers, take him and cripple his martial arts. Ready him for judgment by the High Lords." The captain of the enforcement team shouted out, and soon several martial artists began to move forwards. Lin Ming used his fingers as a spear and swept them out. In the next moment, a brilliant spear light flooded the entire hall. Pung! The wooden doors and windows of the restaurant flew away, and every piece of furniture in front of Lin Ming exploded into pieces. Terrifying waves of air pressure forced every martial artist present to take a step back. As for the enforcement team martial artists who were swept up by that spear light, they gave stuffy coughs and vomited out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies sent flying backwards. Suddenly, the entire area fell silent. Lin Ming was crazy. He actually dared to attack the enforcement team. Chapter 597, No Backing Down. Chapter 597, No Backing Down. Sky Split Tower's enforcement team represented the 12 High Lords who would have the courage to so brazenly attack them. To attack the enforcement team meant opposing the 12 High Lords. In Sky Split Tower, the 12 High Lords were the emperors. They controlled life and death in their hands. Now, Lin Ming had just blatantly slapped the High Lords' faces. Moreover, although the enforcement team members' talents weren't too high, their ages were. They were not weak. Otherwise, why would they have the ability to enforce the law on the third floor? But just now, 5 or 6 of them had been casually struck by Lin Ming and sent flying back. To use fingers as his spear and sweep away the entire enforcement team. What a terrifying spear light. Although it wasn't even aimed at me, I still felt my heart shake. The surrounding martial artists were not weaklings, but they faintly imagined what would happen if they were to take that one strike a moment ago, and every conclusion they came to made them depressed. The majority of them had to admit that they simply didn't have the strength to resist in the face of that attack. Even if some of them thought they could resist it, they feared that they would probably suffer minor injuries. This was just Lin Ming's casual attack. He hadn't even used his spear. Lin Ming, Do you have a death wish?" The enforcement team captain burned with anger, but he was actually quaking in his heart, crying about why this was happening. He had taken his team here, but they had been instantly swept away with a single strike. Now he could only watch. He didn't dare to do anything to Lin Ming. Lin Ming hadn't been ruthless in that strike, just now. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have been severely wounded and vomited blood, but rather directly perished where they stood. If Lin Ming dared to kill people in a prohibited area, then he would dare to kill the enforcement team. The enforcement team captain had ridden the tiger, and now there was no more backing down. He simply didn't know what to do. With so many pairs of eyes looking at him, under their gaze he had been smacking around. If he walked away, then he would be shamed so much that even his grandmother wouldn't recognize him. How could he still continue to enforce the law on the third floor? He couldn't run, but he couldn't stay either. As the enforcement team captain was agonizing over what to do, the sound of noisy footsteps suddenly stirred. Turning around, he saw a troop of over a dozen warriors rush over. They all wore the same battle armor, and their individual strength and cultivation were far beyond the enforcement team of the third floor. The fourth floor guards, the martial artists, were stunned. The guards for the fourth floor were the same as the personal guard for the High Lords. Their status was also much higher than the enforcement team's. A High Lord had come. In Skysplit Tower, it had been too many years since a High Lord had been aroused. "Make way! Everyone make way!" The captain of the fourth floor guards snapped at everyone before him. Although his attitude was crude and barbaric, nobody dared to say half a word back to him. All of they gave way, lest they were slow, and blocked his path. In the center of these fourth floor guards, a black-robed imp slowly stepped out. He had a cruel smile on his face as he coldly looked at Lin Ming. This was High Lord Heian. High Lord! All of the martial artists present felt their pupils shrink. In fact, there weren't too many martial artists that had seen High Lords up close, but they could feel a faint, imposing aura emitting from him, and could correctly guess that this imp man in front of them was one of the 12 High Lords. One of the 12 High Lords, the highest existences within Skysplit Tower. "Lin Ming, this is the first time that we've met." As High Lord Heian spoke, his eyes filled with a sparkling, killing intent. At this time, Lin Ming had sat back down in the restaurant, slowly eating his meal again. He looked up at High Lord Heian and laid down his chopsticks, standing up once more. Facing High Lord Heian, his actions were sincere. "You are Heian." All of the martial artists felt their hearts tighten. Lin Ming had directly called a High Lord by his name. What arrogance! What pride! High Lord Heian's eyes narrowed as he looking at Lin Ming, his vision as sharp as his knife. It seemed as if he were trying to completely understand him, penetrating through his entire being. This boy was truly formidable. Addressing me by my name, disrespecting me, killing in the prohibited zone, even attacking the enforcement team. Your unbridled actions are far too audacious. Me? Audacious? Lin Ming smiled. Heian, wasn't it you who hired that old imp to lay down a great space locking array around the king's cage? You wanted to lock me in the king's cage and kill me in there? Hee, if I hadn't made a miraculous breakthrough inside. Then I fear I would already be dead in the king's cage. His words were relentless, combined with the Azura force field that seemed to burst out from his body. This caused his words to loudly ring in everyone's ears, causing them to tremble. What? Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. It wasn't a secret that Suo Ge had been busily working inside the king's cage these past days. Skysplit Tower's practice areas could be considered relics from the ancient times. It was impossible for Suo Ge to repair any of the array formations because he simply lacked this ability. If so, then what was he doing for so many days inside of the special practice area? Also, after Lin Ming emerged from the king's cage at Terre 108, although it was truly shocking, everyone was filled with their own suspicions. Just what had Lin Ming experienced inside the king's cage? Why had he stayed inside for so long? Thirdly, if Skysplit Tower recognized Lin Ming as dead, then why wasn't the king's cage opened again? All of these doubts were actually laid bare by Lin Ming, and all of the martial artists present realized what had happened. None of them were fools. They connected all the possibilities and were able to instantly judge that what Lin Ming said was most likely true. The 12 High Lords wanted Lin Ming to die in peril within the king's cage. But by whatever means, Lin Ming had emerged from the king's cage, with the great space locking array laid down by Sun Go, in addition to the inhumane environment inside the king's cage that only grew worse every day. Lin Ming actually stayed within for 108 days and broke out himself. Was he even human? Now that this plot was revealed by Lin Ming, High Lord Heon's complexion turned ugly. His plan to kill Lin Ming had been perfect, but he never imagined that even in this situation, Lin Ming would still be able to come out alive. Lin Ming, the reason that I asked Suo Ge to come is because I wanted him to set down a new transmission array for an improved escape talisman. This is so that martial artists that enter the king's cage can have greater chances of escaping alive. Who do you think you are, that you think you are so worthy that I would personally concoct schemes to deal with you? High Lord Heon spoke with contempt. However, no matter how disdainful High Lord Heon's expression was, there was basically no martial artist present that believed his excuse. They weren't silly children that would be fooled so easily. But although everyone understood how things were, no one dared to reveal anything otherwise. Ha ha, is that so? Lin Ming sneered, the derision in his eyes and voice obvious. High Lord Heon subconsciously clenched his fists. This matter was becoming increasingly troublesome. If he personally dealt with Lin Ming today, then he would undoubtedly be able to capture or kill Lin Ming. But he himself would be seen as in the wrong and would have been shown to be vagrantly breaking all decorum and rules. When that happened, he would be known as the High Lord of Polar Skysplit Tower that schemed and used every means possible to strangle rising talents. Polar Skysplit Tower's reputation could not withstand such damage. This damn boy. Heon cursed in his mind, but he couldn't back down at this moment. Killing Lin Ming now was no good, but letting Lin Ming leave like this was even worse. He had no idea what to do. At this moment, there were more noisy footsteps approaching. High Lord Heon turned and saw that not too far away, Yen Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang were all soaring over here. As Heon saw these three people, he was instantly overjoyed. With these three, he thought of a safe solution to all his problems. Chapter 598. 3 Continuous Matches. Chapter 598. 3 Continuous Matches. Yen Qi, Maha, Kai Yang. As these three people appeared, the martial artists present were all shocked. 3 of the heavenly demon 7 stars had simultaneously arrived. Compared to Lin Ming, none of these 3 auras were in any way inferior. As these 3 auras faintly overlapped with each other's, it even overshadowed Lin Ming's. Sir High Lord, Yen Qi slightly bowed. Whether it was because of the soul contract or resources, the always proud, Yen Qi was respectful towards the 12 High Lords. High Lord Heon nodded with satisfaction. He was happy as he noticed that Yen Qi, Maha, and Kai Yan's strengths had increased by a great deal. Fortunately, he had let the 3 of them into the road of Emperor a few months ago. Now he had soldiers at the time he needed them the most. Good. You have not disappointed me, High Lord Heon slowly said as he turned back to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, I remember then you were in the king's cage for 108 days. With some of the time from before, you should owe 2 or 3 matches now. Lin Ming heard High Lord Heon speak, and the corners of his lips curved up. What are you trying to say? You have doubted me, offended me, and falsely accused me. If I kill you now, then others will inevitably spread rumors about it, treating me in a completely unfair manner. Since this is the case, then I have a chance for you. You've just come out of the king's cage, so your strength should have risen. So, you will now finish all the matches that you owe." As High Lord Heian spoke, the martial artists present began to understand. What High Lord Heian wanted was for Lin Ming to enter the arena stage and fight the heavenly demon 7 stars. Not just that, but in accordance to the rules of Skysplit Tower, if one owed matches because they were in practice, then they would have to fight in continuous matches. There would be no rest time between them. When Lin Ming had continuously fought Yen Hu and Ming Sun, this was also a similar situation. Lin Ming had killed Yen Hu with absolute superiority, forcing Ming Sun to peacefully raise the white flag, so there wasn't even a real second match. But this time was different. His matches would be against the heavenly demon 7 stars, who would still dare to continuously fight them. Time? Opponents? Lin Ming calmly said without a hint of fear. High Lord Heian was surprised for a moment. This kid was far too confident. Even facing continuous matches with the heavenly demon 7 stars, he didn't care at all, even letting High Lord Heian arrange the matches for him. To what degree did his confidence extend to? The surrounding martial artists were all secretly shocked as they looked at Lin Ming leisurely standing. This definitely wasn't an act. High Lord Heian glowered. He coldly said, "Since you are so bold, then I won't disappoint you. 10 days from now, at the martial arena, you will fight Yen Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang. 3 continuous matches." All of the martial artists present were confused. They knew that High Lord Heian wished for Lin Ming to die, but didn't think that he would directly put out 3 continuous matches. Arguably, Lin Ming only owed 2 now. The third would still have to wait for some time. They turned towards Lin Ming, seeing if he would refuse. Lin Ming faintly smiled. 3 continuous matches? Sure. Lin Ming easily agreed, startling all the martial artists. To continuously fight 3 heavenly demon stars, especially Yen Qi and Maha, who were ranked in the top 3, was simply madness. Utter madness. Lin Ming is too reckless. It's true that he's strong, but according to some reliable sources, Yen Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang have all entered the road of Emperor, gaining experience inside for the last few months. What they gained in there is most likely no less than what Lin Ming gained in the King's Cage. And what is even worse is that if Lin Ming battled just Kai Yang alone, I'm still afraid he would be in a perilous situation, and now he wants to fight 3 of them continuously. For sure, Lin Ming just doesn't understand how strong these 3 are. Agreeing to this is just too rash. Continuous matches was an enormous test on a martial artist's true essence and physical strength. One could only win if they had an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, the longer these battles dragged on, the more exhausted they would be, and the more tired their spirit and mind would be, causing their true essence usage to accelerate. And finally, they would be defeated. Even Fengshen didn't dare to boast he could do this. There were even some that suspected that after Yen Qi entered the road of Emperor, his strength might be no worse than Fengshen's. Hee, this boy is too stupid. Yen Qi sneered. Humph, he doesn't want to walk the road to heaven, but would rather storm through the gates of hell. If you want to die, then I'll give you a hand. Maha said with ice-cold killing intent. How could he allow their heavenly demon 7 stars to be looked down on so much by a human? This fellow even thought that he could continuously fight 3 of them. Ha! Allow this little brother to take the first match. Otherwise, the little brother fears that he won't have the chance to do anything. Kai Yang said, grinning. His strength had grown by leaps and bounds within the road of Emperor, and he had finally absorbed a piece of demon god bone. His strength was incomparable to how he used to be. He certainly didn't want to miss this chance to show off his newfound strength. The only way for him to get the High Lords to pay more attention to him was this match. Not only did he need to win, he needed to do so in glorious style. Now, Even fools could see that High Lord Heian wanted Lin Ming to die. Perhaps if one of them killing Lin Ming, they would even be able to obtain a bit of demon god bone as a reward. Good. Kai Yang, you will go first. Then Maha will take the second match. High Lord Heian said, from the weakest to the strongest was the best way to arrange a squad. Haha, maybe Maha won't even need to do anything. Kai Yang cunningly smiled. Kai Yang was extremely confident in himself. Lin Ming's lips curled up. Towards these 3 continuous matches, he didn't feel much. It was true that he knew nothing about Yan Qi, Maha, or Kai Yang's strength, but all he knew was that he was absolutely confident he could defeat them. After opening the gate of healing, Lin Ming's regenerative abilities had reached a terrifying degree. 3 continuous matches? He wouldn't even care if they all came together. Let's go! With the gauntlet thrown down, High Lord Heian turned and left. His retinue of guards also drew back like a tide. As Kai Yang turned to leave, he said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, "Boy, wash your neck and wait for death. When I kill you, I'll likely be granted a demon god bone. To me, you are nothing but a demon god bone." Lin Ming didn't bother to speak again. He sat back down at his table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat a piece of meat. Eating meat, drinking wine, all of this done calmly, as if nothing had happened just now. Seeing Lin Ming eating a meal so languidly, all of the martial artists present were taken aback. He had to continuously battle Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang in 10 days. How could he be so calm? This calm was not an act. This was a death match. Who could be so calm before so many death matches? If he couldn't even live, then what was the point of putting out a front? It could only be said that Lin Ming was truly calm. In a situation where he didn't even understand Qi Yan, Maha, or Kai Yang's strength, how could he be so calm? Just how confident was Lin Ming in his own strength? News of Lin Ming's continuous 3 battles with Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang soon spread out like a tidal wave. It wasn't just the 3rd floor, but all the martial artists on the 2nd floor quickly learned this. This was truly explosive news. This would be Lin Ming's first battle since returning from the King's Cage. With the reputation of the #1 talent since ancient times on the line, the impact of this match could be imagined. Even if Lin Ming battled an ordinary top 10 challenger on the 3rd floor, it would still arouse a great amount of interest. But now, Lin Ming's matches were completely comprised of the heavenly demon 7 stars. Not just that, but it was 3 continuous matches. Yan Qi, Maha, Kai Yang, especially the first 2, their reputation sounded out like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. When Lin Ming first arrived at Sunflood City, he had already heard of Yan Qi and Maha's names. In Skysplit Tower, there were even many mortals that knew of them. And from reliable sources, it was learned that they had stepped into the road of Emperor months ago. Their current strength was incomparably to how it was in the past. It was rumored that Yan Qi was now in no way inferior to Fengshen. Even Maha had the qualifications to fight with Fengshen on even footing. At that same time, Lin Ming would be fighting 3 people. This was simply crazy. Even if Lin Ming wasn't crazy, all the other martial artists on the 3rd floor were going crazy. Every martial artist that had gone into closed-door seclusion had left their practice area, and every martial artist that had gone out for adventuring was also running back as fast as they could to watch this unparalleled battle. The prices for admission tickets had already risen to astronomical levels. Skysplit Tower, Martial Artist Service Center. Wearing blue clothes, a beautiful and delicate-looking young girl was blankly staring out a window, deep in a trance as she was lost in her thoughts. This girl was only 15 or 16 years old. Her face still had a faint hint of blossoming youth. Although her hair and face were cleaned up neatly and her clothes were also ordered, it couldn't conceal her tired and pale complexion, a constantly ill appearance that aroused the pity of those who saw her. This girl was the maidservant that had helped Lin Ming during his stay at the Martial Artist Service Center. The proprietress of the Martial Artist Service Center had originally allowed Tawaner to be Lin Ming's concubine. But for the entire 2 weeks of time, Lin Ming hadn't even touched Wana once. Afterwards, when Lin Ming had gone to the second floor, a black-caped martial artist had used her life as a threat in order to force Lin Ming into a match. At that time, Wana had known nothing about this. After Lin Ming defeated that black-caped martial artist, Su Yan had informed her of this matter. Her feelings had become incomparably complicated after learning of this. She never imagined that a challenger of Sky Split Tower would take such dangerous risks for a mere mortal. When it was learned that Lin Ming had perished in the king's cage, if there was anyone that truly felt sadness from the heart for Lin Ming, then it wasn't Mukgu, nor was it Dagu or Sunji. No, the only one who felt such deep heartbreak was Wana. Wana knew her limits. She was well aware that her path and Lin Ming's would never cross again. She knew it was impossible for her to ever serve him again, nor did she have the qualifications to stand vigil for him. Even seeing him just once more was a wild and unattainable hope. What she could only do was to worry about him from the bottom of her heart and pray for him. After it was said that Lin Ming had died, Wana found it hard to eat or drink, making her entire body thin and frail. However, no matter what, she still believed that he would come out. Now, Lin Ming had finally emerged from the king's cage, and not even 1 day later, news was spreading that he would fight Yan Qi, Ma, and Kai Yang in a continuous death match. Wana didn't understand anything about martial artists nor anything about the levels of their strength. Because she was worried, she asked Su Yan. Although Su Yan told her that Lin Ming could win, his answer had been very reluctant. Occasionally he would sigh and shake his head. This proved that, in truth, he didn't think Lin Ming's chances were good. Wana, a voice suddenly called out. Wana looked around and saw that the one speaking was Su Yan. This year, Su Yan had also entered the second floor, but he would often come back for a visit. Big Brother Su Yan, is there any news about Big Brother Lin Ming's fight? Wana's face filled with hope. The match will be tomorrow. But even if I sell everything I have, I still wouldn't be able to afford a ticket. Also, I don't have the authority to enter the third floor. Su Yan shook his head. There wasn't anything he could do besides wait for the final result. Oh, Wana lightly replied. Su Yan sighed. He wanted to say some comforting words, but he eventually didn't say anything. Continuously fighting Yan Qi, Ma, and Kai Yang, how could Lin Ming ever hope to win? Chapter 599, Fighting Kai Yang. Chapter 599, Fighting Kai Yang. On the day of the decisive battle, near the martial arena in a refined restaurant. At this time, there were only several minutes of time left before the start of the battle. Lin Ming, High Lord Heian has made it clear that he wants you to die. Why would you still accept 3 continuous matches? This sort of fight isn't even fair. Not even Fengshen would dare to be so brash. Opposite Lin Ming, Mukgu was sitting down. He was looking at a large hourglass at the side of the room while shaking his head. This hourglass had 100 scale measurements on it. Every division was a quarter hour. 1 day was just about 100 of these measurements. As the sand flowed down the hourglass, it was closing in on the halfway mark. This was also when the match would begin. Lin Ming was slowly drinking a cup of wine as he said, "The reason I agreed to this fight is because I wanted to grow my heavenly demon tattoo." Lin Ming was now an early 8-winged heavenly demon. If he wanted to form a 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then he naturally had to fight with the heavenly demon 7 stars. High Lord Heian's arrangements were what he had been earnestly wishing for. "You're also thinking of forming your heavenly demon tattoo right now." Mukgu was speechless. Lin Ming didn't seem worried about this match at all. Instead, he had been thinking about how to condense the heavenly demon tattoo. Regarding this, all he could say was, "It's time." Lin Ming downed the last of his wine, slowly stood up, and then steadily stepped away. Mook Gu shook his head and followed along. At this time, the outside of the martial arena was already packed and full of bustling noise. The martial arena of the third floor was normally a lonely and desolate place, but now there was a massive snaking line that had formed at the entrance. There were even a number of martial artists from the second floor that had come, but of course these people had special relations and access. Thus they were able to temporarily enter the third floor. Certainly, they also had to pay no small price. The martial arena on the third floor wasn't too large to begin with, and today the entire arena was packed to overflowing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that today's fight was the grandest and most exciting one that had been held on the third floor for the last 100 years. Look over there. Feng Shen. Even Feng Shen came. Some martial artists were keen of sight. They saw a white-clothed Fey youth carrying a long sword walk in, his eyes indifferent. He glanced over at Kai Yang and then stepped towards the special guest area. This white-clothed youth was the infamous Feng Shen of the third floor. When Lin Ming had battled Yan, Hu, and Ming's son, Feng Shen hadn't appeared. This was because Lin Ming's level had been far from reaching his at the time. He didn't think that in just a mere few months, Lin Ming would already grow to his own level. This sort of terrifying rate of development was horrifying. High Lord Heian. Heavens, even a High Lord has come. After Feng Shen, the next luminary to arrive was actually High Lord Heian. High Lords rarely made appearances. To personally come to the martial arena to look at a martial artist's match, well, this hadn't happened in years. Thus, from this point alone, it could be seen just how grandiose this fight was. On one side, there was the blood slaughter steps #1 talent of the last 10,000 years, who had also practiced for 108 days in the King's Cage, breaking every previous record. On the other side, there were 3 masters altogether, each of them outstanding heavenly demon 7 stars. They had also trained in the road of Emperor for months, and their strengths had soared up to unimaginable heights. Yan Qi and Maha both had the qualifications to struggle for the title of the third floor's #1 master. Such a powerful lineup of masters. 3 against 1. No matter how one saw it, the heavenly demon 7 stars were more powerful. It was true that Lin Ming must have made some great breakthrough in the King's Cage, but no matter how great a breakthrough he had, just how much better could he be compared to the heavenly demon 7 stars? After all, they had entered the road of Emperor. I think that Lin Ming can defeat Kai Yang, but against Maha, it's far too difficult. He will likely lose there. It's not likely to lose, but impossible to win. Kai Yan wasn't weak to begin with. After entering the road of Emperor, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Ming's talent is, defeating Kai Yang will likely exhaust all of his strength. How could he continue to fight Maha after that? This Maha might not be any worse than Feng Shen. The audience was loudly discussing this match. Kai Yang was standing on one side of the arena stage. As an imp martial artist, his soul force was formidable, and his perception was very sensitive. He heard all of these people's discussions. Humph, they think that Lin Ming will defeat me but lose to Maha? Do they really think I'm some sort of cannon fodder or something? Kai Yang sneered. These idiots were all clueless. They talked about the masters of the third floor, as if they understood anything, when they themselves were losers. This father was closed up in the road of Emperor for an entire month. The suffering that I've endured in there is not what anyone could imagine. You think I'll lose to Lin Ming? Just you all wait and see. As Kai Yang remembered his experience within the road of Emperor, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. But such an experience, after he had suffered through it all and bore the pain, his harvest had been great. After his leap in strength, he had been holding it all in so that he could wait for the one moment when he needed to soar. And at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly appeared. He wore blue clothes and gripped his purple comet spear as he walked up on stage. His steps were steady and he had a calm air around him. Lin Ming, you've finally shown up. Kai Yang's lips curved up in a cruel and ferocious smile. The moment to prove himself had come. With my most powerful ability, I will defeat you with overwhelming strength. I will have everyone's eyes pop out of their heads in amazement. I will have them all realize that their own judgments were stupid and wrong. CA. Kai Yang drew out his treasure saber. This saber was pure black, without even the faintest sheen. As one looked at it, it made their souls feel mired in mud. The black saber, soul extinguisher. As martial artists saw this saber, their hearts went cold. It was heard that Kai Yang's soul extinguisher saber came from the ruins of an ancient battlefield, the treasure saber of an ancient death god. Underneath this saber, countless martial artists had perished, their demented spirits trapped and sealed within. Once one was cut by this saber, their souls could be directly sliced in half. In addition to that, Kai Yang was originally an imp, part of the race that was incomparably familiar with soul attacks. With both of these factors together, their combined might was incredible. As everyone saw this soul extinguisher saber, as well as the deep and foreboding aura that rolled off of Kai Yang's body, all the martial artists that predicted that Kai Yang would lose to Lin Ming suddenly shut their mouths. Kai Yang's strength was absolutely at an abnormally freakish level. It was just that his fame had been overshadowed by Maha and Yen Qi, so others had subconsciously ignored him. Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear and calmly stood in front of Kai Yang. His aura was restrained within himself, hidden. He was like a matchless treasure spear standing proud. Kai Yan's aura that reached him was naturally split apart, having no impact at all on Lin Ming. The two stood in sharp opposition. The audience held their breath. Feng Shen had crossed his arms across his chest, his eyes fixed on Lin Ming. High Lord Heian was jeering, waiting for Lin Ming to die. There was not a single movement from the audience. It was like a sense of stillness had fallen over the entire arena, the air condensing into a heavy essence that fell over them, incomparably heavy. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ming and Kai Yang. Lin Ming, you seem to believe in yourself a bit, but in Sky Split Tower, those that are too confident usually end up dead. You do not understand the depths of my strength, yet you have agreed to challenge me. How stupid of you! Now die! Kai Yang shouted as he took a step forwards. The soul extinguisher saber formed a massive billowing storm of demon essence. A saber slashed down at Lin Ming. Demonic cloud storm. The demonic clouds turned into a violent and cruel black wind, covering the air as it swept towards Lin Ming, making it so that people couldn't see directly ahead. The surrounding martial artists all felt like a chilling wind had seeped into their bones, their hearts inexplicably turning cold. Lin Ming ignored it all as if none of this affected him, and casually thrust out his spear. Bang! The black soul storm was torn apart by Lin Ming's spear, the storm disappearing into nothingness. But as Lin Ming stood there, not a single hair on his body was affected. Only the lower hems of his robe had been lifted a bit. If you don't come with everything you have, you won't have the chance anymore. Humph! How arrogant! Kai Yang grit his teeth. He revolved his bodily true essence to the limit, and then, at his side, a long arc of black light formed. This arc of light lingered on as if it were black thunder. Kai Yang has never used this move before. Kai Yang had already been on the third floor for several years. All of the martial artists there thought they had a good grasp of Kai Yang's cultivation methods, but this move had never been displayed. It seems to be an attack move that combines a soul and material attack, fusing them together. When this is used with the might of the soul extinguisher, this might be most of Kai Yang's hidden strength. Soul attack, huh? I heard that Lin Ming's defensive abilities against soul attacks are incredible. When Lin Ming was fighting in Skysplit Tower, he had battled a number of imp martial artists all the way from the first floor to the third floor. But even so, he had never been injured once by their soul attacks, not even showing the least bit of hardship. The martial artists present were already clear about all the available information on Lin Ming. If a soul attack was used on Lin Ming, its effects would be greatly reduced. But Kai Yong still used a soul attack against Lin Ming. Was he really that confident in his soul attacks? At this time, a cover of light shrouded Kai Yong. Outside of this cover of light were wild arcs of black thunder that completely surrounded him. Kai Yong stood there, his lips curved up in a cunning and savage smile. No one knew that this move was one he comprehended from the Road of Emperor. It seemed like an ordinary soul attack, but the truth was that it contained a faint Emperor will. This was also the greatest card hidden in his hand. Let's go. I will use my strongest attack to defeat you. From this point on, I will show the world just how strong I am. Now, Sword of the Skies. Kai Yong cried out. The fierce expression on his face quickly turned crazy. Soul Extinguisher. Kai Yong suddenly took a step forwards, his body fusing together with the Soul Extinguisher saber as it became a black ray of light. As soon as Lin Ming saw this, his eyebrows shot up. This is... Stroking his purple comet spear, Lin Ming finally turned serious. But it was just a bit serious. True essence erupted from within him. 30% of the heretical god force was released. A spear thrust forth. A 3-foot-wide spear light pierced through the skies, smashing into Kai Yang's saber light like a meteor. Absolute power crashed. Around the golden spear light, countless arcs of thunder spun. Bang! The saber light broke in half. Lin Ming's spear light struck Kai Yang. Puff! Kai Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and hit the floor, cracking the tiles underneath him as well. But at the same time, a wisp of strange will drilled into Lin Ming's body like a viper, directly rushing towards his spiritual sea. This was not an ordinary soul attack, but a strange force that Lin Ming had never encountered before. This strange force wanted to tear Lin Ming's spiritual sea apart. The audience didn't have time to respond to this sudden change. Kai Yang used his saber to prop himself up. Although his face was wet with blood, a hideously crazed expression split his face. Ha ha ha! You are finished. Now that my emperor will have struck you, you will absolutely die. Chapter 600. Instant Death. Chapter 600. Instant Death. Lin Ming stood motionless on the arena stage, the purple comet spear still grasped in his hand, as if he were some stone sculpture. But in front of Lin Ming, with his entire face covered with blood, Kai Yang was laughing. How is it? Does my emperor will taste good? This scene caused the audience to be stunned. Kai Yang had spent a great deal of time gathering potential for his attack, but after his strike collided with Lin Ming's, he was the one that had been sent flying back. They thought that Kai Yang was done for, but never expected such a strange turn of events. It looked as if someone had cast a dark spell over Lin Ming. Without a doubt, this was the mystery that had been added to Kai Yang's strike just now. Emperor Will, what is that? It sounds dangerous. Lin Ming. It looks like he can't move. That Emperor Will is definitely some sort of soul attack. Kai Yang is truly worthy of being called one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. As a genius of the imp race who is skilled in soul attacks, even though Lin Ming's soul defense abilities are strong, they actually couldn't fend off this move from Kai Yang. It's too terrifying. Lin Ming was like a statue, and his bodily protective true essence was also disappearing. As long as Kai Yang cut him with his soul extinguisher saber, then Lin Ming's head would fall. did the fight, and just like this, Kai Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce excitement. The time to prove himself had arrived. The number one talent of the last 10,000 years had actually died under his hand. From this point on, he had taken Lin Ming's destiny as his own. He had borne so much pain and suffering with the road of Emperor, all in order to obtain this Emperor will. This Emperor will came from a true Emperor-level powerhouse. It wasn't something that an ordinary martial artist could withstand. Even just a single wisp would have a massive impact on one's spiritual sea. It's a pity that you can't hear what I'm saying. Who cares how strong you are? You will still die by my hands. Kai Yang roared. He took a step forwards, and then began rushing towards Lin Ming. As the surrounding martial artists saw this, none of them blinked. Mook Gu's hands were sweaty, Feng Shen was silent, and High Lord Heon's lips had curved up in a devilish grin. As a High Lord, he certainly knew how terrifying the Emperor Will was. He didn't think that Kai Yang would have been able to capture a wisp of Emperor Will to use for himself. For this fellow, there was no better cultivation method. Die with the blood of the number one talent for the last 10,000 years. I will lay down my road to becoming a demon emperor. Kai Yang flashed a manic smile. He flourished his saber, cutting straight towards Lin Ming's throat. But at this time, an indifferent voice sounded out in Kai Yang's ear. What a pity! I almost realized what this will was. If you could have waited just a moment more. This was just a gentle and light voice, but Kai Yang's soul instantly froze over, a biting cold penetrating into his farthest depths. What? Kai Yang asked, dazed. The next second, blinding purple thunder filled everyone's vision. An incomparably keen spear light spread through the entire martial arena, so sharp that people couldn't open their eyes, as if their own souls were pierced by this spear light. Bang! A thick ray of spear light thrust straight through Kai Yang's chest. Blood and flesh flew out in all directions. Kai Yang's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body thrown backwards like a rag doll. Puff! Kai Yang smashed into the floor like a dead dog, breaking all the tiles beneath him as he landed. The area on his chest where the heart was had a shockingly large hole pierced through it. His heart was smashed apart, and blood erupted from it like a crimson fountain. What? This change had occurred so suddenly that none of the martial artists present could react in time. Just the moment before, they had all thought that Lin Ming would die under Kai Yang's hand. But in a split second, the tides had turned. The frozen Lin Ming had suddenly thrust out his spear, piercing Kai Yang's heart. A simple spear strike had killed him. Although there was a factor of surprise, this was enough to prove just how great the difference was between Lin Ming and Kai Yang's strength. He ignored Kai Yang's attack and killed him instead. Mook Gu mumbled to himself. Lin Ming's strength had far exceeded his wildest imaginations. Even Feng Shen had somewhat lost his former calm. He let out a long breath and slowly shook his head. It was unknown just what thoughts were racing through his heart. Dozens of feet away, even though Kai Yang's heart had been crushed, he still hadn't died yet. He grabbed at the floor underneath his body, his black nails digging into the floor, covered with blood. Why like this? Kai Yang's face was twisted. His two beady eyes were filled with disbelief. He was unwilling. He had patiently endured soul-shattering pain within the road of Emperor for an entire month. It had simply been inhumane torture. But finally, he had obtained a wisp of Emperor will that he could use for himself. He thought that this had laid the path for him to become a demon emperor in the future. He thought that, with this, he would be able to soar into the skies and enter everlasting glory. But in just this first battle, he would die like this. The Emperor will had clearly stabbed into Lin Ming's body. So how did this happen? Kai Yang propped himself up to glare at Lin Ming. As he spoke, more blood dribbled out of his mouth. The blood, left pumping from his heart, slowly stopped, the rest draining off. He had wanted to say something, but before he could say his last words, his eyes had glazed over. Pa, Kai Yong fell to the ground, dead, and alone with his regrets. For a time, silence fell over all the martial artists in the arena. Lin Ming's victory was within expectations, but with the battle having reached this degree and so many twists and turns and reversals, they didn't have time to respond. However, what no one doubted was that Lin Ming's strength far surpassed Kai Yang's. At the special guest area, High Lord Heon's face had darkened. The emperor was actually useless against Lin Ming. Maha was also looking solemn. It was his turn to face Lin Ming. Although he didn't place Kai Yang in his eyes, for him to defeat Kai Yang without revealing the majority of his hidden strength was not necessarily possible. This boy. Maha traced the hilt of his treasure saber, his eyes filling with a brilliant killing intent. Who? On the arena stage, the infernal energy leaking from Kai Yang's body formed into a heavenly demon avatar that plunged at Lin Ming. Kai Yang's heavenly demon tattoo had been at the late eight-winged heavenly demon stage. Lin Ming pointed out his fingers, and with his fingers as a spear, a bright spear light flashed out. The infernal avatar was crushed by this spear light, turning into pure infernal energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. On his arm, the fourth pair of wings was slowly forming. Peak of a middle eight-winged heavenly demon. After Lin Ming absorbed half of Kai Yang's infernal energy, he was getting close and closer to becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming took a deep breath, slowly pushing down restlessness in his heart. A moment ago, when he was struck by the Emperor Will, he had truly come under a great impact. Even though he had the samsara martial intent, his mind had nearly fallen into illusions. Thus, Lin Ming had let the heavenly demon martial intent erupted within his body. The heavenly demon martial intent could not only suppress the body, but it could also suppress soul force. With the heavenly demon martial intent combined with the samsara martial intent, the two martial intents ganged up on the Emperor Will, forcibly suppressing it. Lin Ming had originally wanted to take this opportunity to gain some insights on this Emperor Will, but just as he had a small look, Kai Yang was already attacking. So Lin Ming had no choice but to interrupt himself and open 50% of the heretical god force, instantly killing Kai Yang. Lin Ming took Kai Yang's spatial ring and then shot the blood-extinguishing demon thunder at him, sucking up his blood essence. Now, the great desolate halberd arts techniques weren't Lin Ming's strongest killing moves anymore. But that didn't mean that Lin Ming had given up on cultivating the great desolate halberd art. This was because this cultivation method primarily used the path of slaughter in its attacks, so it gave him a great deal of inspirations. Chasing thunder, chasing sun, penetrating rainbow. These three moves were all born from the great desolate halberd art. Unconsciously, Lin Ming had stepped onto the path of fusing martial arts together, reaching the boundary of a martial arts grandmaster that created their own martial arts legacy. Using his right hand to hold the purple comet spear, he pointed it towards the floor and drew a crescent moon. Then he looked towards where Yen Qi and Maha were sitting and calmly asked, "So, who's next?" Chapter 601, Saber-Light Domain. Chapter 601, Saber-Light Domain. Kia. For a time, every martial artist's eyes turned onto Maha. Maha coldly snorted, "It's like you believe you're invincible." He moved, crossing hundreds of feet with a single step. Maha arrived directly atop the arena stage. "You killed Kai Yang. Now you think you've already won against me?" Maha's mouth twisted. He couldn't help but acknowledge Lin Ming's soul defense abilities. He had actually even resisted the Emperor Will. However, none of this mattered to him. Maha was a giant demon martial artist. His main form of combat had always been, and would always be related to violent and close combat fighting. Soul attacks were primarily the domain of the imps. He extracted the long saber from his back. Maha's saber blade was 7 feet long, and in addition to the hilt, this weapon was as long as an adult male. The saber ridge was 3 feet thick, and the weapon itself weighed no less than several tens of thousands of genes. Giant demon martial artists generally loved using heavy weaponry like this. Words are useless, let's fight. Lin Ming snapped the purple comet spear in his hand. On the spear point, electricity sparkled. Maha gripped his saber with both hands. Clouds of demon essence began to gather around him. With a cut of his saber, saber energy swept out, and wherever it went, tiles would turn into ash before vanishing to nothing. Concept of annihilation. Compared to Xing Tian, Maha's concept of annihilation was several times stronger. With just the saber wind, tiles were destroyed, and even large areas were carved out of the hardened metal ground of the stage that was supported with array formations. The saber wind blew through the arena. Luckily, all of the surrounding martial artists were masters in their own right. They quickly summoned their bodily demon essence protection to resist this saber wind attack. But as soon as this demon essence touched Maha's saber energy, it would rapidly melt away. Terrifying. Even the aftermath shockwaves are like this. A direct hit must be horrifying. Lin Ming also felt the pressure of the concept of annihilation. He wasn't a stranger to the concept of annihilation. Without a doubt, Skysplit Tower had areas where one could perceive the concept of annihilation. Xing Tian and Maha must have comprehended their concept of annihilation at this area. Heretical God Force, open, blood seal twisting murder. A spear thrust out and blood-drinking seals twisted in circles as they flew, smashing against the concept of annihilation in a furious confrontation as it released screeching, bone-aching sounds. Kacha! The saber light and spear light simultaneously exploded. Lin Ming gently floated upwards from the force, easily breaking apart the concept of annihilation. Lin Ming didn't even break a sweat. His expression was calm, and his breath was even. Although everyone had expected that Maha's saber strike wouldn't be able to do much to Lin Ming, it was still startling to see him block it so smoothly. The concept of annihilation was not an ordinary concept, but one of the highest order. No need to test the waters. Come at me with everything you have. Lin Ming lightly landed, his spear pointed straight at Maha. Insolence. Maha's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since that's what you want, let me help you. Maha held his saber against his chest as his demon essence erupted to the limit. In this light, all of the muscles on his body bulged, his veins sticking up like blue worms. A black light enveloped Maha and then instantly expanded to 100 feet. Wherever this light covered, countless saber lights shimmered. Every saber light contained the concept of annihilation. This is the saber light domain, Maha's signature move. The saber light domain was a style that emerged from the Holy Demon Continent's western regions. This was a move that used an extremely thick true essence to create countless saber energies. Normally, when a martial artist sent out saber energies, they would need to use them to attack. Regardless of what situation it was, the saber energies needed to be set free, where they would then transform into destructive power. But the saber light domain that Maha used just now was actually able to gather these saber energies and ensure that they didn't disperse, instead endlessly enveloping their body. This was a technique that was both offensive and defensive. If a martial artist were to step into this saber light domain, then they would be directly cut into pieces. The most powerful point of the saber light domain was that every time Maha used a saber strike, that strike would then fuse into the saber light domain. This meant that the saber light domain would continue to grow stronger. Seeing Maha go all out with his maximum strength, all of the martial artists present rubbed their eyes. This was the true battle. A great number of giant demon martial artists began cheering for Maha. This Maha, who could use the saber light domain, was simply a massive living meat grinder. Just who would be able to defend against this? Not just that, but in comparison to the saber light domain's amazing attack power, its defensive power was even more terrifying. Within the countless and endless saber light domain, any attack that entered would be completely minced to pieces. Ho-dash! Maha slashed out with his saber. Near him, countless saber lights were affected by the force of this saber strike. As his saber cut out, saber energies crazily flew out. This saber light domain had fused in the concept of annihilation. The saber light domain's essence was that it could cut anything within it to pieces. Now, with the concept of annihilation added on, its destructive power could be imagined. Lin Ming's expression was finally sincere. All of those that held the famous title of Heavenly Demon 7-Star had true ability. Even the weaker Kai Yang was no exception. If he hadn't ran out of luck and bumped into someone with such an abnormal soul defense, then things would have been different. But now, the Maha in front of him was even more powerful than Kai Yang. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force to 90%. Lin Ming held the purple comet spear, the sharp point flashing with sparkling thunder and thick arcs of electricity, waving around it like dancing pythons. Chasing thunder, pouring all of his will and potential into the purple comet spear. This was a killing strike created from the fusion of the concept of thunder and the great desolate halberd art. Lin Ming became one with his spear, turning into a bolt of lightning that howled forth, impacting straight into the saber light domain. Frontal collision. It wasn't just the people watching the battle, but even Maha was greatly shocked. The saber light domain could crush and cut everything. When the average person faced this ability, they would retreat and use long-distance attacks, slowly consuming the strength of the saber light domain bit by bit. How could anyone think of directly rushing in? Chila. Radiant thunder light filled the entire arena. Even the impregnable saber light domain was directly pierced through by this impossibly keen spear light. Then, the countless saber lights within the domain twined together with the spear light, sending out a series of crackling sounds. Saber light was constantly being broken by the power of thunder, but the power of thunder was also weakening at the same time. In this split second, before the audience even had time to respond, Lin Ming had turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived right in front of Maha. Humph! Anyone that rushes and has a death wish. Maha roared. Both hands gripped his saber as he slashed down at Lin Ming. Mountain-shattering strike. Maha's mountain-shattering strike truly had the ability to split apart a mountain peak. Now, this saber energy transformed into a several dozen foot wide saber light that cut towards Lin Ming. Such a magnificent and overpowering saber strike caused everyone to be inexplicably frightened. Kacha! Countless saber lights broke apart. The bolt of purple lightning that Lin Ming had turned into pass straight through Maha's saber light domain, breaking straight through the other side. At the same time, Maha's saber heavily struck the arena. Before the tiles came into contact with the blade, all of them were already shattered into fine dust by the saber energy before disappearing without a trace. The saber light smashed into the metal ground, cutting out a massive 300-foot-long fissure in the arena. The entire arena had actually been split in half by Maha's single saber strike. The audience felt their blood freezing in their veins. This saber strike was too terrifying. In the arena, a 100-foot wide and 300-foot long region had been destroyed. The floor tiles there had completely disappeared under the impact of the concept of annihilation, and in places further away, they had even turned into sand. Even the hard metal ground that was supported by array formations was cut open, leaving behind shockingly deep cracks. Everyone's eyes almost turned onto Lin Ming's body at the same time. After Lin Ming penetrated the saber light domain, He only calmly turned around, not a single hair on his head harmed. As for Maha, his complexion was pale, and a trace of blood slowly dripped down his shoulder. Maha was injured. Heavens! Even though I was so far from that terrifying saber light, I still thought I had been cut apart. But the one that was injured was actually Maha. That just now should be Lin Ming's ultimate attack. If this continues, then he really might be able to win 2 continuous battles and then challenge Yan Qi. Lin Ming is truly worthy of being called the #1 talent of the last 10,000 years. It's not wrong that Lin Ming is strong, but what I don't understand is why, although Lin Ming's spear light is extraordinarily fast, it doesn't seem all too terrifying. But on the other hand, Maha's saber light contains the concept of annihilation. You just have to look at the sad state of the arena to see how scary it is. How could it be this result if this two collide? The audience wasn't able to understand what had happened. The concept of annihilation was known as one of the highest level concepts, and this reputation was not unearned. Maha had elevated his concept of annihilation to this degree, yet when he faced Lin Ming, it was like his concept of annihilation was useless. As Maha looked at Lin Ming, his complexion was ugly. The audience couldn't understand, but he did. In truth, his saber strike just now hadn't even touched Lin Ming. When his saber cut down, he suddenly had a very strange and weird feeling surrounding him. Then Lin Ming, in a completely impossible situation, actually managed to escape the path of this saber energy. Lin Ming had only been scratched by some of the aftershocks, but these saber energy aftershocks had been far from being able to break through his protective true essence. His mountain-shattering strike had struck nothing. Lin Ming, if you really have the ability, then come and break my saber-light domain. Maha tore apart a piece of his clothes that had been ripped by his own spear light, his eyes flashing dangerously at Lin Ming. Break your saber-light domain? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Maha's demon essence was condensed to an incomparably thick state, and the saber-light domain could grow endlessly as it contained a terrifying power. Wanting to break it wouldn't be easy. Lin Ming's cultivation was far inferior to Maha's. Also, Maha was defending while Lin Ming was attacking. The saber light in Maha's domain didn't scatter. After Lin Ming's spear light pierced in, it would be constantly attacked. In this situation, it would be an extreme advantage. In this case, if he wanted to crush the saber light with absolute strength, then he would most likely need to use the power of the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming didn't want to do this. The 8 inner hidden gates was his greatest trump card. After that exchange of moves, Maha seemed to dread that strange movement of Lin Ming that had dodged his saber attack, and proceeded to throw out more saber lights around him, surrounding him even more. This way, his defense would reach the pinnacle. The saber light domain had always been a marvelous defensive ability. Now that its defensive strength had reached the limit, it was like being protected in an unbreakable golden bell. Maha had already made his decision. At worst, he would drag this into a battle of attrition. He had full confidence in the amount of demon essence he had, as well as his ability to regenerate it. Lin Ming had already seen through Maha's plans. Battle of attrition? He wasn't afraid of this, but he didn't want to. Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor was full of enemies everywhere. Lin Ming was inclined to maintain his peak condition as long as possible. He didn't want to open the 8 inner hidden gates, nor did he want to start a battle of attrition. His feet began moving, and Lin Ming slowly walked towards Maha, approaching the saber light domain step by step. What was Lin Ming trying to do? The audience had no idea. There wasn't too much protective true essence condensed on Lin Ming's body, but he was walking towards the saber light domain as if he were going to walk directly into it. Chapter 602, Another Killing. Chapter 602, Another Killing. Use his flesh and blood body to step into the saber light domain. What a joke. Such terrifying saber light was also coupled together with the concept of annihilation. Everything would be crushed upon entry. Generally speaking, a martial artist's bodily true essence protection was the same as scrap paper when faced with these saber lights. Even though Lin Ming's true essence was thick, there was a limit to what it could do. It was impossible for him to depend on his bodily true essence alone to block this storm-like attack. What he is doing? He's taking another step forwards. He wants to enter the saber light domain. In the special guest section, Feng Shun's eyes were glued onto Lin Ming. He himself had fought with Maha once. When he faced Maha's saber light domain, he didn't have any better method than to delay the battle and slowly whittle the domain away through a battle of attrition. Now, Maha's strength had obviously risen by another level, and his saber light domain became correspondingly more terrifying. To walk into the saber light domain with just their body, even a high lord would die like this. Maha also wasn't sure just what Lin Ming was trying to do. He glared at Lin Ming, his true essence revolving to the limit as he said, "If you're trying some trick, then you're looking to die." CA. With a step forwards, Maha's saber lights began to stir up strong gusts of wind that covered Lin Ming. I don't believe that you can block these hundreds and thousands of saber lights. In the second that the saber lights were about to pierce Lin Ming's body, Lin Ming lightly caressed his purple comet spear and took a sudden step forwards. The purple comet spear thrust out. Although this one spear seemed ordinary, an impossible scene suddenly occurred. Lin Ming carried his spear and seemed to pass through space itself, instantly arriving in front of Maha. He had completely ignored the saber lights, as if they hadn't even existed. What? Maha was tremendously shocked. When Lin Ming had been in the king's cage, the space storms that he had faced were many times more terrifying and deadly than this saber light domain. By using the power of space within the saber light domain, he had instantly crossed the void. Chasing sun, Lin opened up 100% of the heretical god force, thrusting his spear forwards. A brilliantly shining flame combusted in the void like a miniature sun had been birthed within the arena, between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The flame mark there began to issue a radiant light. By burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, the power of Lin Ming's chasing sun had risen to the limit. Maha didn't have time to think about how Lin Ming had passed his spear lights and appeared in front of him. He howled and summoned all the strength within his body, his saber cutting down at Lin Ming. However, as this saber came cutting down, he suddenly felt everything around him slow down. Those saber lights that were dancing in the air slowed, and even Lin Ming's spear seemed slow. But this spear, although it was slow, it was actually impossible for him to block or dodge. This was because the speed of his saber had become even slower. No! Maha raved like a madman. Demon essence erupted like a volcano within his body, and blood vessels on his arm began to burst open. But no matter how much of his bodily potential he released, he was unable to break through these shackles of time. He could only stare helplessly as Lin Ming's purple comet spear ran right through his throat. Blood gushed out. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Ming had already left the saber light domain. Behind him, Maha was blankly standing there, his eyes glazed over, and fresh blood spraying out from him. After killing Kai Yang, Lin Ming had now killed Maha. Bang! The thick 7-foot-long saber fell into the metal floor foundation, breaking it even further. Maha's tall and burly body lost all support, and he plopped onto the floor. The entire audience was in utter shock. It could be said that Lin Ming had been able to kill Kai Yang because his specialty was suppressed by Lin Ming, but when he killed Maha, it had been a true battle under fair circumstances. Maha was originally ranked third within the heavenly demon 7 stars. Not just that, but after entering the road of Emperor, his strength had increased astronomically. How could he possibly have died in such a miserable manner? Lin Ming had only entered the king's cage. And yet the gains he had made within the king's cage had far surpassed Maha's gains from the road of emperor. Just what sort of abnormally monstrous talent was this? Also, many martial artists present didn't understand. Just how had Maha died? What had happened just now? Maha's saber light domain was a technique that was both offensive and defensive. Its defensive capabilities were especially strong. With the ability to grow endlessly, it could simply be called a perfect defense. But Lin Ming had walked into that saber light domain with just his flesh and blood body, and had somehow instantly passed through space, completely treating the saber light domain as if it were nothing but air. Then, that spear thrust seemed very ordinary, and its speed seemed slow, but for some reason, Maha didn't even have enough time to withdraw his saber, and was then killed by Lin Ming. If this were a normal fight, then people might have even thought that Maha had faked it and lost on purpose. But this was a life and death battle. There was naturally no way he had allowed that to happen. Those were the concepts of space and time. Just now, in the audience, a martial artist had recognized Lin Ming's technique. That is too terrifying. After reaching the pinnacle in comprehending the concepts of space and time, can Lin Ming actually teleport? It isn't teleportation. It was only stepping forwards, using the law of space. We don't understand this law. Thus, it looks like teleportation to us. A Fey martial artist explained. As a Fey, he had a somewhat limited understanding into the concepts of space and time. In the ancient legends, it was said that those existences that had reached the utter limits of the concept of space, once they touched upon the origin of space laws, could actually teleport across vast distances. But that sort of boundary only existed in the ancient texts. These days, it was unachievable. Not even the Eightfall War Emperor had the ability to do so. The difference in talent is too great. Each of them had entered into practice areas, but Maha had entered the road of emperor, and Lin Ming had only entered the king's cage. If Lin Ming enters the road of emperor in the future, just how strong would he be then? Thinking of this, the martial artists present couldn't help but shudder. Killing Kai Yang and then executing Maha, Lin Ming had simply swept away his opposition with absolute force without allowing any of them to resist. Kai Yang's emperor will and Maha's saber light domain were completely useless against Lin Ming. At this moment, a martial artist with a deep voice said, "Don't be an idiot. It's impossible for Lin Ming to have the chance of entering the road of emperor. How could the 12 High Lords ever allow that to happen? Isn't that just taking a rock and smashing it against their own feet? The only way would be for Lin Ming to wholeheartedly pledge his loyalty to Sky Split Tower." None of the martial artists present were fools. They could all see that High Lord Heian had wanted to place Lin Ming in a death trap. This damn boy, letting him live will only mean disaster for the blood slaughter steppes. It might even mean catastrophe for the giant demon and imp races within the holy demon continent. In the seat of honor, High Lord Heian traced his ring, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Ming and the Eightfall War Emperor were two alike. In the king's cage, everyone's experience was different. Whether it was difficult or the type of cage, it was completely different for each person. But Lin Ming and the Eightfall War Emperor had both comprehended the concepts of space and time within the king's cage. This sort of chance coincidence caused High Lord Heian to feel fear in his heart. The Eightfall War Emperor's accomplishments in the concepts of space and time were exceedingly high, and he had also reached the 8th stage of life destruction. Because of these factors, no emperor powerhouse within his same level could even think of offending him. Now, Lin Ming was also the same. Moreover, what was most horrifying was that the time he stayed within the king's cage was almost twice that of the Eightfall War Emperor. If this was allowed to continue, then dozens of years later, as long as Lin Ming didn't die, he would become an emperor-level powerhouse. And several hundred years from now, Lin Ming would become nearly unrivaled throughout all the lands. And several thousand years from now, Lin Ming would have a high chance of becoming the #1 powerhouse of the entire Holy Demon Continent. When that time came, the interests of the giant demon and imp races would inevitably be severely damaged. On the arena stage, Lin Ming was calm as he took Maha's spatial ring. At the same time, Maha's infernal energy also rushed into Lin Ming's body. As someone that'd been ranked in the top 3 of the heavenly demon 7 stars, the richness of Maha's infernal energy could be imagined. As half of that infernal energy rushed into Lin Ming's body, Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo instantly promoted to the peak of 8 wings. From a 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo, the difference wasn't all that far. To reach 10 wings was possible, but to go from 10 wings to 12 wings was an extremely long and arduous process. When arriving at that level, the greatest problem would be finding a match. In order to further form the tattoo, one would have to fight with High Lords, but what High Lord would dare to fight? Not just that, but a 12-winged heavenly demon was a great taboo within the blood slaughter steps. This was because once this character became an emperor-level powerhouse, they wouldn't be affected by that mystical curse within the blood slaughter steps that killed all entering powerhouses. A 12-winged heavenly demon could return to the blood slaughter steps as they wished. This was simply a massive factor of instability. After killing Kai Yang and Maha, Lin Ming had in fact obtained a 100 winning streak emblem and earned nearly 100 slaughter points. But after reaching this level, emblem slaughter points, none of these mattered much anymore. Next, this third match was also the last match. Lin Ming against Yan Qi. Everyone's eyes turned onto Yan Qi. Yan Qi appeared surprisingly calm, without even the slightest trace of fear. When Yan Qi had entered the king's cage, he obtained the title of Earth Step Azura. Of course, when compared with Lin Ming, he was completely overshadowed. But when placed within any 5th grade sect within the Holy Demon Continent, this was actually a first-class result. Without a doubt, Yan Qi was also an emperor-level talent. As long as he could maintain this pace of progress, then it was very likely he would become an emperor-level powerhouse in the future. His footsteps light, Yan Qi slowly floated onto the arena stage like a fading autumn leaf. Without a sound, he extracted his weapon from his spatial ring. This was a black, high-grade Earth-step treasure sword. With sword in hand, Yan Qi's aura suddenly changed. It had immediately become sharp, violent, and swift. It was true that imp martial artists were skilled in soul attacks, but if anyone were to presume that they were only skilled in soul attacks, they would be making a fatal mistake. Yan Qi was an excellent example of this. He was proficient in soul attacks and also in physical attacks. Truly worthy of Yan Qi facing Lin Ming, he doesn't have the least bit of panic. This is the bearing of a true master. Don't underestimate Yan Qi. Lin Ming is strong, but Yan Qi's strength is also unfathomable. No one knows just how much Yan Qi's strength has risen within the road of emperor. Moreover, Lin Ming has already fought in 2 matches. Although it looked like he easily won them, in truth his consumption of energy probably isn't minor. Martial artists had limited reserves of true essence. When martial artists fought, they would normally start with probing moves before using their true ultimate techniques. It wasn't strange for a powerful martial skill to use 10% of one's true essence. As for a final killing move, it was normal for those to use up 20 to 30% of one's true essence. Thus, even if one easily ended their fights, they would still usually consume 10 to 20% of their true essence. If they fought in 2 straight matches, then they would only have 70 to 80% of their original true essence from when they had been in their peak form. When fighting continuous matches, unless there was an overwhelming difference in strength, it would be difficult to continue. Chapter 603, Battle Spirit. Chapter 603, Battle Spirit. Kia. Facing Yan Qi on the arena stage, Lin Ming suddenly had a strange feeling rise within him. His opponent was just casually standing there, but he seemed to be sending out some strange and invisible atmosphere. This atmosphere was different from the energy field aura of a martial artist. The aura that a martial artist could send out was able to directly pressure opponents. If a large disparity in strength existed, then it wasn't unusual for this aura to make others vomit blood, or even kill them. But this atmosphere surrounding Yan Qi was much more elusive. It obviously had no power behind it, but it still made one's heart palpitate. Soul attacks seem to be useless against you. Yan Qi devilishly smiled as he gently stroked his sword. It's just strength that comes from the will isn't limited to something so simple as soul attacks. Meet my sword. As Yan Qi spoke, his body suddenly moved. His small body became extremely light and agile, leaving only a series of blurs behind him as he flittered around. It was simply impossible for others to determine which one was real. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. As Yan Qi rapidly moved, his sword began to leave behind phantom afterimages on the arena stage. When one's speed reached the extreme, it wasn't strange for sword light to leave behind afterimages, but what was strange was that after Yan Qi's sword phantoms appeared, they didn't disappear. Instead, they remained, turning into complete swords of light. More and more light swords began to appear, dancing everywhere in the air, and weaving a net of light that came falling down on Lin Ming. Using sword light to create a net of light was something that many martial artists could do, but Yan Qi's sword light was different from that of ordinary martial artists. Atop these sword lights burned a faint and pale gray flame. These flames didn't burn, but rather gave off a very cold feeling, a frosty chill that came from the depths of the soul. What a fierce and sharp move. These light swords feel like they've already pierced my heart. Just looking at them makes me feel gripped with dread. How is this possible? No matter how powerful a sword move was, it didn't matter if it didn't hit. But currently, the sword move used by Yan Qi gave off the illusion of being pierced through. The entire arena stage is covered by these light swords. Every single angle had been covered. If I were to face this move, then I would be instantly defeated. As the martial artists in the audience began to heatedly discuss this, within the special guest section, Feng Shen was silently watching. His eyes shined brilliantly as he closely observed the pale gray flames on Yan Qi's light swords. Yan Qi had already arrived at this step, 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Whoosh! Every single light sword formed a great sphere in the air around Lin Ming and then shot straight towards him. As the pale gray flames burned, it was like they were incinerating the soul. In that moment, facing these countless light swords, Lin Ming's mind was as still as a placid lake, golden rock shattering the void. After Lin Ming's concept of space had improved by a large margin, his golden rock shattering the void movement technique reached large success of the second layer. Now, with but a single step, it seemed as if he could escape into the void. With the power of space twisting underneath Lin Ming's feet, he moved at almost impossible angles and dodged the strikes from the light swords. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light fell onto the metal ground foundation like a rainstorm. Hundreds and thousands of sword lights detonated at once in a spectacular display, completely blowing up the metal floor that was supported by array formations. But at this time, there was basically no one that cared about the visual effects from the explosion of these sword lights. Their vision was completely concentrated on Lin Ming and Yan Qi. In the instant that Lin Ming evaded all the swords of light, Yan Qi appeared in front of him. This feeling, it was like Yan Qi had already been standing here ahead of time, waiting to strike Lin Ming. He calculated the direction that Lin Ming would dodge in. Yan Qi hasn't been moping around when Lin Ming fought Maha and Kai Yang. He's always been thinking about tactics. He's certainly afraid of Lin Ming's weird concept of space. Lin Ming's steps are as fleeting and incomprehensible as gods and ghosts. Yan Qi's already prepared for this. It's hard to say who will be the winner of this battle. Yan Qi had indeed been standing there early. He had calculated every step and attack in order to arrive at this point, all so that he could take initiative in this strike. Shattered Soul's sword. Yan Qi roared out, and a gray flame burst atop his black sword. These gray flames burned at least 10 times stronger than before. Die. A sword slashed down and demon essence erupted. This strike seemed as if it could cut apart a mountain. So this was your plan. What a pity. Your striking force is lacking. In the face of absolute strength, any calculation you make is useless. Lin Ming thought little of this. Between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Atop the purple comet spear, thunder and fire began to weave together. Penetrating rainbow. His entire will and potential was poured into this spear strike, fusing together the concepts of fire and thunder. This was the killing move that Lin Ming had created in order to replace Thunderfire Annihilation. This was the first time that he had used this move in public. Bang! The spear light woven with thunder and fire collided with the gray flame. A terrifying pressure wave erupted, completely raising the arena stage. A foot-long bump of metal flooring traveled out from the epicenter of the collision like an ocean tide, destroying everything as it flooded out. This part of the arena had been completely destroyed. The surrounding martial artists, within such a terrifying explosion, were all repeatedly forced back. How terrifying! The level of this attack, if we were caught up in just the aftermath, then I fear we would have been severely wounded. After Yan Qi entered the Road of Emperor, it's true that his strength has grown by a large degree. That sword strike just now felt as if it would cut my heart in half. But what's even more terrifying is that Lin Ming has only entered the king's cage, but the increase in his strength has actually surpassed Yan Qi. A talent like this is beyond our imaginations. Yan Qi flew backwards, thrusting his sword into the ground and creating a series of sparks as he slowed himself. Even though he slowed down, he had been sent hundreds of feet back. He fell to his knees, his blood tumbling within him. As for Lin Ming, he only took a few steps backwards before coming to a stop. He blocked it. Lin Ming was surprised. The might of penetrating rainbow far surpassed chasing Sunday. A moment ago, he had used penetrating rainbow in a close-range collision, but he still hadn't been able to seriously injure Yan Qi when their attacks clashed against each other. Lin Ming had clearly felt a very peculiar and keen atmosphere cut apart his concept of thunderfire, making it so that the power of his attack had lowered by a great deal. What was that sharp and fierce atmosphere? As Lin Ming was surprised, Yan Qi had gone crazy with panic. Yan Qi had absolutely never expected that his deliberately arranged killing move that also combined his full strength would be so easily fended off by Lin Ming. How was this possible? Yan Qi felt a chill pass through his heart. In the special guest area, Feng Shen's expression was solemn. It's true that gray flame is a battle spirit. I didn't think that Yan Qi would already have a battle spirit. Although it isn't his, he still has it. In this point alone, he has already surpassed me. As Yan Qi had said, the power that came from one's will wasn't just soul attacks. The will had strength that could take other, more unique forms. When the strength of one's will reached a certain extent, it could turn into a genuine physical attack. This was the formation of a battle spirit. The reason that something like an emperor will was left behind in the Road of Emperor was that those great emperors that had once been there had formed their own battle spirits before their deaths. After not scattering for tens of thousands of years, these battle spirits would condense within the Road of Emperor and could be captured and refined by future generations, thus becoming an emperor will. A battle spirit was the true face of the emperor will. Battle spirits and martial intents, both of these were the two great auxiliary concepts of martial artists. It was just that a battle spirit had much higher requirements than a martial intent. Feng Shen had to admit that in comprehension of the soul and will, imps had a natural advantage. This was the reason that Maha hadn't been able to comprehend the emperor will, and instead it had been comprehended by Kai Yang. It was only that Kai Yang's talent and strength were limited, so he could only use the emperor will as a weapon for soul attacks, which was completely useless against someone like Lin Ming. However, Yan Qi could fuse the emperor will into his own attacks, restoring it to its true form as a battle spirit. Kai Yang's battle spirit wasn't his own. It was only the battle spirit of some great emperor that he had captured, and a faint trace of a wisp at that. But even so, this tiny little bit had an unfathomably supernatural power. A battle spirit could be attached to anything, turning it into an incomparably sharp and keen weapon. For instance, if a battle spirit was attached to a wilted leaf, then that originally fragile leaf would even be able to cut apart treasures. The stronger the battle spirit was, the stronger the leaf would be. In the realm of the gods, it wasn't difficult for a supreme elder's battle spirit to allow a wilted leaf to cut apart a high-grade, heaven-stepped treasure. If a battle spirit was attached to air, then this air would turn into a fatal wind blade that could invisibly kill people. A battle spirit could even be attached to a martial artist's aura that they released. Once this aura fused with a battle spirit, then its power would rise exponentially. A martial artist wouldn't even need to do anything. With just this intangible battle spirit hanging in the void, they could instantly kill their opponents. These examples proved just how strong a battle spirit was. But in order to use a wilted leaf or air to kill others, that was only achievable with a massive gap in cultivation. In a situation where the difference in cultivation wasn't too great, then the use of a battle spirit lay mostly in its ability to attach to treasures and moves. Yan Qi's sword was originally a high-grade earth step treasure, but after fusing with a battle spirit, its power could be imagined. In addition, he had even used his ace move Shattered Soul Sword. With these three factors combined, it was simply overwhelming. However, such a sword strike was actually blocked by Lin Ming. Even then, Lin Ming had only been shaken a bit and forced back a few steps. As for Yan Qi, he had flown back hundreds of feet and had suffered minor wounds. The difference could be seen with just a glance. It was hard to imagine just what extent Lin Ming's strength had grown to. This was the first time that Fengshen had ever felt a twinge of fear against someone that was born in his generation. To be able to live in the same era as Lin Ming, this could be called a kind of sorrow. As all of the martial artists were talking excitedly, most of their discussion revolved around the fact that a great portion of the arena had been destroyed, with even the profound gold foundation that was supported by array formations also damaged, and the aftershocks of the attacks forming waves in the ground. The power of these attacks could be imagined. In fact, they had far underestimated the level in that exchange of moves just now because they didn't know about battle spirits. A battle spirit was something that only emperor-level powerhouses, or at least someone at a high stage of life destruction, would be able to touch upon. It was a boundary that was far too distant for normal martial artists. Being able to comprehend a battle spirit varied from person to person. Those martial artists with extraordinary talent in the aspects of soul and might be able to comprehend a battle spirit at the fourth stage of life destruction. On the other hand, there were many individuals that couldn't comprehend a battle spirit even after becoming a peerless emperor. For instance, races like the giant demons, pharaohs, and Goliaths. Even as emperor-level powerhouses, because their natural talent in the aspects of soul and will was lacking, there were plenty of these types of people that hadn't yet comprehended their own battle spirit. Yan Qi's so-called battle spirit was only refined from a faint wisp of emperor left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse. It was not something that he comprehended by himself. It could not grow, could not improve, but even so, as something that belonged to emperor-level powerhouses, its power was without doubt when used at the life destruction realm or lower. However, such a carefully calculated attack had been completely unable to affect Lin Ming. This caused Yan Qi's heart to tremble. He even blocked the battle spirit. At this moment, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear and pointed it towards Yan Qi. Yan Qi's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. Chapter 604, Why Don't You Come Down and Play With Me? Chapter 604, Why Don't You Come Down and Play With Me? At this moment, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear and pointed it towards Yan Qi. Yan Qi's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. He had carefully arranged his tactics and also used his battle spirit. This was the strongest strike that he could use. But even so, it had still failed. If they continued to fight, then the result was almost already decided. Lin Ming, stop here. Don't force me. Yan Qi grasped his black sword as he grit out the words between clenched teeth. Force you? Lin Ming smiled. Are you joking with me? When the three you thought to continuously fight me and wear me down, you think that I was forcing you. At that time, you should have thought of this moment. This is a life or death battle. If I was the one losing, do you really think that you would have stopped here? Now that I'm winning, you're telling me not to force you? Is there anything so ridiculous in this world? Lin Ming sneered. With a flick of the purple comet spear, arcs of electricity and fire began to twine together at the spear point. Don't think that I'm really afraid of you. If I detonate this battle spirit that I obtained from the Road of Emperor, I will make it so that both of us die. Yan Qi's eyes flashed with madness. Now that Yan Qi was pushed this far, he had abandoned his cowardice. He would absolutely do what he said he would. Battle spirit? Oh, Lin Ming thought for a moment. So that thing was called a battle spirit? I seem to have some impression of it. The soul fragments that Lin Ming had inherited from the magic cube were incomplete, but he had some vague recollections about battle spirits. Battle spirits and martial intents were both called two facets of a martial artist's concept of martial arts. However, martial intents were usually supportive skills. There were very few of them that could actually be transformed into something with actual striking power. But a battle spirit was just the opposite. Most of the time, they were directly used to increase one's attack power. They could be attached to anything and could enhance a martial artist's attack to the limit. I'll say it again. If I detonate this battle spirit, then I will undoubtedly suffer greatly. I might even die, but you won't be any better off. I will drag you all the way down with me. As Yan Qi spoke, his black sword began to burn with a gray flame. The flame became more and more vibrant. Just looking at it made the soul feel drowned in ice. Yan Qi had bet everything on this single gamble. In his desperation, he had called up every single ounce of battle spirit in his body. Lin Ming simply didn't care. He raised his long spear and pointed it towards Yan Qi's throat. The cold and sharp purple spear point hissed as arcs of electricity pierced the air. Let's stop here. I will tell you everything I have comprehended about battle spirits. Yan Qi used a true essence sound transmission to speak. Although it was humiliating when it concerned his life, he could only endure it. Oh, Lin Ming smiled. Tell me what you've understood about battle spirits, and add 3 pigeon egg-sized demon god bones. If you do, then I'll spare your pathetic life. 3 pigeon egg-sized demon god bones. Yan Qi fumed. You think that demon god bones are some cabbage you can pick up at the local market? After so many years at Sky Split Tower, the most I've gotten are 2 Longan-sized demon god bones, and I've already used them. Where can I possibly give you 3, even larger ones? Well then, since that's the case, go die. Lin Ming coldly shouted and thrust out his spear. The concepts of thunder and fire twined together. Penetrating rainbow. You bastard. Since you want to die so badly, let us perish together. Yan Qi's eyes flashed manically, his face twisting like a lunatic's. Combust, Emperor Battle Spirit. Who dash, atop of Yan Qi's black sword. Dark gray flames spewed forth like an erupting volcano. Blue veins twisted on his face, and all the blood vessels on his arms began to stick out. With a maddening shout, Yan Qi grasped a sword in both hands and cut down at Lin Ming. Gray flames exploded in the air. As the explosion raged on, one could hear the wailing sounds of tortured ghosts. These sounds were obviously illusions, but for some reason they echoed directly in one's ears, sneaking through their brains and causing their spiritual seas to tremble. Facing this overwhelming battle spirit fire that covered the skies, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The heretical god force's compressed true essence erupted to the limit, and the blood of the ancient phoenix burned within him. The space under his feet began to strangely twist. Lin Ming became one with his spear, and the power of thunder and fire twisted together faster and faster until it became a tornado, the spiraling force repelling all of the battle spirit power nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Like a flying beam of light, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear and cut through the void, tearing apart the battle spirit flames. However, this was still an emperor battle spirit, even if it was only a trace. As it bloomed with its final light, its final dregs of power still created a terrifying impact. In the intense collision of energy, the battle spirit fire was like a knife that cut through Lin Ming's bodily protective true essence and stabbed into his flesh. However, after Lin Ming had completed 100% tempering marrow and even opened the first door of the 8 inner hidden gates, his bodily defensive power was incomparably tough. Despite the power of the battle spirit stabbing into his body, it was only a minor flesh wound. CA. Lin Ming passed through the screen of flame and shot towards Yan Qi. What? Yan Qi was immensely shocked. At this point, he had already used over 70% of his true essence. Clenching his teeth, Yan Qi bet his last ounce of strength on a single attack and thrust his sword towards Lin Ming's throat. This was an attack that had absolutely no defense behind it. Yan Qi knew that he was dead. Since things were like this, then he would bring Lin Ming with him. How naive! 2 indifferent words echoed in Yan Qi's ears. This was also the last voice that he heard. In the next moment, Yan Qi's head exploded like an impacted watermelon. Lin Ming's spear ran through Yan Qi's head like a blazing meteor. The powerful impact, along with the explosive force of the twisted thunder and fire, caused Yan Qi's head to be directly smashed into pieces, his brains and blood instantly evaporating. As bits of skull and flesh still flew in the air, Lin Ming had already landed on the other side, hundreds of feet away. Behind him, Yan Qi's sword was only half raised, and it would never go any higher ever again. This was the difference of absolute speed. It's over. Lin Ming put away the purple comet spear. In this battle, in a situation where he hadn't opened the 8 inner hidden gates, his victory hadn't come easily. His clothes had been torn apart, and his body was covered with cuts from the battle spirit's power. Dozens of areas on his body were bleeding. After all, Yan Qi's battle spirit still came from an emperor-level powerhouse. When it erupted in that final burst with all its might, the strength it displayed was extremely terrifying. In the end, it had even cut open Lin Ming's protective bodily true essence. In truth, these several dozen bloody cuts on his body couldn't even be considered injuries to him. They just made him look a bit distressed. Perhaps there were some haughty and proud martial artists that cared about their image and would always want to win in a beautiful and spectacular manner, but to Lin Ming, that was nothing at all. Bang! Yan Qi's headless corpse fell to the ground. This was how he had died. This third match was also the last. With Yan Qi dead, it was Lin Ming's complete victory. The audience had fallen silent. In 3 continuous revolving matches that were designed to wear him down, Lin Ming had battled to the last one. Judging from his appearance, he may have been wounded, but he still had strength left. These 3 had all been part of the heavenly demon 7 stars, and not just that, but they had all entered the road of emperor, causing their strength to be greatly increased. Originally, No one thought that Lin Ming would win. Everyone simply thought he was too brash and reckless. But the true final result had defied all expectations. All three great masters had been completely killed off by Lin Ming. At the start of the fight, who could imagine that Lin Ming, who had only just finished the king's cage, would have his strength rise by such a ridiculous degree? This is freaking me out. I think that Lin Ming still has at least 50 to 60% of his strength left. I can't imagine just how much true essence he has within him. 3 continuous matches, and all 3 opponents were from the heavenly demon 7 stars. There were even top characters like Yan Qi and Maha. But even so, Lin Ming killed all of them while just receiving some minor wounds. These minor flesh wounds, not to mention Lin Ming, but they weren't anything at all to every other martial artist on the 3rd floor. They would be fully healed in just a few hours. Truly worthy of being a title de jure, truly worthy of being known as the #1 talent of the Holy Demon Continent's last 10,000 years. His cultivation is only at the extreme Xiantian realm, but he already has such potential. After he becomes a peerless emperor, that will truly be terrifying. Hey, how many stages of life destruction do you think Lin Ming will be able to cross? A martial artist asked out loud. Humans were weak, but that was only before they became peerless emperors. Humans were talented in their perception, and their compatibility with laws was only second to the phase. The main limiter of their strength was their body. These weak and frail bodies caused humans to be limited in both striking power and defensive power. But the heavens were fair. Before becoming peerless emperors, humans had to experience life destruction. Life destruction was the door of death for humanity. The mortality rate of every single crossing was extremely high. This was also the reason that there was a far smaller number of human emperor powerhouses than every other race. However, correspondingly, when one successfully crossed life destruction, their body would be remolded. The strength of human powerhouses would rapidly rise. If one could cross 8 stages of life destruction, their strength would far surpass every other race. Lin Ming's current strength was already high to the point of being ridiculously freakish. If he crossed 8 stages of life destruction in the future, just how formidable would he become? Thinking of this, the martial artists present didn't dare to imagine any further. In the special guest section, Feng Xin was listening to the martial artists around him who were talking and expressing their opinions. He shook his head. These people didn't understand just how terrifying that battle was. That was the detonation of an emperor battle spirit. Even so, it was still fended off by Lin Ming. An emperor battle spirit, even if it was just the faintest of wisps, still contained an extremely terrifying, explosive power. Unfortunately, Yan Qi couldn't control this strength. All he could do was let this battle spirit explode, as it wished, spreading the energy in all directions. This caused most of the energy to be wasted, and only a small portion had fallen on Lin Ming. And when Lin Ming had become one with his spear, he had also used the spiraling power of his spear to deflect the power of the battle spirit, finally receiving only minor wounds at the end. Feng Xin had extraordinarily good vision. He had seen profound and mysterious principles that Lin Ming had used to avert the power of the battle spirit. This caused him to admire Lin Ming even more. Lin Ming not only had terrifying strength, but also a cool mind. In a tense situation, he had still chosen to use the most appropriate tactic at the key moment. I am not his match. Feng Xin was ashamed of his own inadequacy. He was confident that he could have defeated Yan Qi, but to defeat Lin Ming at his peak condition, this was impossible, let alone his peak condition. Even if Feng Xin went on stage now and challenged Lin Ming, who had already consumed a great deal of his strength, he had to admit that the chances of him defeating Lin Ming were no more than 50 to 50. On the arena stage, Lin Ming calmly took Yan Qi's spatial ring and his black treasure sword. At this time, The infernal energy within Yan Qi's body flowed into Lin Ming. The fourth pair of wings on his heavenly demon tattoo widened once again. Now he had reached the very peak of an 8-winged heavenly demon and was only a single step away from being a 10-winged heavenly demon. However, crossing this last step wouldn't be easy. The only way would be to kill someone at the level of a heavenly demon 7-star or higher. Otherwise, there was no way for this heavenly demon tattoo to grow anymore. How unfortunate! Lin Ming shook his head. He was just a little bit off. Humph! In the seat of honor, High Lord Heian coldly snorted. Everything that Feng Shen had thought of, he too had thought the same. He stood up with a dour expression, not interested in staying another half-minute, and then turned around to leave. But at this moment, Lin Ming looked up. He smiled, smirking as he said, "Heian, running away so soon? Why don't you come down and play with me?" What? High Lord Heian was startled, instantly stiffening on the spot. All of the other martial artists present were beyond shocked. Everyone had incredulous expressions as they looked at Lin Ming. Just now, what did he say? Chapter 605, Force Field in Full Bloom. Chapter 605, Force Field in Full Bloom. Come down and play. Lin Ming wanted to challenge a High Lord, and he did so with such a casual tone. Clearly, he didn't even place High Lord Heian in his eyes. This was far too brazen. The 12 High Lords, although their talents were inferior to Feng Shen's and even inferior to Yan Qi's, their ages were high. Of the High Lords, the weakest of them had strength that surpassed every challenger. It was widely rumored that Feng Shen was comparable to the weakest High Lord, but this was only a comparison. In a true life or death struggle, Feng Shen would most likely lose. Moreover, Heian wasn't even the weakest High Lord. He had been a High Lord for many years now. His strength could be ranked in the middle upper reaches of the 12 High Lords. But as for Lin Ming, while it was true that he was strong, he had just fought through 3 matches and consumed a great deal of his true essence. Wasn't challenging High Lord Heian at this time, just looking to die. Lin Ming has already fought in continuous battles, and now he even wants to fight High Lord Heian. Is he insane? 3 matches. Although his wounds aren't serious, he's used up at least 40 to 50% of his true essence. Does he want to die or something? Do you think Lin Ming is an idiot? For the last year, Lin Ming has fought so many times, but when have you ever seen him lose? Some people said with dissatisfaction. It's true that he hasn't lost, but it's not as exaggerated as you imagine. Feng Shen hasn't lost either. Those that have lost on the 3rd floor, most of them have already died. You think that just because Lin Ming hasn't lost in a few battles, he can prevail over High Lord Heian? After this reverse question, the martial artist who just spoke proceeded to shut his mouth. In Sky Split Tower, the status of the High Lords was deeply rooted within everyone's subconscious. They had stood at the pinnacle of Sky Split Tower for so many years, controlling the massive amount of resources in their hands, and especially practice places. There was the Road of Emperor, and even many demon god bones. In this situation where they possessed all these resources, and also with the passing of time, their strength could be imagined. The 12 High Lords hadn't fought in many years. Challenging them? No one had ever dared to do so. High Lord Heian looked at Lin Ming for several breaths of time. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually dare to challenge him, and had been worried about finding an excuse to kill Lin Ming somehow. But now, this fellow had actually delivered himself right up to his door. This boy had hidden a part of his strength in these past battles, but High Lord Heian's mouth only curved up in a sly smile. He simply didn't care about this. As a High Lord, he was able to freely use any resource within Sky Split Tower, including even the Road of Emperor. In addition to his superior age and cultivation, there was no way he could possibly lose. You want to challenge me? I do. After killing Yan Qi, My heavenly demon tattoo hasn't been able to break through to 10 wings. His heavenly demon tattoo hadn't broken through to 10 wings. His meaning was that he wanted to use High Lord Heian to help further his own heavenly demon tattoo. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. What gall? Heavenly demon tattoo? Ha 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 ha. High Lord Heian wantonly laughed. Then, that being the case, allow me to fulfill your wish. With a casual step forwards, he arrived on the arena stage. No one had been able to discern High Lord Heian's movements. Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear, pointing it straight towards High Lord Heian. His expression was calm. When he fought with Yan Qi and Maha, he had always been conserving his strength, and that was for this one battle in front of him. In this battle, he would use everything he had. Reasonably speaking, it was far too rash to challenge High Lord Heian at this moment because Lin Ming didn't even understand his complete strength. But Lin Ming wasn't able to suppress the fighting spirit that bubbled up in his heart. He wanted to fight in a hearty and fulfilling battle, using his own peak condition to truly determine just how much his strength had increased after entering the king's cage. At this moment, the atmosphere of the martial arena was incomparably solemn. The entire audience was holding their breath, carefully watching these two people on stage, lest they miss a single movement. In his seat, Feng Shen had subconsciously gripped his sword, challenging a high lord. He also had this idea, but that was only aimed towards the two new high lords that hadn't even been in their positions for 3 years. As for challenging High Lord Heian, he wasn't that crazy. On the arena stage, High Lord Heian crossed his arms behind his back. Without a weapon, he casually glanced at Lin Ming and said, "I want to see whether or not you can even force me to draw my sword." As he spoke, an intangible aura emanated from him, like billowing ocean waves wildly raging. This aura, how terrifying! This imposing aura isn't even aimed at us, but I feel like I'm caught in the midst of an ocean storm. It's even hard to breathe. If I were just covered in the aura, I wouldn't even have the courage to resist. How would I even continue fighting? High Lord Heian hadn't even moved, but his aura was already so formidable. Facing this grandiose aura directly, could Lin Ming even withstand the tremendous pressure? Force you to draw your sword? Lin Ming faintly smiled. It was like he didn't even feel this tyrannical aura that enveloped him. As he gripped the purple comet spear, he slanted it towards the ground and slowly drew a crescent moon on the floor. Heavenly demon martial intent. Azura force field, open. Bang. The heavenly demon force field that was restrained within Lin Ming's body suddenly erupted. Lin Ming had already adapted to the pressure of the heavenly demon force field within the king's cage. Facing High Lord Heian's aura, it was simply nothing. The heavenly demon force field spread like heavy mercury, completely tearing apart High Lord Heian's aura. With unstoppable force, it completely engulfed High Lord Heian's aura and covered the entire martial arena. It wasn't just High Lord Heian, but even the martial artists in the closest rows of seats were covered by this force field. Puff. The weakest of these martial artists immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper. Quickly retreat. What's going on? I felt like my heart stopped. Within the heavenly demon force field, whether it was the soul, mind, true essence, or body, everything had to bear an immensely terrifying pressure. It wasn't surprising for weaker martial artists to be directly killed by the suppression of the heavenly demon force field. All of the martial artists near Lin Ming turned white and quickly ran far away. Even martial artists that were ranked 50 and above couldn't stay nearby. Although they weren't injured by this pressure, they too would suffer greatly if they stayed here much longer. This is the heavenly demon force field. Feng Shen looked towards Lin Ming, a complex emotion in his eyes. Having entered the king's cage, he certainly wouldn't forget what the heavenly demon force field felt like. It was because of the increasing strength of this heavenly demon force field that Feng Shen finally couldn't withstand the pressure and had to leave the king's cage. I never imagined that after Lin Ming entered the king's cage, he would even comprehend the heavenly demon force field. Feng Shen slowly shook his head. When others go into the king's cage, they struggle to resist the pressure of the heavenly demon force field, using every trick they know. But when Lin Ming entered the king's cage, he actually comprehended the heavenly demon force field for his own use. What kind of monstrous talent this is! When Feng Shen had entered the king's cage, he had only lasted 28 days. But Lin Ming had stayed within for a full 108 days. In addition to constantly breaking through his limits and increasing his strength, Feng Shen hadn't had any other harvests. In comparison, Lin Ming had not only furthered his comprehensions of the concepts of space and time, but he had even comprehended the heavenly demon force field. This was already on a completely different level. In the future, if Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, what heights would his strength ascend to? Thinking of this, Feng Shen thought that it was too unfortunate. It was impossible for Lin Ming to enter the Road of Emperor, because the 12 High Lords would never permit it to occur. After this battle, if Lin Ming didn't die by some stroke of luck, then he would most likely be forced to leave Sky Split Tower. There was no longer any place here for him. On the arena stage, High Lord Heian grimaced as he was bathed in the heavenly demon force field. The surrounding martial artists were only slightly affected by the fading edges of this force field, but he had to bear the full and complete pressure of the heavenly demon force field. In this environment, he even felt the circulation of his demon essence being stymied within his body. After entering the king's cage, you even managed to comprehend the heavenly demon force field. I will acknowledge that you have the qualifications to force my sword. High Lord Heian gently caressed his spatial ring and withdrew a dark crimson longsword. The blade of this sword was only 2 inches wide and less than 3 feet long. The ridges of the sword weren't straight, instead having a straight twist that made it seem like a floating red serpent. This sword is... As Lin Ming saw this dark crimson sword, his pupils shrank. The quality of this sword was absolutely higher than the purple comet spear in his hands. The purple comet spear was forged from a piece of 10,000-year sacred flame parasol tree, 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo, as well as all sorts of rare and precious materials. It was personally crafted by Ancestor Qi and refined with the support of an ancient array formation. Even so, this spear couldn't compare to the sword in terms of quality. Could that sword be a heaven-step treasure? The only heaven-step and above treasure that Lin Ming had ever seen was the cosmic melting furnace. Of course, the cosmic melting furnace might even surpass the heaven-step rank. At the bare minimum, it was a high-grade heaven-step treasure. Lin Ming had never seen a true low-grade heaven-step treasure before, so he was unable to judge the rank of this dark crimson long sword in front of him. With an unfathomably deep cultivation, the free use of any practice area, massive amounts of demon god bones and resources, and even the suspected heaven-step dark crimson snake sword, High Lord Heian's strength could be imagined. In the audience, even Mook Gu, who had always believed in Lin Ming's strength, felt weak at heart, facing such a formidable High Lord Heian. Just how could Lin Ming ever win? Dying under my crimson ruby snake, you should be satisfied. High Lord Heian pointed his sword straight at Lin Ming. He moved, and although no one was able to perceive what actions he took, there was only a light chi sound, as if space was torn apart, and High Lord Heian's sword suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ming. What a ghostly sword! There was no surging demon essence, nor was there a brilliant sword light. There was only a simple and basic sword strike, but even Feng Shen didn't have absolute confidence he could block this sword. Lin Ming's eyes widened. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and his form disappeared like a fading wisp of blue smoke. After fusing his increasingly skilled concept of space into his movement technique, his movements were already as illusionary as ghosts and gods, ambiguous and fleeting. A sword stabbed into Lin Ming's afterimage. High Lord Heian sneered, and with a twist of the snake sword in his hand, a concept erupted from within it. Concept of annihilation. In that instant, the air itself was destroyed. Stabbing his sword out again, High Lord Heian's speed erupted to the extreme. Lin Ming's form had just appeared when High Lord Heian's sword already pierced towards his chest. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he thrust out his spear. He also used golden rock shattering the void. Once more. Hudash. In a split second, Lin Ming appeared hundreds of feet away. But on his right arm, the blue fabric of his sleeves had silently turned into powder before fading into nothingness. In that flash, High Lord Heian had only used 2 sword strikes without any ravishing collisions of true essence. However, all the martial artists present felt like they had lost their breath. That exchange of moves just now was only testing the waters. It was hard to imagine just how fierce the battle would be when the true fight began. Chapter 606, Contract Beast, Isolation Dragon. Chapter 606, Contract Beast, Isolation Dragon. Lin Ming had completely evaded High Lord Heian's 2 sword strikes. However, the sleeve of his right arm had been turned to dust. This was caused by the concept of annihilation. Your speed's not bad. I wonder how long you can hide for. High Lord Heian gripped his sword with one hand and used the other to draw a circle in space. Then, a black light shot out of this circle and twined itself around High Lord Heian. After several breaths of time, this black light condensed into a black python. This python was the thickness of an arm, and its entire body was covered in a red pattern. What was strange was that this pattern was constantly changing, the colors and shapes converging and parting, causing them to appear dazzling. The python's forehead had a demonic brand that looked similar to the heavenly demon tattoo, and in the center of this brand was unexpectedly a single horn. This horn was shaped like a spiral and glittered with a cold light. Contract beast. There were some martial artists that would raise a contract beast in order to increase their own strength. For instance, Mu Qianyu's little flame and Yenemo, who had been left in the southern wilderness by the sorcerer, were both 2 kinds of contract beasts. It wasn't easy to raise a contract beast. First, one had to find a contract beast that could grow to a high level. This was already extremely difficult. Then, in order to have it grow, one needed to invest a massive amount of energy and resources in doing so. Otherwise, if the contract beast was not able to keep up with its master, then it was basically useless. What is that contract beast? I've never seen it in the ancient texts. I've never seen it either. The martial artists present were nearly all from large sects, and they were all knowledgeable individuals with excellent eyesight. However, not one of them recognized just what this python was that wrapped itself around High Lord Heian. Not even Feng Shun could recognize it. To someone at High Lord Heian's level who sat on the vast pile resources that was Skysplit Tower, any contract beast he had naturally wouldn't be ordinary. Normally, it would be some legendary top contract beast that would be more or less described in ancient texts. Even if it wasn't completely accurate, it would still have some details. But no one had ever seen High Lord Heian's contract beast before. High Lord Heian hadn't personally fought for a great number of years, so there weren't many people that knew what his methods or techniques were. As Lin Ming looked at that black python, he also didn't know what sort of beast it was, but he could clearly feel that the python was emitting billowing waves of infernal energy. Surprisingly, it was somewhat similar to a demon god bone. Heavenly demon tattoo, demon god bone, could it be? Lin Ming's heart jumped, and he inexplicably thought of the eternal demon abyss. Could this be a creature that originated from the eternal demon abyss? The eternal demon abyss was isolated from the world. There was a terrifying and rich infernal energy within, so it wouldn't be surprising if some sort of top monster or demon was born within it. High Lord Heian had ruled Polar Skysplit Tower for so many years, and Skysplit Tower sent organized teams to explore the eternal demon abyss every 10 years, so it was normal if there had been some catastrophic alien beast found. An ancient vicious beast born within the eternal demon abyss. Just what sort of amazing abilities would it have? Lin Ming couldn't help but keep up his vigilance, secretly guarding against this. High Lord Heian smiled, and suddenly thrust his hand forwards. The black python flew off of High Lord Heian's arm, and in the next moment, an incredible scene took place that left the audience bewildered. The python issued a harsh screeching noise, and then its body began to melt like heated ice. It started to fuse into the void before completely disappearing. This is... Lin Ming suddenly felt that the power of space around him had been blocked. Even with his understandings towards the laws of space, he actually wasn't able to call upon the power of space. Not just that, but even his heavenly demon force field was suppressed to a certain extent. This was from the pressure that came from the black python that disappeared. It had somehow counterbalanced his heavenly demon force field. Sealed space. Lin Ming was alarmed. Vicious beasts had limited wisdom. It was nearly impossible for them to pierce concepts through meditation, especially for one as puzzling as the concept of space. Thus, there was only one possibility, and that was that this black python had been born with a certain understanding of the law of space. This was a sort of vicious beast that Lin Ming had never heard of before. After guarding Skysplit Tower for so many years, the 12 High Lords have truly unfathomable resources. In his special guest seat, Fengshen was startled. Although the 12 Skysplit Towers were not a sect, they in truth could be regarded as a special holy land. Not just that, but the Skysplit Towers' resources were much more terrifying than any other holy lands. This was a completely unfair fight. In Lin Ming and High Lord Heian's battle, Lin Ming had the disadvantage in age, cultivation, weapons, and even contract beasts. Lin Ming is in danger. If the space around here is sealed, then he can only fight in melee combat. There were a number of Fey martial artists in the audience that detected the strange fluctuations in space. If Lin Ming couldn't use the power of space, then he was the same as a bird with a crippled wing. How could he continue to fight? On the arena stage, High Lord Heian's wrinkled black face was twisted in a creepy grin. The space around us has been sealed away by my contract beast, the Isolation Dragon. I want to see, without your concept of space, without your strange movements, just how you'll dodge this sword of mine. As High Lord Heian spoke, his figure suddenly vanished. The crimson snake sword drew a rift in the air, its sword wind traceless. As the sword howled towards Lin Ming, the demon essence hiding within finally bloomed. An incomparable amount of condensed demon essence fluttered out, formed a red aurora. Facing this sword, Lin Ming's expression was calm. Since he couldn't dodge, he wouldn't bother to. Within Lin Ming's mind, he recalled the scene of the Eightfall War Emperor fighting the giant demon Quasi-Emperor, and just how earth-shaking that sword strike had been. With a deep breath, the gate of healing between Lin Ming's clavicles began to form a whirlpool of heaven and earth origin energy. Ever since he returned from the king's cage, this was the first time that Lin Ming had used the power of the 8 inner hidden gates. Bang! An incomparably vast heaven and earth origin energy poured into his meridians. In that instant, Lin Ming's aura erupted to the limit, and even the space sealed by the black python trembled as if it were about to break apart. At any moment, with a thrust of his spear, a boundless wave of true essence circled up. In that moment, it was like time itself had come to a standstill. The spear light and sword light collided, and with the sound of breaking glass, without any flashy explosions, High Lord Heian's sword light was constantly being twisted apart, even as Lin Ming's spear light was constantly being melted. concept of thunder fire explode. In the instant that the spear light faded away, Lin Ming gave a loud shout, and the concept of thunder fire burst out from within the purple comet spear. A terrifying true essence explosion blasted out. Sound was swallowed, and the entire arena was covered in a blinding light. In such an explosion, the profound gold floor was completely lifted away. Sheets of profound gold dozens of feet wide either melted away or broke into pieces. A potent energy scattered in all directions. Lin Ming couldn't hold down his body and was jolted a few hundred feet back. But High Lord Heian wasn't much better off. He had been almost completely covered by the explosion of the concept of thunder fire. His bodily demon essence had shattered, and the power of thunder fire had rushed into his body, violently rampaging through. He had to summon all of his demon essence to suppress the power of thunder fire within his body. A faint trace of blood flowed out from his shoulder and chest. What? After the blinding light faded, and the audience saw the scene on the arena stage, all of them were shocked speechless. In the exchange of moves, almost half the profound gold arena had disappeared, and standing on top of the arena stage, High Lord Heian had been injured. The lofty High Lord, one of the strongest powerhouses of Skysplit Tower, had actually been wounded by Lin Ming. All of the martial artists present didn't know how to express the utter shock and horror in their hearts. They had thought that Lin Ming's strength lay in the concept of space that allowed him to move around in an unpredictable manner, and his skill and moves in battle. But in terms of close-range combat, they didn't think he was much better than Maha or Yan Qi. When Lin Ming defeated Kai Yang, he had relied upon his powerful soul defense. To defeat Maha, he had used a surprise attack with the concept of space. And although he had defeated Yan Qi in a melee confrontation, Lin Ming had also been injured. In this situation, no one thought that Lin Ming's body would contain such a terrifying strength. At the moment that the 8 inner gates opened, the aura within Lin Ming's body had erupted until it seemed like an unreachable mountain peak, a point that no human could see. High Lord Heian's grimaced. He never thought that Lin Ming would actually be able to take his all-out strike. This is not possible. How could I not have noticed his hidden strength before? Just where did all this true essence that's flooding his body come from? As High Lord Heian held the crimson ruby snake sword in his hand, his eyebrows twisted together. He could instantly discern an essence-gathering martial artist cultivation with a glance. As for the thickness of their true essence, he wasn't able to see it, but he could feel out an approximation. But facing Lin Ming, this fellow's true essence seemed to come out of nowhere, surprising everyone. And at that moment, Lin Ming suddenly moved, crossing hundreds of feet in a single step. With the concept of thunder fire fused into the purple comet spear, Lin Ming aimed at the void and thrust his spear. This spear was not shot towards High Lord Heian, but instead towards the audience. The several dozen martial artists that would bear the brunt of this attack were incomparably shocked. This freakish monster Lin Ming, they couldn't even defend against half a strike of his. If they were hit by the aftershocks, then they would be severely wounded, and anyone struck by the spear would instantly die. He's gone mad. Be careful. Those several dozen martial artists galvanized their true essence to the limit, using their strongest movement techniques to scatter away. But compared to Lin Ming, their speed was far too slow. I'm a goner. A martial artist paled, despair filling his heart, but as Lin Ming's spear light was only 200 feet away from him, a sudden change occurred. That spear light seemed to smash into something, instantly exploding. In that brilliant flash of blinding light, an ear-piercing scream suddenly sounded out. This sound was not something that could be issued by a creature. No. On the arena stage, High Lord Heian's expression changed. In that moment, his isolation dragon contract beast had been stabbed through 7 inches by Lin Ming's spear. How was this possible? His isolation dragon had fused into a gap in space, vanishing into complete invisibility. How could it have been stabbed by Lin Ming? Die. High Lord Heon's sword pierced towards Lin Ming, the crimson snake, sword swallowing all light. But Lin Ming seemed unaware of all this. His voice was chilling as he spat out a few words. Power of thunderfire. Explode. Bang. In the void, blood rained down. The contract beast's miserable scream sounded out through the entire martial arena. The black python had been forcibly ejected from the space gap. Its body was dripping with blood, and it had almost been split in half. Chapter 607. A Beautiful Spear. Chapter 607. A Beautiful Spear. As the half-dead black python flew out, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliant killing intent. He flicked his fingers, and over 100 blood-drinking seals shot towards the grievously wounded black python like a locust swarm, intending to completely destroy it. The martial arena audience was completely shocked. Those several dozen martial artists that thought they would die under Lin Ming's spear had turned silly with fear. In that instant, before they had enough time to realize what had just happened, High Lord Heon had arrived. Seeing his contract beast damaged to such a pitiful state, High Lord Heon's eyes turned blood red. Die! A sword broke through space, carrying with it all of High Lord Heon's true essence as it thrust towards Lin Ming. This sword speed had reached the limit. At this time, because Lin Ming had attacked the Isolation Dragon, his back was open to High Lord Heon. High Lord Heon's sword had already reached Lin Ming's back. The sword energy tore apart Lin Ming's bodily defensive true essence. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. With the power of space unsealed, true essence moved under his feet. Golden rock shattering the void. Ca. High Lord Heon's sword passed through Lin Ming's back. However, Lin Ming's figure disappeared, vanishing like a fading plume of smoke that had been nothing but an afterimage. Meanwhile, a few hundred feet away in the air, the Isolation Dragon had been shredded to bits by the blood-drinking seals, its entire body dripping with blood. This time, the Isolation Dragon didn't even have the strength to scream. It was already at death's door. Seeing this black python pouring blood in midair, the surrounding martial artists were shocked speechless. Although none of them comprehended the concept of space, they could still see what had happened with their eyes. Lin Ming's spear just now had stabbed into a space gap where the Isolation Dragon was hiding, thus shattering the lock of sealed space. Too strong. In such a fierce battle, Lin Ming can even branch out his perception to find the black python's hiding place. Perception? Don't be stupid. The black python had sealed itself into a space gap. That is a completely different level of space that is cut off from all perception. How could one possibly sense it? Then how did he find the black python? How the hell would I know? If I knew the way to do it, then I would also comprehend the concept of space. The martial artist who just spoke curled his lips in disdain, not bothering to say anything else. The space gap was truly able to isolate all perception. Even Lin Ming was no exception. However, Lin Ming had sensed the fluctuations in the power of space and found a point where it seemed out of tune with everywhere else. If the power of space was compared to waves, then the position where the black python hid had produced small ripples. These ripples had exposed the black python's position. Lin Ming was highly sensitive to the power of space. Once he captured the exact location, he had infused his spear with the concept of space. With his spear piercing the void, it then pushed the black python out of its space gap. If Lin Ming hadn't entered the king's cage, then his comprehension of the concept of space would never have reached this degree. High Lord Heon put out his hand, turning the dying black python into a stream of black light that submerged into his body. As he inspected the black python's condition, High Lord Heon's face sank. The black python was ruined. Flesh wounds weren't anything, and damage to meridians and organs could be cured. But the core of the black python had been crushed. This basically meant that the black python no longer held any value. Once the core was shattered, it would never be able to grow again. Lin Ming's guess was correct. This black python was truly an ancient beast brought out from the eternal demon abyss by High Lord Heian, containing an inborn ability to use the law of space. However, it had grown for less than 10 years, and its strength was limited. This was the first time that High Lord Heian had actually brought it out for battle, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would be able to attack the Isolation Dragon in its hiding spot, ruining it for forever. The Isolation Dragon was an extremely rare, contract, vicious beast. Its combat strength wasn't too great, but its supportive abilities were wonderful. High Lord Heian had carefully raised it for 10 years and had invested a massive amount of resources into it, but as soon as it appeared it had been ruined, High Lord Heian felt his heart dripping blood. His eyes burned with a blazing killing intent. Lin Ming, I will kill you. Word are useless. If you have any other moves, then bring them out. I'm waiting right here. Facing High Lord Heian's killing intent, Lin Ming simply wasn't affected at all. In fact, he hadn't even completely used the power of the Gate of Healing. Since this was the first time using the 8 inner hidden gates in actual combat, his body was still adapting to it. And most importantly, Lin Ming now realized that even if he erupted his complete power, he still wouldn't be able to kill High Lord Heian. At most, he would be able to just barely beat him. But if he wanted to kill him, then he would need to create an opportunity to do so. Whoosh! High Lord Heian's figure instantly vanished, appearing right beside Lin Ming. Don't think that only you are fast. I too am confident in my speed. I will end this fight soon. Since you want to compare speed, then come at me. CA. High Lord Heian's sword pierced forth. Lin Ming's figure was like a puff of smoke as he vanished once more. Spear light wove into a net that fell over High Lord Heian. You want to fight a battle of attrition? Then let's see who consumes all their energy first. High Lord Heian grinned like a madman. He thrust out the crimson ruby snake sword in his hand, tearing apart the spear light. Demon essence and true essence fiercely collided. The ruined arena stage underneath their feet had already ceased to exist. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a battle of speed. Whether it was attack moves, dodging, or even head-on melee confrontations, everything they did raised great waves of surging true essence, forcing all of the martial artists in the stands to retreat once more. This is amazing. He's fighting equally with High Lord Heian. If this battle continues, I fear that Lin Ming won't be able to last much longer. His cultivation is too low, and he has already consumed a great deal of true essence before this. In the view of these people, the degree to which Lin Ming's true essence had thickened had far surpassed all other martial artists at his level, but it was still a bit lacking compared to High Lord Heian. The reason that Lin Ming could fight evenly with High Lord Heian was all due to his comprehension of concepts, his sharp and amazing moves, and the strange cultivation methods he used. If this battle was drawn out until the end, then Lin Ming must lose. In nearly every aspect of one's combat prowess, Lin Ming was in no way inferior to High Lord Heian. It was just that his cultivation and total amount of true essence was lower. Even so, Lin Ming's strength was hard to measure with common sense. If Lin Ming had another year, or even half a year, he would probably be able to defeat High Lord Heian, a martial artist's side with emotion. Lin Ming's rise was unstoppable. On the arena stage, High Lord Heian and Lin Ming had already fought for an entire half incense stick of time, exchanging almost 100 moves. Demonic windstorm. High Lord Heian calculated where Lin Ming would land. He thrust out his sword and demon essence rolled up into a billowing red cloud. Blood seal twisting murder. The moves that Lin Ming used to strike back came from the great desolate halberd art. If this style was combined with the blood-drinking seals, Then that would save the greatest amount of true essence. The concept of thunderfire simply used too much energy. Lin Ming's total amount of true essence was truly inferior to High Lord Heian's, but by depending on the gate of healing, his endurance far surpassed High Lord Heian's. But lasting to the final moment was not what Lin Ming wanted. What he wanted was to make a killing strike by conserving the greatest amount of true essence that he could, that combined with the terrifying regenerative abilities of the gate of healing allowed him to maintain his peak condition. Boom. Spear and sword intersected, true essence exploding. Lin Ming's body flew backwards, blood dribbling down the sides of his mouth. But High Lord Heian wasn't any better off. After Lin Ming's spear light broke through his sword light, a leftover wisp had pierced his chest, breaking past his bodily protective true essence and causing an arrow of blood to shoot out. The battle of these two had already reached a catastrophic degree. Lin Ming had been wounded several times, both heavily and lightly. But Lin Ming didn't care about injuries. What he desired was making sure that High Lord Heian was also injured in the process. At this time, some people gradually felt that something was wrong. Although Lin Ming's total amount of true essence was obviously lower than High Lord Heian's, for some unknown reason, he was always able to maintain his extreme speed and the power behind his moves. In comparison, High Lord Heian had weakened somewhat. Heavens! There have already been over 200 moves. Although these are small moves, how can he withstand such consumption of energy? Is he a puppet or something? Don't forget that before this, he also fought in 3 continuous battles, successively defeating Kai Yang, Maha, and Yen Qi, yet now he can still fight High Lord Heian to this degree. High Lord Heian's breath is already weakening. What is going on? Is Lin Ming really a Xiantian realm martial artist? The martial artists in the audience discovered this rapidly changing situation and found it incomprehensible. High Lord Heian also discovered this. He no longer attacked Lin Ming. After another sword strike, he retreated several hundred feet back and stood there. High Lord Heian's expression was dismal. He had already consumed almost half his demon essence, but Lin Ming hadn't used as much. In fact, his bodily true essence was still extremely thick like it was before. How could it be like this? What sort of freak was this boy? Was his true essence regenerative ability really that strong? I can't drag this on anymore. I have to finish this fight as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this continues, then I will lose. Losing to a mere 20-some-year-old human boy. High Lord Heian never imagined this day would ever come. Lin Ming, I never thought that you could force me to this step. I don't know what sort of strong cultivation method you've practiced to have this degree of endurance, but I will not give you any more chances to consume my strength. As High Lord Heian finished speaking, he gave a loud shout. He bit down on his tongue and spat out blood essence onto the blade of his sword. The curved crimson snake sword became an even more beautiful red. Soon after, High Lord Heian's face flashed with an abnormal blush. In order to use this strongest strike of his, he had obviously overdrawn his strength. Blood-stained blue skies. A sword thrust forth. The void trembled. The entire arena seemed to be dyed red with blood, everyone's vision filling with a dazzling scarlet light. This was an extremely oppressive feeling. It was like they had fallen into a bloody pond in the pits of hell, and now they faced a strike from a death god. Just looking at this sword made one hallucinate that their heart had been chopped in half. Final strike? What a pity. Lin Ming drearily sighed in his mind. He had wanted to slowly consume High Lord Heian's strength to its lowest point while maintaining his own strength at around 90%. Then, at that final moment, he could flare out with all the power of the 8 inner hidden gates and kill High Lord Heian in a single stroke. But presently, High Lord Heian no longer gave him that chance. It was time to advance to the final battle. Heavenly Demon Force Field, completely open. A stormy energy field surged out from Lin Ming's body. Although Lin Ming had used the heavenly demon force field at the very start of the battle, that was when he hadn't yet opened the 8 inner hidden gates, only using regular true essence to drive it. Otherwise, it would have consumed too much true essence. But now that Lin Ming was in his peak condition, he erupted with the strongest possible heavenly demon force field. A vast pressure gushed out in all directions. With a snapping sound, the ground underneath Lin Ming's feet began to completely crack open from this pressure. The broken fragments of profound gold flooring flew up into the air, and a massive crack spread out like a growing spider web. As far as 1,000 feet away, the audience instantly felt a pressure that was several times more terrifying than before. Those with weaker cultivations vomited blood, and even those with higher cultivations paled. How was this possible? The fight had reached this degree, but Lin Ming was still able to erupt with such an aura. This people completely didn't understand the heavenly demon force field. They only thought that this was the imposing aura that came from Lin Ming. Thunder and fire fuse for me, penetrating rainbow. The power of the 8 inner hidden gates was revolved to the limit. Between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Lin Ming's strength instantly doubled. The thunder soul and flame essence within him began to violently tremble. The power of thunder and fire burst out like a volcanic eruption. Above the purple comet spear, thunder and fire struggled together. Thick arcs of lightning recklessly danced on the spear, mixing with the surging inferno of flames, burning down the void. Lin Ming took a step forwards, his spear pointed straight towards High Lord Heian. Spear and man became one, and the horrifying sound of thunderfire reverberated in the air. Lin Ming became a flaming meteor wrapped with thunder as he shot forth. What? High Lord Heian was impossibly shocked. He had never, ever imagined that Lin Ming could produce such a terrifying combat strength at such a moment. As that aura suddenly burst out and enveloped him, his demon essence that had been like a raging river had suddenly reduced by 20%. This boy, he's always been hiding this. He wanted to save this for the final strike. He doesn't want to just defeat me. He wants to kill me. As High Lord Heian suddenly realized this, his eyes flashed with the light of lunacy. This was the final move. If this failed, then he would die. Everything was bet on this last, desperate attack. High Lord Heian revolved his demon essence to the limit and spat out more blood essence. The crimson ruby snake sword in his hand combusted with a flaming light, the sword sending out excited cries. As the sword light and spear light struck each other, it was like a meteor smashing into another meteor. This isn't good. After seeing this collision, the martial artists that had already retreated to 1,000 feet didn't say anything further, only launching their movement techniques to escape as far as possible. Bang! In that instant, a glaring flash burst out, forcing everyone in the entire martial arena to blink as if they were blinded. True essence violently swept up into swirling storms, melting every chair in the first several rows and sending chairs flying away like molten arrows. Luckily, several of the stronger martial artists suddenly took action, using their treasures and skills to send these metal chairs flying back. However, the impact of these chairs still caused their arms to shake with numbness. What a terrifying strength! The flash only lasted for a single breath of time before disappearing. The entire arena stage was completely razed to the ground, and not even a single piece of profound gold flooring was left behind. Lin Ming and High Lord Heian staggered opposite of each other. Lin Ming knelt on the ground, using the purple comet spear to support himself. His entire body was dyed crimson with blood, and on his right shoulder was a ghastly wound. His right shoulder had nearly been split apart, and his clavicle was broken. But behind Lin Ming, High Lord Heian was blankly standing there. The left half of his body had completely disappeared. Left lung, heart, left arm, in that desperate collision with Lin Ming, all of it had been disintegrated to ashes by the crazy and violent power of thunder and fire. All of the present martial artists were beyond shocked. They stood there, disbelief in their eyes, as they looked at High Lord Heian on the remains of the arena stage. The left half of his body had completely vanished, and one could see that the organs of his right half had been charred black. High Lord Heian died. With unfathomable strength, that overweeningly arrogant High Lord of Skysplit Tower who seemed all-powerful had actually died. Died under the hands of Lin Ming, a mere human boy. Chapter 608, Becoming a High Lord. Chapter 608, Becoming a High Lord. On the ruined martial arena stage, Lin Ming's entire body was stained crimson with blood. His clavicle was broken, and he was supporting himself with the purple comet spear. He looked like a god of death that had crawled up from an Azura battlefield. At this time, just looking at Lin Ming made one feel as if their heart was being squeezed tight. No one dared to look Lin Ming in the eyes. To allow himself to suffer a grievous injury in exchange for High Lord Heian's life, Lin Ming's decisive and ruthless actions had frightened all of the martial artists present, sending chills up their spines. They had originally thought this would be an even match, and even if victory and defeat were decided, killing the opponent wasn't possible. Normally, one side would admit defeat, and the other side would settle for their hard-earned victory. No one ever dreamed that High Lord Heian would be killed underneath Lin Ming's spear. Within Skysplit Tower, the High Lords were synonymous with kings. They were haughty, inviolable, and their will was absolute. Such a strong High Lord Heian had actually died by Lin Ming's hands. The impact that this had on everyone was earth-shaking. Lin Ming had always been hiding his ability. If he erupted with his complete strength from the start, then he might have forced High Lord Heian into defeat, but he patiently waited, and waited more, all until that final moment when he was able to kill High Lord Heian with a single spear. From the very beginning, he had been planning on killing High Lord Heian. This is too scary. We can understand this tactic, but who could actually carry it out? Even if we are as strong as Lin Ming, we don't have his endurance. Lin Ming had only been a tad stronger than High Lord Heian at the start, but as time passed, High Lord Heian's condition slowly changed, and his combat strength began to decline. But Lin Ming was actually able to maintain 80 to 90% of his full strength until that final moment when he exploded with everything he had. This is simply inhuman. Before this, he had even fought in 3 fierce battles. From the beginning, no one thought that Lin Ming would be able to win the revolving battle against Kai Yang, Maha, and Yan Qi, but what had happened was that Lin Ming had easily killed all 3 of them, and the madman didn't even finish there. In a single go, he continued onwards and killed High Lord Heian. He came up with this tactic from the start. In order to kill High Lord Heian, he didn't even hesitate to seriously wound himself. Formidable strength, terrifying talent, inhuman stamina, a calm, decisive, and ruthless mind and tactics, he killed without hesitation, all in order to rid himself of future problems. Such a terrifying person, and yet he's only 20-some years old. Who knows what his achievements will be in the future? To the audience, Lin Ming becoming a peerless emperor was as good as settled. But the question was whether or not Lin Ming could maintain this momentum, how many stages of life destruction he would pass, and whether or not he would become the number 1 powerhouse of the Holy Demon Continent. Being able to look down on all rivals in his youth didn't mean that he would be able to dominate the continent in the future. After all, the chances that a genius would fall in the future were difficult to speculate. To kill High Lord Heian, Lin Ming's actions were too flashy this time. Although this was a battle in the martial arena, and killing the opponent is in line with Skysplit Tower's rules, the other High Lords won't give up here. This is a challenge to their authority. Not necessarily. The 12 High Lords have never been on the best of terms with each other. One less High Lord Heian means that the other 11 High Lords will be able to divide more resources for themselves and obtain even more wealth and authority. As the martial artists were discussing, they suddenly saw a black mass of infernal energy fly up from High Lord Heian's corpse. This mass of infernal energy turned into a grim demon in the air. This demon had 5 pairs of wings. It was a 10-winged heavenly demon. In this instant, the martial artists present finally realized that they had forgotten something. Lin Ming was already a peak 8-winged heavenly demon. If he killed High Lord Heian then, whoosh, the 10-winged heavenly demon rushed towards Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was seriously injured, and he didn't even have 30% of his strength left. Even so, he wouldn't be defeated by something like a mass of infernal energy. The heavenly demon force field opened. A tide of pressure swept out. Pung! The 10-winged heavenly demon fiercely trembled, and half of its body dispersed. Lin Ming's right shoulder was nearly split apart, so he used his left hand to lift the spear. With a thrust, thunder burst out. Chila! The 10-winged heavenly demon's body was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. It turned into pure infernal energy that merged into Lin Ming's body. With it, the 8-winged heavenly demon on Lin Ming's arm began to slowly grow a 5th pair of wings, becoming increasingly clear. This pair was larger than the first 4, and the feathers looked as sharp as swords. 10-winged heavenly demon. This was a High Lord. Lin Ming became a High Lord. The martial artists present didn't know how to respond. This was truly difficult reality to accept. In Polar Sky Split Tower, it had been ages since a human High Lord had appeared. Moreover, Lin Ming was younger than everyone present. Just 6 months ago, Lin Ming had been a newcomer to Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor. High Lord, holy, what will the other 11 High Lords do? According to the usual practices of Sky Split Tower, before a martial artist became a High Lord, they would either be won over, suppressed, threatened, bribed, or even forced to leave. None of these were unusual or surprising situations. Once one became a 10-winged heavenly demon, they were a High Lord. This was the rule of Sky Split Tower. In fact, in a sense of those geniuses that were suppressed or forced away, most of them were far too weak. For instance, Dagu, as the 4th ranked amongst Heavenly Demon 7 stars, if he hadn't heeded the warning of Sky Split Tower's High Lords and continued to his next match, then it was possible that they would have arranged for Yan Qi to be his opponent. When that time came, the results could be imagined. However, towards this monstrous genius Lin Ming, whose strength already surpassed High Lord Heian, the High Lords of Sky Split Tower were no longer capable of threatening him. Even that revolving battle of Kai Yang, Maha, and Yan Qi was easily won by Lin Ming. Who else could do anything to him? In order to kill Lin Ming, that was only possible if 4 or 5 High Lords acted together, causing a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battle. At that time, when the entirety of Sky Split Tower knew of this, it would become impossible to explain why they killed another High Lord without any reason. Now, it could be said that Polar Sky Split Tower didn't have any way to manage Lin Ming. Is this real? There is going to be another High Lord? A human High Lord? All of the martial artists present thought they were in a dream. In the last several thousands of years, Lin Ming would be the fastest High Lord born within the entire blood slaughter steppes, as well as the youngest High Lord. Moreover, he was a human. Lin Ming swallowed a healing pill. Underneath the dual function of the pill and his own formidable resilience, the wound on his arm was already regenerating. He could even feel the muscles rapidly growing underneath, causing an itching feeling to spread there. The healing of his clavicle would be slower, but it wouldn't take any longer than a few hours. Lin Ming put out his hand, and High Lord Heian's spatial ring dropped into his palm. This black and plain spatial ring was heavy and a size larger than a normal spatial ring. This was impressively a high-grade Earth-step spatial ring. A spatial ring was rarer than other treasures of the same level. The value of this high-grade Earth-step spatial ring was probably no less than Lin Ming's own purple comet spear. A high lord of Skysplit Tower, who knows how much wealth he's gathered over the years. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. High Lord Heon's cultivation was only equal to a human revolving core powerhouse. In terms of combat strength, he was far inferior to a life-destruction powerhouse. Even in this case, he still had a suspected Heaven Step treasure black sword and a high-grade Earth Step spatial ring. It had to be known that Mu Fengxian was only a single-stage life-destruction master, as well as the highest elder of Divine Phoenix Island. Still, the weapon she used was only a normal high-grade Earth Step treasure. If this ring is so valuable, then what would be in it? Lin Ming was filled with anticipation. As for the suspected Heaven Step Crimson Ruby Snake sword, Lin Ming naturally couldn't forget it. He also received it. If he didn't count the cosmic melting furnace, then this was the highest quality treasure that Lin Ming had seen up until now. Although he couldn't use it himself, he could still exchange it for massive amounts of resources. Seeing Lin Ming take all of High Lord Heon's wealth, the martial artist's eyes turned red with envy. This was the total wealth that a Blood Slaughter Stepp's High Lord had accumulated for over 10 years. Its total value would absolutely surpass that of an ordinary 5th-grade sect sovereign. Such a great amount of wealth would be of enormous help to walking down one's future road of martial arts. Even someone like Feng Shen couldn't ignore it. After Lin Ming received everything, he didn't leave the martial arena but instead sat there and meditated. He was currently in a very poor state and his combat strength had drastically dropped. If someone on the same level as High Lord Heon came now, then they would be able to kill him without a doubt. Although this possibility was very low, Lin Ming didn't want to be taken by surprise. Restoring his strength to 70 to 80% in the martial arena and then returning to his practice area was the safest bet. As long as he could restore his strength, then who could do anything to Lin Ming? Not to mention that he also had the ephemeral golden rock shattering the void. If he truly tried to run away with his full ability, then not even 4 or 5 High Lord Heons would be able to stop him. Even if their speed could keep up with Lin Ming, their endurance would be inferior to his. Lin Ming could maintain his peak speed the entire time. As for others, even if they popped pills constantly while flying, their speed would become more and more slow. In this case, Lin Ming no longer had any fear of Polar Skysplit Tower. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't intend to leave yet, the other martial artists invariably also decided not to go, sitting in their seats and discussing what just happened. And at this time, on Skysplit Tower's first floor and second floor, there were many martial artists gathered in pubs, restaurants, tea houses, and other places discussing Lin Ming's 3 continuous fights with Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang. The second floor martial artists didn't feel as great a pressure as those martial artists on the third floor did. They were free to choose the time of their match, and if they didn't want to compete, they could just ignore it. They had a relatively great amount of time to chat and relax. Lin Ming's revolving fight with Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang had already spread through the entire Skysplit Tower 10 days ago, like a raging storm. Everyone was a martial artist, so who didn't want to see such a peak battle? But those that could truly go to the third floor and watch the match were the extraordinary individuals or absurdly wealthy of the second floor. As for the weaker rung of martial artists, let alone having the qualifications, but even if they did have the qualifications to go up, they still wouldn't be able to afford a ticket. In a restaurant on the second floor, a mixed-race old storyteller was carrying a walking stick in one hand as he made rapid hand gestures in the air with the other. He was making up completely fantastical fabrications of Lin Ming's 3-man revolving fight with Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang, the martial artists of the first and second floor, that didn't have the qualifications to enter the third floor, and watched this battle could only use their imaginations to fill it in. The storytelling old man had found business in this opportunity and was casting Lin Ming's three-man revolving battle with great gusto. For a mortal, if they could receive a single blood demon crystal as a reward, this would be enough for them to live in Skysplit Tower for an entire year. Pa! The old man pounded his walking stick against the ground. In that very moment, Kai Yang cut down with his saber, using his ultimate technique. But at this time, Lin Ming stood his ground, unmoving. He flourished his long spear, thrusting it out, and at that moment the heavens shook and the earth shattered. Gods cried and ghosts wept. Kai Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, and Lin Ming chased him down. Hold on! F***CKU. What the F***CK are you making up all this shit for? An imp martial artist pounded the table. The storytelling old man had said that Kai Yang had been beaten up by Lin Ming. As both he and Kai Yang were imps, he naturally didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Chapter 609. High Lord Haon's Inheritance. Chapter 609. High Lord Haon's Inheritance. Kia. The storytelling old man was scared. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. This lowly one has only heard everyone say this, so that's why You're just a mortal. So what the hell do you understand? The imp martial artist angrily said. Consider it over. The imp martial artist's companion waved his hand. Kai Yang probably isn't Lin Ming's match. Lin Ming entered the king's cage for 108 days. After he came out, he probably had the strength to rank near the front of the heavenly demon 7 stars. It's already been several quarter hours since the match started. I think that the results have already come out. Lin Ming should be able to defeat Kai Yang, but I wonder how his fight with Maha went. F***CK. I wish I could watch the match. This sucks. As the martial artists in the restaurant talked amongst themselves, the storytelling old man didn't know if he should continue. And at this time, the martial artist suddenly heard a loud noise outside of the restaurant, growing louder and more excited with every passing moment. What's going on? The several martial artists were suspicious and were preparing to go out to take a look when suddenly a martial artist ran in, almost crashing into the group. The several martial artists were about to lose their temper until they discovered that this person was their companion. Big news! Big news! The martial artist yelled as soon as he passed the door. What's going on? Why are you so freaked out? Skysplit Tower's High Lords have changed. Lin Ming has replaced High Lord Haon as a new one of the 12 High Lords, given the title of High Lord Evil God. The martial artist frantically said, What did you just say? The martial artists were stunned. Their first reactions were disbelief. Lin Ming replaced High Lord Haon? How is that possible? Then what about High Lord Haon? High Lord Haon seems to be dead. As the martial artist spoke with ambiguity, everyone present was shocked, completely petrified. High Lord Haon died. Within Skysplit Tower, the news of Lin Ming killing High Lord Haon was spreading at a terrifying speed. Nearly every martial artist on the 3rd floor was in the martial arena at the moment. So they, of course, knew the moment that Lin Ming killed High Lord Haon. Of course, the martial artists of the 1st floor and 2nd floor were much slower in finding out the news. But this didn't take over an hour. A High Lord was killed. This was the greatest event that had happened in Skysplit Tower for the last few hundreds of years. When people heard this news, many of them were filled with disbelief because these were basically rumors. But as the news began to spread through the entire Skysplit Tower, and with the high-level figures of Skysplit Tower not standing up to clarify these rumors, they had no choice but to believe. 10 days ago, the news of Lin Ming's 3-man revolving fight with Yan Qi, Ma, and Kai Yang had spread through the entirety of Skysplit Tower. But now, compared to today's news, that was simply child's play. Initially, people had thought that Lin Ming would likely die in this three-man revolving fight, but they never imagined the result would be like it was. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Ming killed Yan Qi and the rest, and then continued to kill High Lord Heian in a single go, becoming one of the current High Lords. A High Lord was a legendary existence. On the second floor, there basically weren't any martial artists that had seen a High Lord before. And for the mortals of Skysplit Tower, a High Lord was no different from a god, a being that they couldn't even look up to. At this time, Skysplit Tower's third floor, practice area, Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. He didn't know about the discussions happening outside, nor did he care. In fact, even the title of High Lord Evil God was given to him by the martial artists of the third floor, spreading out from that point afterwards. This was naturally a title that originated from Lin Ming's title given to him by the King Tablet, Evil God Azura. Lin Ming sat in meditation for a while, restoring his condition to its peak state. Then he took out the 4 spatial rings he had obtained, one at a time. These spatial rings were respectively obtained from Kai Yang, Maha, Yan Qi, and High Lord Heian. Of these 4 spatial rings, 3 were medium-grade earth step, and 1 was a high-grade earth step. Lin Ming picked up Kai Yang's spatial ring first. Kai Yang was the weakest of the bunch, so he was naturally the poorest too. After taking out everything within the spatial ring, Lin Ming quickly swept through it all. There wasn't anything too valuable inside. There were pills, jade slips, various treasure, and also over 9,000 high-grade blood demon crystals. The value of these wasn't too small, but Lin Ming didn't even bother to glance at them. Lin Ming quickly sorted everything out and put everything he didn't need in one spatial ring, and the blood demon crystals in another. There wasn't anything in Kai Yang's spatial ring that had interested him, but this was also within his expectations. Then Lin Ming picked up Maha's spatial ring. The contents were similar to Kai Yang's spatial ring, except even more abundant. There were around 15,000 high-grade blood demon crystals, which was always a great and useful wealth. There were even some acceptably adequate pills. Lin Ming took them out and reserved them for future use. Then Lin Ming picked up Yan Qi's spatial ring. After taking out the contents, there were actually just around 20,000 high-grade blood demon crystals, as well as all sorts of pills. Even the treasures were the highest of high quality. After sweeping through everything, Lin Ming picked out a jade slip from the chaotic mess. After sweeping his mind through it, he was surprised. This was Yan Qi's records about his experience with battle spirits. Battle spirit. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. When one reached a higher level in the road of martial arts, a battle spirit would become an essential part of a martial artist's strength. A battle spirit could grow along with a martial artist's own growth, slowly strengthening. Thus, the earlier one comprehended a battle spirit, the more room for growth there would be. However, if a martial artist had bad luck, poor perception, or their martial arts cultivation had already reached an exceedingly high realm, they would slowly be unable to comprehend a battle spirit. A battle spirit was in itself an elusive and enigmatic existence, a mysterious and obscure boundary. Sometimes the more one wanted to comprehend a battle spirit, the less successful they would be. Sometimes the less one thought about it, the higher their chances of comprehending it would be. It was an indescribable factor. The memories that Lin Ming inherited were incomplete, and there was very little concerning battle spirits. With Yan Qi's recorded experiences, even though it was probably riddled with errors and rough spots, at least it could be used as a reference point. In the end, it was better than nothing. Putting this jade slip aside, Lin Ming waved his hand and put everything else inside a spatial ring. These 3 spatial rings had contributed over 40,000 high-grade blood demon crystals to Lin Ming. This was enough for Lin Ming to squander them as quickly as he could for dozens of years. Finally, it was time for the main event. This was High Lord Haon's spatial ring. Lin Ming picked up the spatial ring and sank his mind inside. In the next moment, everything inside was taken out. For a time, the entire practice area was filled with massive piles of various jade slips, pills, treasures, and several dozens of large boxes. A rich infernal energy and blood vitality coiled around these boxes. They were obviously blood demon crystals. Every large box had 5,000 blood demon crystals. With several dozen of these large boxes, there were around 200,000 to 300,000 high-grade blood demon crystals, compared to the total combined wealth of Kai Yang. Maha and Yen Qi, it was at least 7 or 8 times more. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the wealth of a High Lord from Skysplit Tower was equal to an entire sect. Lin Ming felt that within these dozens of boxes, one of them had an especially rich infernal energy. Lin Ming put out his hand, and this box fell into his palm. This box was a third of the size of the other ones. It was crafted from jade and was engraved with a sealing array formation. This array formation was used to prevent the leakage of energy. There's a sealing array formation, but the energy coming from it is still so potent. What could be inside? Lin Ming unraveled the box's array formation and opened the lid. Instantly, an energy so thick that it condensed into substance began to escape. Within the box, just the bottom was covered with a layer of light, grape-sized red crystal. Every crystal was bright, translucent, and extremely shiny. These are top-grade blood demon crystals. Above high-grade blood demon crystals was top-grade blood demon crystals. This sort of blood demon crystal would only originate from the highest quality of blood demon crystal mines. But in these mines, there was only a very, very small amount of top-quality blood demon crystals that would be produced. Thus, they were incomparably precious. This sort of thing was too wasteful if used to practice. Even a High Lord of Skysplit Tower wasn't willing to be so extravagant and luxurious. A top-grade blood demon crystal was mainly used to make breakthroughs in bottlenecks. For instance, if Lin Ming cultivated to the extreme Xiantian realm and wanted to make a breakthrough to Revolving Core, then he could use a top-grade blood demon crystal to greatly shorten the time needed to make a breakthrough. This is the good stuff. Lin Ming roughly counted them. Within this box, there were only several dozen top-grade blood demon crystals. These weren't something that could be bought with money alone. Even Yen Qi, Maha, or Kai Yang didn't have a single top-grade blood demon crystal in their spatial rings, but High Lord Haon actually had several dozen of them at once. From this alone, one could see just how wealthy the High Lords of Skysplit Tower were. High Lord Haon collected so many top-grade blood demon crystals, he was probably preparing to make his breakthrough to a 4-star demon king. To martial artists from the demon races, such as the giant demons or imps, the step from a 3-star demon king to 4-star demon king was similar to a human martial artist's leap from Revolving Core to life destruction. It was not a small hurdle. After a Skysplit Tower, High Lord broke through to a 4-star demon king. They would then leave Skysplit Tower. Otherwise, if they stayed within the blood slaughter steps for too long, then there was a chance they would be killed by the mystical power within the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming was putting away these several dozen top-grade blood demon crystals, his mind suddenly stirred. There seems to be something here. Taking out all of the top-grade blood demon crystals, Lin Ming found that there was actually a hidden space at the bottom of the jade box. He pulled open the cover to reveal a small space just several inches wide. Within this space were 2 glass beads, one black and one white. As Lin Ming saw these 2 colored glass beads, he sucked in a deep breath. These were demon god bones, 2 demon god bones, and both of them were much larger than the one that Xingtian had. Lin Ming was secretly flabbergasted. It was impossible to measure the value of a demon god bone with blood demon crystals. Every 10 years, the eternal demon abyss would have a period where it became relatively quiet and tranquil. During this time, Sky-split Tower's High Lords would send out teams of people to scour the boundary edge of the eternal demon abyss, sometimes even going themselves. Demon god bones were formed when the rich energy within the eternal demon abyss became thick to the point that it was a liquid and then condensed over a period of tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years. It was far incomparable with blood demon crystals. It was of tremendous help to the cultivation of martial artists from any race. Demon god bones could even help a demon king or life-destruction powerhouse attack the bottleneck to becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. Just from this alone, one could see that its effects were similar to the Nirvana dragon root. And in fact, the value of a demon god bone was comparable to a Nirvana dragon root. Although the Nirvana dragon root was rare, it was still only a medical plant found in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. The Demon Emperor had initially only been a very strong emperor-level powerhouse, but the demon god bone originated from the eternal demon abyss, and that mystical and strange presence within the eternal demon abyss was far from what the Demon Emperor could compare with when he was still in the Sky-Spill continent. Chapter 6:10, You Either Leave or Fight. Chapter 6:10, You Either Leave or Fight. When Lin Ming first swallowed a demon god bone, the demon god bone had fused together with the heavenly demon force field. This had been countered with the nameless divine pill that had been refined from a Nirvana dragon root. With the energies together, it was a complete coincidence that their combined powers were able to completely open the gate of healing. From this alone, one could see that a single demon god bone was somewhat inferior to the nameless divine pill refined from a Nirvana dragon root. However, it had to be said that regardless of whether it was Xing Tian or High Lord Heon's demon god bones, they had all come from the surrounding area of the eternal demon abyss and were also the most common and ordinary level of demon god bones. But within the eternal demon abyss, there were actually higher grade demon god bones. There were completely legendary objects. It was almost impossible for anyone to get their hands on them. Lin Ming browsed through the jade slips that High Lord Heon had left behind. Besides some top cultivation methods, there was a single jade slip that caught his attention. The contents within were actually a record of the eternal demon abyss. Eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming muttered. Mysterious lands always attracted eager people that desired to explore, especially a place like the eternal demon abyss, which contained seemingly infinite resources, as well as countless dangerous and fatal traps. There were even some emperor powerhouses that, when their time was about to come to an end, would choose enter the eternal demon abyss. They not only wanted to find their own lucky chance, but also longed to decipher that mystical land. They wanted to see with their own eyes just what was within the eternal demon abyss. Sinking his mind into the jade slip, the first thing that appeared within Lin Ming's mind was a map. This was a map of the eternal demon abyss. On this map, the 12 sky-split towers were marked with red dots, and underneath these 12 sky-split towers was the tens of thousands of miles wide eternal demon abyss. This part of the eternal demon abyss map was completely blank, but several thousand miles around the eternal demon abyss periphery, there were detailed signs, careful descriptions of dangerous zones, locations, spots, all meticulously portrayed and annotated. In addition, there was even a mark on the map that indicated where it was easy to find demon god bones. If one wanted to explore the eternal demon abyss, the value of this map as a reference point was unimaginable. Below all of this was all sorts of varied lore about the eternal demon abyss. Its contents were similar to what Lin Ming already knew. For tens of thousands of years, every single character that entered the eternal demon abyss, regardless of whether they were peerless geniuses or emperor powerhouses, everyone would die there with no exception. Let alone the inside of the eternal demon abyss, even 1,000 miles around the edges was a restricted death zone. Anyone that entered would die. All martial artists that wanted to explore the eternal demon abyss, including even high lords, had to be at least 1,000 miles from the edge of the eternal demon abyss, or sometimes even 2,000 miles away. The closer one approached to the eternal demon abyss, the higher grade of demon god bones there would be, but the dangers would also be correspondingly greater, and the chances of dying there that much higher. According to the records within this jade slip, in just this last millennium, over 170 high lords have died within the eternal demon abyss. Every time the eternal demon abyss opens, there would be 1 or 2 high lords that die. Lin Ming was shocked as he saw the data within High Lord Heon's jade slip. Every time that the eternal demon abyss opened, high lords would personally go, and the reason for this was those high-grade demon god bones. For a character on the level of a normal heavenly demon 7-star, their strength was far worse compared to a high lord. They could only stay in the extreme periphery. Finding 1 or 2 ordinary demon god bones was already considered very good for them. To find anything of a higher grade was simply impossible. With 12 sky-split towers, that would mean there were around 150 high lords. Every time the eternal demon abyss opened, 1 or 2 would die. That would also mean that the fatality rate of these high lords was around 1%. This wasn't a too exaggerated fatality rate. On the road of martial arts, if one was too afraid to take risks, then they might as well not practice martial arts and peacefully pass away from old age while enjoying themselves. Eternal demon abyss. If there's a chance, I want to go too. Lin Ming was very much interested in exploring this land where so many risks and chances coexisted together. Of course, he absolutely didn't dare to enter into the 1,000-mile death zone surrounding the edge of the eternal demon abyss. He didn't think that his life was much sturdier than those of ancient emperor-level powerhouses. As Lin Ming continued to read through the jade slip, it also described how the eternal demon abyss erupted. It seemed that every several dozens of years, the eternal demon abyss would also erupt once like a volcano, spitting out a massive amount of infernal energy, as well as some hidden caches of demon god bones from within the eternal demon abyss. For the last several tens of thousands of years, people had searched the extreme outer edges of the eternal demon abyss for these scattered demon god bones, all of them having come from the eruption of the eternal demon abyss. After every one of these special eruptions, the martial artists that entered the eternal demon abyss would have much greater harvests. Of course, the risks would be higher too, because after the eternal demon abyss erupted, that restless and vibrant energy and some strange life forms would form various danger spots, areas where one's bones wouldn't even be left over. And in these cases of eruptions, the map would have massive changes to it. The old map would no longer be useful, and one could only form a new map. This also meant that it was easier for people to randomly stumble into these danger zones. It could be said that in the last 1,000 years, of the over 170 high lords that had died, over half of these deaths were because of the eruption of the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming finished reading through the jade slip, at this moment, a bright light flashed in his room, a sound then floating into Lin Ming's mind. I am High Lord Bloodfire. Young hero Lin, please follow the servants to the 4th floor. 4th floor? Lin Ming's mind stirred. The 4th floor was the exclusive residency of Sky-Split Tower's High Lords. All remaining 11 High Lords were situated there. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then left his practice area. Just outside of Lin Ming's practice area, a pair of beautiful Fae maids were already waiting. These 2 beautiful girls were the same height, and both their stature and appearance could not be any more perfect. Their cultivation was also at the Hotian realm. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, if there was ever a girl that could be so young and have a Hotian realm cultivation while having such a perfect appearance, then they would be the most proud amongst all proud women. However, within Sky Split Tower, they were actually nothing more than maids. Sir High Lord, we are here to lead you to the 4th floor and fulfill any desire you have," a young Fey girl said in a soft, lilting voice. "Lead the way." Lin Ming's voice was calm and indifferent. The third and fourth floors of Skysplit Tower were also connected by a transmission array. In this white, hazy transmission array, one needed a token to enter. As Lin Ming reached this transmission array, he stopped and began to patiently study it. As he thought, it was undoubtedly an ancient transmission array. It stemmed from the same foundation as the realm of the gods' transmission arrays. Seeing this familiar transmission array, Lin Ming was much more relieved. This way, at least he wouldn't be trapped on the fourth floor. His fleeting golden rock, shattering the void movement technique, combined with this ancient transmission array meant that he was confident that even if several High Lords sieged him together, he would still be able to safely withdraw. With a step inside, a light flashed. In the next moment, Lin Ming and the two Fey maids arrived at Skysplit Tower's fourth floor. The legendary Road of Emperor was also here. As he was led through a dimly lit corridor, the maids finally brought Lin Ming before a towering and sumptuous grand temple. The gate of this temple was over 100 feet tall, and there were all sorts of ancient and mysterious runes carved into it. It was unknown just what material it was formed from. As Lin Ming arrived at this great temple, the gates opened, making grinding noises, as if the structure couldn't resist its own vast weight. Past the gate, there were 10 people in black robes, all of them uniformly wearing black cloaks. Some were tall, some were short, and all of them were sitting at a long black table. With the 10 people gathered together, the aura they emitted could be called terrifying. And this aura was completed aimed towards Lin Ming alone. Lin Ming's mind went cold. The heavenly demon martial intent immediately erupted, offsetting the pressure from this combined aura. His body only shook for a split second, but he hadn't taken a single step back. Without a doubt, these 10 black-robed individuals were all High Lords of Skysplit Tower. Facing Lin Ming, they were only subconsciously emitting their aura in order to frighten him. Only 10 of them. Isn't there another High Lord? Lin Ming was puzzled. He swept over these 10 individuals. Of these 10, there was a pretty significant gap in strength between all of them. There were even some people that were unfathomably deep. Lin Ming had to admit that he wasn't their match at this moment. Heroes truly come from the young. A black-robed man sitting in the first seat laughed, his voice deep and loud. "High Lord Evil God, is that your title?" Lin Ming calmly said, "Titles are meaningless to me. Feel free to call me what you will." The black-robed man speaking was without a doubt the strongest powerhouse amongst the 10 High Lords here. Lin Ming had to confess that he didn't have the slightest chance of defeating him. "Good. I like your straightforward attitude. I don't want to play games with you. I'll ask you now, are you willing to leave Skysplit Tower?" Lin Ming frowned. "You are a 10-winged heavenly demon, and I am 10-winged heavenly demon. Why do you want me to leave Skysplit Tower? Is it only because I am a human? Do you think that this Skysplit Tower only belongs to you Goliaths and giant demons?" It's not only because you're a human." The black-robed man in the first seat stood up, his deep and dark eyes like stars in the night. "I allow you to leave because those have been the rules of Skysplit Tower for the last 10,000 years. Skysplit Tower does not allow the existence of 12-winged heavenly demons. But if you are freely allowed to grow as you wish, then in another year or two, we might not even be your match anymore. When that day comes, who can prevent you from obtaining 12 wings? This is a lesson that was learnt from the 8-Fall War Emperor. Once is already more than enough. We do not wish for any volatile factors to appear which threaten the status of Skysplit Tower." Lin Ming sneered, not speaking. In the end, it seemed that the current rules of Skysplit Tower had already taken the entire blood slaughter steps as their own property. Indeed, with the ability to amass such a massive amount of resources and wealth, as well as numerous high-level practice areas, who would not be moved by these. If the blood slaughter steps didn't contain a mystical force that killed all high-level martial artists that stepped into here, then this land would have already been aimed at by the many emperor-level powerhouses and holy lands of the holy demon continent. At that time, an unrivaled great war would erupt over the blood slaughter steppes, and the blood slaughter steppes would eventually be carved up by the victors. And such a war would probably erupt every 1,000 years, causing the land to be redistributed again. Now, because of all these strange and secretive rules of the blood slaughter steppes forming a pattern, in a sense the current blood slaughter steppes had become a special sort of sect. As for these high lords, they were the same as the sect elders. I can leave. I had no intention of becoming a high lord to begin with, nor do I want to stay in the blood slaughter steppes for a long time. I only want to stay in the blood slaughter steppes for another 3 months, and then enter the road of emperor. After I come out, I will immediately leave. Lin Ming already made deep concessions. With his current strength, coming into direct confrontation with the blood slaughter steppes was not wise or rational. It had to be known that the blood slaughter steppes didn't have just the polar sky-split tower, but also 11 other sky-split towers. There were simply masters all around. Hee, the black-robed man smiled. I'm sorry, but it's impossible for me to agree to your request. You can either choose to leave now, or you can choose to fight with me. Chapter 611, Sky-Split Towers Tower Master. Chapter 611, Sky-Split Towers Tower Master. He either choose to leave now or chose to fight with the 10 High Lords. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, his right hand subconsciously tracing his spatial ring. Under the watchful eyes of everyone on the 3rd floor, none of these people dared to do anything to Lin Ming. But on the 4th floor, if a fight broke out, the martial artists on the 3rd floor wouldn't necessarily know. Don't be so nervous. When I say fight, I mean a match on the martial arena stage. Unless I'm forced far enough, I won't resort to doing something so silly like breaking the established rules. The black-robed person slowly said. The implicit meaning behind his words was that if Lin Ming insisted on staying in Sky-Split Tower and insisted on entering the road of Emperor, then he wouldn't hesitate to break the rules of Sky-Split Tower and ruin its reputation to kill Lin Ming. Martial arena battle. Lin Ming fell into a silence. He wasn't so brazenly confident to the degree that he felt he was invincible within Polar Sky-Split Tower, not to mention a potential continuous revolving fight. He didn't even feel fully confident he could defeat this black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man's eyes studied Lin Ming, his starry eyes seeming as if they could completely understand him. Lin Ming, if I'm not wrong, that energy field that you're emitting from your body is a kind of martial intent related to the heavenly demon force field. Lin Ming's mind went cold. This old fox had extraordinary eyesight. He had actually seen through everything with a glance. The black-robed man didn't know that one could obtain the Azura force field after completing the entire king's cage, but he had seen the death god force field before, which was one held by all 12-winged heavenly demons. Both of them had similarities, so he had naturally noticed it. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before frankly admitting it. Yes, the black-robed man smirked. Although I haven't obtained the heavenly demon martial intent myself, I do still have some understandings about it. I don't know how you managed to obtain this sort of force field, but what I do know is that you only gained it after you entered Sky-Split Tower. This martial intent has similarities with the heavenly demon martial intent. The more martial intents a martial artist receives, the more powerful they become, especially if they confuse them together. Your martial intent and the heavenly demon martial intent are similar. I do not believe that you don't desire to obtain the heavenly demon martial intent and then fuse them as one. But to obtain the heavenly demon martial intent, you have to first become a 12-winged heavenly demon. This is the absolute taboo. Thus, do not be so delusional to think you will enter the road of emperor. The black-robed man's antagonizing words relentlessly barraged Lin Ming, leaving him no wiggle room. Now was the time to deal with Lin Ming. If Lin Ming entered the road of emperor, the black-robed man didn't have the slightest belief that he would be able to defeat Lin Ming. When that time came, nobody in Polar Sky Split Tower would be Lin Ming's match, and no one would be able to stop him from becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming, you killing Heian was through a mutually agreed life or death battle. Since it is in line with Sky Split Tower's rules, I won't pursue the matter any further. But if you do not leave Sky Split Tower today, I won't be polite anymore. As the black-robed man spoke, he took a single step forwards. His aura suddenly erupted into a blood-red flame around him, making it appear as if he had caught on fire. This black-robed man was High Lord Bloodfire, and his title had come from the cultivation method that he practiced, as well as the bloody flames that surrounded him. When Lin Ming had killed Shui Man on the second floor, he had seen an image of High Lord Bloodfire in a jade slip of his. Even though Shui Man was an extremely cruel and proud person, when he mentioned High Lord Bloodfire, he did so with the utmost respect. This was a respect that came from the bones, and even from fear. Now it looked like High Lord Bloodfire was one of the stronger High Lords. No wonder Shui Man had feared him so. The entire hall's atmosphere was grim, everyone tense for action. Lin Ming lightly traced his spatial ring as he revolved his true essence. If he couldn't enter the road of emperor, or even become a 12-winged heavenly demon, then the heavenly demon martial intent would be lacking two forms. How could he even think of fusing them anymore? If you are willing to leave Sky Split Tower, then I can also compensate you. High Lord Bloodfire took a step back. Towards a character like Lin Ming, he felt an extremely deep dread. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming, and instead provoked him, then it was possible that he would have offended the Holy Demon Continent's future top powerhouse. In that case, High Lord Bloodfire wouldn't ever be able to sleep in peace. Lin Ming frowned. Naturally, he wasn't willing to accept these conditions. At this moment, a brilliant flame lit up in the hall. In the darkness, it was especially radiant. This was a sound-transmitting talisman. As High Lord Bloodfire received this sound-transmitting talisman, he was immediately startled. He began to look Lin Ming up and down, with some puzzlement in his eyes. Lin Ming, the Chief High Lord has agreed to allow you to enter the Road of Emperor, but you will need to fulfill a condition. Chief High Lord. Lin Ming was surprised. Who was the Chief High Lord? Was he Polar Sky Split Tower's Chief High Lord, or the 12 Sky Split Tower's Chief High Lord? High Lord Bloodfire said, "The Chief High Lord is my Polar Sky Split Tower's Tower Master. He is also one of the 12 High Lords. Several hours ago, he was already returning to Polar Sky Split Tower. He should arrive in another incense stick of time, or so." So that's how it was. Lin Ming had already noticed that there were only 10 High Lords here. Counting the already deceased High Lord Heian, there was still another High Lord missing. So, the one that wasn't here was actually Sky Split Tower's Tower Master. Thinking of this, Lin Ming turned vigilant. If High Lord Bloodfire was already so strong, then what degree of strength would the Polar Sky Split Tower's Tower Master be at? In front of such a person, Lin Ming's mind chilled. He asked, "What condition does he want me to agree to?" "I'm not sure. You'll need to speak face-to-face with the Chief High Lord." High Lord Bloodfire said, expressionless. Lin Ming's eyebrows twisted together tightly. High Lord Bloodfire only sat in his seat, not speaking a single word. A deep silence fell over the hall. In another half-incense stick of time, a sound-transmitting talisman lit up the hall again. High Lord Bloodfire rose from his seat and said, "Come with me. Sir Chief High Lord wishes to see you now." Chief High Lord. Lin Ming remained silent. An uneasy feeling filled his heart. This nervousness, this anxiety, it all stemmed from his lack of strength. Before now, when he talked to Dagu about Sky-Split Tower and the Eternal Demon Abyss, Dagu hadn't known that Polar Skip-Split Tower had a tower master. Dagu had once said that Feng Xin was able to compare to a weaker High Lord. These words had made Lin Ming subconsciously think that the strength of the 12 High Lords wasn't out of his reach when he rushed out of the king's cage, and also broke through to the 8 inner hidden gates in the meantime. Lin Ming had great confidence in his own strength. This was the only reason he had willingly agreed to a revolving battle with Yan Qi, Kai Yang, and Ma, even following that with killing High Lord Heian. Within Polar Sky-Split Tower, strength was everything. When Lin Ming had killed High Lord Heian, that had created a great deterrent for anyone plotting against him. In this case, Lin Ming believed that although he couldn't defeat some of the High Lords, he would still be able to escape freely coming and going. However, he never imagined that the disparity in strength between Sky-Split Tower's 12 High Lords was so great. The weak were around Feng Xin, and the strong were strong to a ridiculous degree. High Lord Heian's cultivation was equal to the human middle revolving core realm, and his strength approached the start of life destruction. But the chief High Lord of the 12 High Lords probably had a cultivation approaching life destruction, and his strength was likely far above a first-stage life destruction master. In the face of such a person, it was impossible for Lin Ming to be at ease. What? You don't want to enter the road of Emperor? High Lord Bloodfire's lips curved up in an interested smirk. Sir Chief High Lord was originally cultivating at the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple, but for you, he especially hurried back to Polar Sky-Split Tower, and yet you don't dare to see him. High Lord Bloodfire was trying to stir up Lin Ming towards these childish tactics of trying to rankle him. Lin Ming didn't care. It was just that the current situation was. Lin Ming turned his head to see that the surrounding 9 other High Lords had also risen from their seats, although they seemed to just be casually standing there. If Lin Ming really tried to run out now, then these 9 High Lords would be able to instantly cut off Lin Ming. With the elusive and fleeting concept of space, Lin Ming had some confidence that he would be able to escape this hall. But the problem was there was still an unfathomably powerful tower master somewhere. Lin Ming took a deep breath, all sorts of possible scenarios racing through his mind. He promises that I can enter the road of Emperor as long as I agree to a condition. What sort of condition is that? Lin Ming wasn't naive enough to think that Polar Sky-Split Tower's tower master recognized his abilities and wanted him to enter the road of Emperor. Then this condition was very intriguing. Could it be to sign a soul contract? If he didn't agree, what would happen then? The best case was that Lin Ming would be forced to leave Sky-Split Tower, and the worst case was that he would immediately be attacked. In this situation, Lin Ming felt that his chances of escaping through 4 floors was very slim. Crap. Lin Ming couldn't help but admit that he had underestimated the strength of the 12 High Lords. The reason he had made such an erroneous judgment was because of his conversation with Dagu, as well as the fact that the 8-fall War Emperor became a 12-winged heavenly demon. Without a doubt, the 8-fall War Emperor of the past was weaker than Lin Ming, and his talent was also inferior. By all reasoning, if the 8-fall War Emperor could become a 12-winged heavenly demon, then it shouldn't be too difficult for Lin Ming too. But the sudden developments had gone beyond his imagination. Just how had the 8-fall War Emperor become a 12-winged heavenly demon? Lin Ming couldn't imagine how. In this case, with resistance at every step, the plotting of the High Lords once becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon, and even the Tower Master who was above the High Lords, just who could grow to a 12-winged heavenly demon in this situation. Lin Ming, what's going on? You don't want to go? High Lord Bloodfire said in a joking manner, do you want the Tower Master to come looking for you instead? Lin Ming stroked his spatial ring, connecting his sense to the purple comet spear inside. He wasn't in the habit of putting his fate in the hands of others. Today, he wouldn't enter the road of emperor, nor would he become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Then he could only wait until the day he reached the revolving core realm and then return to the blood slaughter steps. He didn't believe that at that time anyone could still stop him. Hee little boy, you're quite the wary one, eh? Another High Lord said. The giant demon who spoke was High Lord Shingong. He had been Xingtian's boss. Lin Ming looked at High Lord Shingong, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Go with him. Go and see that sky-split tower master. Lin Ming was shocked. Demon Shine, the damage to your soul has recovered. Lin Ming asked, pleasantly surprised. Demon Shine had been deeply sleeping within his spiritual sea. The two of them didn't need to use a true essence sound transmission and could directly communicate with each other. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had been in the holy demon continent for nearly 2 years now. Demon Shine had been sleeping this entire time, so he had nearly forgotten about him. I've recovered. Demon Shine malevolently chuckled, a wicked flavor in his voice. Now that I mention it, this sky-split tower's rich infernal energy is really suitable for healing this saint's wounds. There's also that heavenly demon tattoo. Now, that's the good stuff. It was really beneficial to this saint's soul. Boy, you absolutely have to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Escaping now doesn't suit the awesome style of this saint. Chapter 6:12. The only way out of this desperate situation. Chapter 6:12. The only way out of this desperate situation. The heavenly demon tattoo is helpful to you. Lin Ming asked, puzzled. This saint is originally a demonic cultivator, and the heavenly demon tattoo can condense infernal energy. The more demon wings there are, the more infernal energy there is, and the better the effects are. Of course, it's a great help to this saint. This saint already woke up a year ago, but because the infernal energy here is so rich, this saint chose return to a sleeping state in order to slowly recover my strength. This saint also has a general understanding of what has happened for the past year. A 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo is absolutely something that you cannot miss out on. This saint is depending on it to help recover strength. If you run now, then the heavenly demon tattoo will slowly dissipate, and all that effort for the last year or two will be completely wasted. The two of them were directly communicating using their souls, although there was a very complex conversation happening between them. All of this happened in just a brief moment. Lin Ming eagerly asked, what level has your soul force been restored to? Demon Shine smugly smiled and said, this saint's soul force has been restored to about the standard I was at when I was sucked into the space of the magic cube. The same standard as when you were sucked into the magic cube space. Lin Ming was startled. This old dog was probably also some character when he still traveled the realm of the gods. Although Lin Ming thought of him as just a dog, since Demon Shine was able to follow the Demon Emperor, he probably had some skill. According to the old dog's own boasting, he used to be a 3-headed demonic divine hound with the title of Hallowed Lord Demon Shine, even successfully building up an invincible diamond divine body to the large success stage. But afterwards, his divine body was destroyed, and his soul was sucked into the divine crystal magic cube of his trinity of consciousness. Now, there was only a single one left over. 3 heads had then become one. Originally, Demon Shine had been nothing but an incomplete soul, and after being sealed within the magic cube for countless years and constantly worn down over time, the weakness of his soul force could be imagined. But now Demon Shine had said that his soul force was restored to the point just before the magic cube had destroyed him. Although his soul was still incomplete, it should still be quite terrifying. Can you handle Polaris Tower's Tower Master? Lin Ming fervently asked, if this was so, then this could really be called seeing a ray of hope after being pushed to a dead end. Demon Shine shook his head. Nope, not possible. Then you want me to walk to my own death? Lin Ming was left speechless. This damn old dog kept giving him the impression that he was a lazy boaster that couldn't be counted on when it mattered. In the past, weren't you called a hallowed lord within the realm of the gods? And yet you can't even deal with some small fry from the mortal world? Humph! This saint only has an incomplete soul left over without even a mortal body. Where am I supposed to have attacking power from? When this saint was at his most glorious time, with just a little sneeze from this saint, the spittle would be able to fill that so-called Tower Master Chalk full of holes. Hearing the old dog's bluster, Lin Ming almost collapsed on the spot. This fellow still had the mood to speak like this. Then what should we do now? This saint may not have a body, and may not have any attack power, but I still have a soul. I can still help you out with my soul. For instance, when you sign the soul contract. As the old dog spoke to hear, he evilly giggled twice and said, after this saint's soul force was mostly restored, my soul perception is now much more sensitive than yours. You may not know, but of the 10 High Lords present, 2 of them have slave seals planted in their bodies. They are under the control of someone else. What? Lin Ming was immensely shocked. A slave seal and soul contract were 2 completely different things. A soul contract was when both parties would write up their requirements on a special array parchment. Afterwards, both parties would willingly leave behind a drop of blood essence and make an oath on their souls. This sort of contract normally wouldn't have requirements that were too excessive. If they were, then no one would sign it. After a martial artist signed this soul contract, they could still act according to their own will and move freely about. Not just that, but a soul contract usually had a time limit placed on it. For instance, Yen Qi and Maha both signed soul contracts for 50 years. After the 50-year deadline passed, the contract would automatically be terminated. But a slave seal was different. A slave seal was a special technique of the demonic path. It was a method used by stronger martial artists that had deep cultivations in order to control weaker martial artists. Once a slave seal was planted in their bodies, it would stay there until their master decided to take it back, or the master died. Otherwise, the martial artist would be enslaved by this slave seal until the time of their death. Not only did the enslaved martial artist have no independence, but they didn't even freedom of thought. Normally, they wouldn't act any different from a normal person, but once the slave seal was activated, the enslaved person would have to completely obey their master's orders. Even if their master ordered them to die, they would do so with unblinking eyes. Who was enslaved? Lin Ming's heart chilled. Of the 12 High Lords of Skysplit Tower, 2 of them actually had a slave seal planted within them. Not just that, but it seemed that the other High Lords didn't even know that their companions had been bound with a slave seal. Who had the ability to quietly plant a slave seal within a High Lord? Could it Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master? What did he want to do? To Lin Ming's amazement and dismay, he discovered that the inner workings of Skysplit Tower were much more complex than he had imagined. The ones that are enslaved, one of them is High Lord Bloodfire, and the other is that old imp that was floating in the air. High Lord Bloodfire had a slave seal planted in him. Lin Ming's mind went cold. High Lord Bloodfire was the strongest powerhouse of these 10 High Lords. As for the old imp, he was actually middle-aged. It was just that imp martial artists always had wrinkled faces, so they appeared older than they were. This imp wore a domed hat, and he was in a sitting position as he floated in the air, no more than 5 feet tall. This old imp looked unsightly, but Lin Ming could actually feel an immeasurably deep strength coming from his body, and his soul force was like a deep ocean, vast and mysterious. This imp was also a top master. Even if he was weaker than High Lord Bloodfire, it wouldn't be by much. In other words, the strongest of the 10 High Lords had slave seals planted within them. As for the other High Lords, the reason that they weren't controlled was most likely because of the limited slave seals one could use. If this was really done by Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master, then for the past many years, in order to solidify his own status and obtain the maximum amount of benefits, he had planted slave seals in these High Lords. Perhaps he had done so when these High Lords were still challengers. The Tower Master naturally didn't dare to move against someone like Fengshen with such a formidable background. But for those like Yan Qi and Ma, they might have already been controlled. In the future, he could use these people to explore the eternal demon abyss. Everything that they found from there would all belong to the Tower Master. He could both consolidate his authority as well as obtain massive benefits. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. Lin Ming, if I'm guessing right, then this Tower Master wants to see you in order to control you. He obviously sees the value in your potential, and taking you for himself would be a great boon to his own power. As for you, once you're controlled, then you can forget about ever getting out. The only way would be if your cultivation is higher than his by several realms. But once he finds out that your cultivation is approaching his, he'll just command you to have your cultivation never exceed his own. Your strength will stagnate from then on, all the way until he dies, and you are freed. And even then, before he dies of old age, he might try to hide his secret by killing you, and you wouldn't even be able to resist. Demon Shine's words made Lin Ming's scalp tingle with dread. This sort of ending was absolutely more horrible than death. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart surged with a rich, killing intent. If all of these conjectures were right, then he would have to kill this Tower Master in order to rid himself of all potential future threats. Demon Shine, can you eliminate the slave seal without being discovered by the Tower Master? Ho, ho, ho! Who do you think this saint is? Demon Shine proudly humphed. This saint is the ancestor of the demonic path. All of these demonic methods and cultivation techniques of the Holy Demon Continent are just leftover playthings from when the Demon Emperor was still here. All of these legacies keep growing worse with every generation. It's true that that saint doesn't have any attack power right now, but I have more than enough ability to play around with some soul methods. How could I possibly be found out by a little junior? In the past, when this saint was still all-powerful and shaking the foundations of the realm of the gods, that junior's grandfather from 100 generations back hadn't even been born yet. Black lines formed on Lin Ming's forehead. He was speechless. No matter how he played it, this old dog just didn't seem too reliable. But at this point, Lin Ming could only believe him. In this desperate situation, he had to keep trying no matter what. Boy, what's with that look? With this saint here, I guarantee you that I can lead that Tower Master to run circles. At that time, you can secretly rebel. Just act as if you've fallen for his trap and play dumb, and no one will suspect you. Slowly, that silly fellow will relax his guard around you and even allow you to enter the road of Emperor. As long as you can wait it out for a year or so, make some great successes in the road of Emperor, and have your cultivation break through to the revolving core realm, then you can easily kill that fellow and become a 12-winged heavenly demon. At that point, the death god martial intent will be yours. As long as you have a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then the mystical force of the blood slaughter steps will not kill you, and you can return to Skysplit Tower whenever you want. Wait until the time that your cultivation is high enough. Re-enter the road of Emperor, reach the end in a single go, and finally obtain the prime Emperor martial intent. Then, with the complete 3 major martial intents of Azura, Death God, and Prime Emperor, if you confuse them, it will become your greatest killing move. Holy shit, how great would that be? Even this saint would be jealous of you then. Demon Shine's depiction had turned the impossible into the possible. At present, Lin Ming was too weak. In a situation where he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, This was the only way to simultaneously obtain all three different martial intents. Originally, even Lin Ming had believed that it was nearly impossible to obtain the three different forms of martial intents. Now he could finally see a path opening before him. Demon Shine. If this plan works out, then I swear to you that I will help you reform your mortal body in the future. Hee, boy, I'm glad to see you still have a conscience. To be honest, this saint also sees that you have a bit of potential in your future. If I train you well enough, then you might be able to reach the lowest standards that this saint was at back in the day. So, of course, I will do my best to raise you. Certainly, in the future, if you really have the ability to help me recover to how I was when my soul was sealed, then that will be enough. Lin Ming laughed, no longer caring about Demon Shine's boasts. Different situations called for different measures. Perhaps this might actually be a great lucky chance for him instead. Lin Ming, are you going to go or not? Where did all your bluster just now go to? The Tower Master came back to see you, and yet you don't dare to see him? High Lord Bloodfire's taunting voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ear, interrupting the soul exchange that he was having with Demon Shine. This entire exchange just now had only lasted a mere 10 breaths of time. Lin Ming deeply looked at High Lord Bloodfire, his eyes now containing a trace of pity and compassion. This High Lord Bloodfire seemed like a normal person, but in truth he was nothing more than a puppet. As long as he was in the presence of the Tower Master, he would be absolutely servile. Towards this type of person, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't argue back, or even hold grudges. Let's go, lead the way. High Lord Bloodfire looked at Lin Ming with surprise, a tiny, undetectable smile appearing on his lips. This boy was truly stupid to the extreme. But even so, being able to become a servant of Sir Chief High Lord was also a form of honor. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.